I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here.
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
looking for the end. They already kick out to Aji. They're gonna end it on top. BTK have done it. They made their statement. The West has caught up. That's game number 1 going over to BTK.
From there he jumps in and gets 2. Suns still trying to defend, but the Valley are here to upset the world stage.
We're in an era where underdog teams like Team Spirit and SRG can rise up and take down giants in the MLBB esports scene. With NACT around the corner, it's time for the seasoned teams to lay it all on the line. Or maybe, just maybe, it's time for a new contender to climb up and claim that throne.
NA is an easy server. It depends. I think compared to PH and Indo, which have significantly more players, NA has a smaller pool of competitive players, and in turn, there's less competition when you're really at that higher caliber. Now, for pro players in NA, in order to get better, they should probably watch more international gameplays. For example, learn from the Udu Red Giants from Malaysia, who surprised the world with their performance at MSC. Now, for an average ranked players who just want to have fun, maybe be less toxic, troll less, and stream snipe less. Focus on adjusting in solo queue and dual queue, and make sure your entire team has a fun experience by clinching that victory together.
What's up, everybody? Steph Weezy in the building. Word around town is that North America is an easy server. It's no secret we didn't have the best performance in MSC 2024, but with NACT Fall right around the corner and registration opening, it's our chance to prove the world wrong. Make sure you guys register for NACT Fall season before the registration closes. A little bit of tips and advice that I'd give to you guys who are looking to compete. Find a team that you can build synergy with. Find a team, despite losing, despite having some hard times, you stick together and you push through it and you find solutions. Honestly, a team that sticks together wins together. I hope to see you guys in the NACT Fall season, and good luck in registration.
We are seeing that BTK again. I want to emphasize this one more time. No coach, no analyst, no problem.
They have it! The biggest upset here so far! BTK have beaten Blacklist International! GG!
Touch up right, BJ. Touch up right, BJ. Right? Yeah. I love you guys.
To pursue this win. We're coming. We're gonna compete.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did. People probably feel take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley!
Boone is giving a coach his entire BTK. Me, Shark, Boone, Chicken, and Zia are all in BTK now.
Those surprise wins over them. Oh.
Wait. I think it's
Gosh, that was quick.
All right, base has been opened up. Oh, they're about to close. Best game. That's all she wrote. Minions in play. A small moment to be able to get this victory with the Lord on their side. And game goes over to Overskilled. Takes down Rakuzan.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome to day 2 of the North American Challengers Tournament fall season. I'm your host Zeke, and I'll tell you what, I am ready. Ready for what, Zeke, you might be asking? The chaos that ensues whenever you take so many brand new teams that are looking to make their debut, make their statement against some of these other teams which have been guarding the throne that is that top 1 seat of NACT. With all of these different teams going, there's a lot to be seen here. So lucky for us, we've got a caster's desk for the day. A fantastic team up of Private Dancer in Sayori, the mid lane Manic of Night Horde last season. How are you guys feeling?
I'm excited to be here, especially this being day 2 after the exciting matches we had from yesterday, and very excited to carry on into day 2 here with none other than Sayori here joining us at the caster desk.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm Sayori, and I'm really excited to be here again with you, Prive, and Zeke today. Zeke as our caster today, and I'm really excited for the games that are going to be coming today, as we know that C9 is going to be playing later on today during the night.
I know, and the electricity is so much in the air. I feel myself like just vibrating. I don't know if that's electricity or maybe that's caffeine. It could be either one of them, but I know that I'm ready. I'm ready to just dive into these matches, and oh man, I feel it. I don't know if that's just me, but I'm so primed and ready. So there were some absolute blowouts yesterday. How do you guys feel about those coming into today?
Well, I mean, I want to say we knew that there were going to be some heavy-handed teams out there looking to make a statement, and for the most part, Godspeed and BTK really kind of set the standard for what it means to be at the top of North America right now. So we're going to be looking to see if any other teams here can kind of match that type of pace.
Yeah, like you said yesterday, the matches are really intense. We did see Godspeed, one of the newer teams, show up and take their spot in NACT in the top 8. And we also do know that BTK had their debut yesterday with their new lineup consisting of Hoon and Chicken and Zane reunited. But today I'm going to be really excited to see a lot of the newer teams coming in, like MPL Maple Leaf, I think was that Maple Leaf, as well as a lot of our older teams such as C9.
Yeah, I think the matchups definitely makes for some really exciting games. I know personally, I love to see how well the Godspeed team did yesterday, especially with them being so new. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to progress through these seasons. So this season is going to show off this new Swiss round format. Private, what can you tell us about it?
Well, what this means is that nobody knows who they are going to be facing next. It's all going to be juggled up depending on who wins this week and who loses. As we know that when it comes to next week, that will be based on who won the week prior of there. You can see here now it's starting to kind of be filled in there. Still have some to be determined out there, but it is going to be juggled around. It means, for me, I want to say it kind of means that a lot of these teams can kind of focus on the week and the match at hand instead of kind of trying to plan out for the future.
Yeah, right now the Swiss round is really different from last season of NACT and the format. And right now we do see in the format, we do see a lot of teams already getting filled in for how they did yesterday. So on the Swiss round, it depends on how well teams do for the week before, and then they will get placed with a certain team for the next week over. And this kind of just gives a sense of a surprise, I would say, at who they would be facing, because you don't know if you're going to be facing one of the newer teams or one of the older teams and very, very, really professional teams such as like Cloud9 or BTK.
For sure. So with that being said, we've got the schedule coming up. Sayori, what can you tell us about it?
For the schedule, I do see the first match we are going to see MLC Maple Leaf versus Overskilled. Actually, I do know both of these teams. As we know, for Maple Leaf, they do have a lot of players from A77 and a lot of old players that we do know from past seasons, such as Gina, and we do have like a few newer players. And Overskilled, they are one of the newer teams coming into this season, but I'm pretty sure they did make it into NACT a few seasons back. But game 2, we also do have C9 versus Excellerrate, and I'm really excited to watch this match. As we know, C9, one of our top dog teams that did go overseas for for one of the overseas tournaments, and versus one of our newer teams, which is Excellerrate. So that's gonna be really interesting to watch. Yeah.
On the topic of Overskilled, I'm super excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table this season. I do feel like they might be a little bit of an underdog coming in, as a lot of people, don't know a whole lot about them. So I'm really hoping that they show up tonight and show out.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. A lot of newer teams front and forward here in North America at the top of the mountain here. I mean, we talked about it before yesterday. I was a fan of The Simpsons, and they got absolutely thrashed when it came to the qualifiers. And an interesting point there is Maple Leafs actually sponsored by the same organization that The Simpsons were, as that organization moved on. Moonlight Club is now sponsoring Maple Leafs, kind of hoping to kind of push forward with that team, like we said. And a couple little details there about the Maple Leafs. A return to form for Gina Godmode, who will be playing as Toru on the Maple Leafs. He's been one of those these really great marksmen that were in North America, but the past few seasons has kind of been on the bench for a lot of teams. And I want to say a little bit of the history with that is a lot of people kind of like they put him on the bench because they don't really want him on another team or to face him on another team. So I'm really interested to see how he performs tonight. And then, of course, all eyes on Cloud9 taking on Excellerrate to see if we, especially Cloud9, who has basically a stacked deck, a coach, a professional organization behind them. How are they going to perform against Excellerrate?
Yeah, I'd like to agree with you. Gina Godmode, I actually do know him very well, and he is one of my more liked marksman players, and it's really great to see him actually going to play on a main lineup for the NACT season this season. A lot of other teams, like we know, Overskilled and Excellerrate, a lot of our newer teams, it's going to be really interesting to see what a lot of new players bring to the table, as we do know that the meta is shifting. So a lot of older teams, such as The Simpsons, really weren't able to make it into the top 8 for this season of NACT.
So I think we got an awesome prize pool coming up. We're showing off that $25,600 that we know and love of the North American Challengers Tournament, and a whopping 152. Is that 152,000 diamonds? 1.5 million. Sorry, I'm bad at reading. That is absolutely astounding. It was such an insane number. I thought it was a typo. Sorry, how do you feel about the new update of this diamond prize pool in regards to like last season?
Yeah, honestly, I do know that the diamond prize pool did go up a tremendous amount. I think it's great for a lot of the teams that didn't qualify and didn't make it. It allows them to have a little bit of incentive for the amount of time they spent trying to get into qualifiers, and they're able to, just spend that diamond on whatever they want. But also for the diamonds right now, I do know that a lot of new events and skins are out. So I think a lot of people are really excited to use those tourney diamonds to actually go spend it on these amazing skins that Mobile Legends just came out with. So yeah, that's really fun.
Yeah, I know they just got out of the, I think they're out of the Star Wars event, and I know they got the Exorcist event that happened a couple months back. I know me personally, one of my absolute favorite events. I can't wait for it to come back. I'm hoping that maybe I might get into NACT next season with the way that these prize pools keep bumping up so I can get that Exorcist money, Private, anything that you're looking forward to?
Hey, when it comes to the diamonds, when it comes to the money, I know it's an afterthought for a lot of these teams, but there's so much that you can use them for. Even the MPL recalls that are out now, which we've been seeing on display for a lot of these matches as well. So there's just a myriad of different things that you can use it for, and I know all of these teams are fighting for it.
So I do believe we've got a giveaway going on. Get your purses ready and get your phones up, because we've got a QR code that you can scan with a code listed right above in case you can't scan. Private, how are you feeling about these options?
It's a myriad of different skins you can get there. Only 31 tournament chests available, so you guys need to scan quickly before they run out.
Yeah, guys, hurry up and scan that QR code. I think it's the faster way of actually getting these free skins. Go scan it, get these free skins from just watching NACT. And if you don't, we are actually going to be the ones who are going to try and snag those skins up from you guys.
It is going to be a first come, first serve basis though. So if you're not acting fast, and honestly, if you haven't picked it up already, it might already be too late. I know I tried to pick up my phone, but then they were like, hey Zeke, you got to be talking on here. And I was like, so I'm pretty sure that I missed out already. But some great skins as always, and I do love the fact that they include the different percentage chances of what you might get from that tournament, so you don't know what you're going to get going into it. So hopefully you guys who did get something got something good.
Yeah, it's an amazing little treat for the viewers out there. Basically just get to sit here viewing, and you just get to scan yourself a little code, get yourself some extra skins.
So we are going to have one of these rosters coming up already. We've got Yoreshi on EXP, Nasty Wayne on the jungle, J-Law, Pavel, and Toru showing out for MLC Maple Leaf. How are you guys feeling about this roster?
I am really excited about it. This is one of my underdog picks now that is here up in the top 8. I mean, everybody knows Yoreshi. He's still got that MPL experience behind him. A lot of the members of this team coming over from Area 77, a big fan favorite from last season as well. And then I already talked about Toru, formerly known as Gina Godmode, who is, I'm looking to be impressed by what he can bring to that gold lane.
Yeah, a lot of players we do know currently. We do have Yoreshi, who is a well-known player in the NA community and scene, as he has had a lot of 20 experience. I do know that a lot of people are talking about Nasty Wayne currently. I'm pretty sure he is an import from somewhere. I don't have all my information right, but I do know that he is a well-known player. But we do have Overskilled right here on the lineup. We do have Death on the XP, Myth on the jungle, Kawa Patootie on the mid lane, Song on roam, and Superman on the gold laner. So I actually do know some of these people in NA, as I'm actually a player, and I do face a few of these players in ranked, and I also sometimes do play with some. But overall, really strong lineup, great team, great players. I'm really excited to see what each player will do together in this lineup from Overskilled.
Something that I do want to bring up is I am super excited to see some of these different players that have been caged to the bench. You know, these teams have been like, hey, you're not on our startup, but we don't want to go against you. I'm really excited for some of these guys. You know, again, Toru is one of those people being able to come out and show off, you know, what they're genuinely capable of. North America has so many awesome players that I feel like haven't had the chance to get the limelight that they do deserve. And I'm absolutely stoked about it.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Like we said, it's kind of being a little bit of forcing a little bit of new blood into injecting that into North America right now. Overskilled, not exactly new. They did make it, I want to say, before in one of the former seasons. So looking to kind of come back true to form, but they're going to be facing, I want to say, a kind of a stacked little roster there from the side of Moonlight Club Maple Leaves there. So I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. I do think that these two teams are not, the skill gap isn't really that far from each other for what I think. So I think that the games will be more interesting and more intense to watch, as like yesterday, the games were a little bit one-sided and a lot of the games were 12 minutes long, but I'm hoping for, 20-minute games today, maybe a match 5 against these teams, Yeah.
I absolutely think that this is one of those teams matchups that absolutely could be it. Maple Leaf versus Overskilled. Who do you guys think is going to win?
I think for a lot of us, kind of leaning towards MLC Maple Leafs. They did make it through on the Saturday, and that's kind of what I went with yesterday. I feel like a lot of the chaos that happened on Saturday, you have to put respect to a lot of the teams that made it through that. And then here, Overskilled making it through on Sunday. I want to say the big thing is there's that one person who picked Overskilled there, Zeke.
So for me, I've definitely felt like Overskilled is the underdog coming into this, even though we know that Maple Leaf as a team, still one of the other underdogs. I still feel like that matchup is going to be tough. But if there's anything that I learned in the last season of NACT, that anything is possible. And with that being said, I'm hoping Overskilled shows up overly skilled. Sayori?
Yeah, I'm really thrilled by your enthusiasm for Overskilled, but I do know that all the other casters did pick Maple Leaf as
cowards.
We do know a lot of the players, of course, yeah. We do know a lot of the players, and they are a lot of returning pro players. So I'm also really excited to see what Gina has in store for us today, as he is one of my favorite players.
Yeah. I think we got some cool facts going on. Private, what can you tell us about Yoreshi?
Well, as most people know, his role is XP. Favorite hero is Benedetta. Favorite player is Chinatsu. Hobby is basketball and sleeping. We got another sleeper here in the in the rosters here. Hometown, I'm going to try my best here, is Nueva Ecija, Philippines, and the device is iPhone 15 Pro.
Yeah, so I mean, I think on the iPhone 15 Pro, that's the phone that I use. So, I mean, I'm really excited to see how he does, because I know I'm not very good at the game anymore. So it's going to be hard to use that as an excuse if he performs well. Sayori?
Okay, so we do have another player. Fun fact, we have Death from Overskilled. His role is the XP. His favorite hero is Xborg. Favorite player is Mobazane. Interesting. His favorite hobby is working out. His hometown is New York, and he plays on an iPhone 14 Pro Max. So what do you guys think about this? We have someone who actually hobby is working out and not just sleeping. That's really interesting.
Working out.
I'm never know that his hobby was working out with those tree trunk of arms that he has up there on there.
I'm more concerned about the Mobazane favorite player pick. A North American player in the NACT while the competition is going on, I think is really cool to see, because there are so many, I guess you'd call them hyper famous Mobile Legends players, especially coming out of the Philippines and coming out of Indonesia. Seeing a fan favorite in North America or from North America, I think for me, super refreshing.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of these players, especially coming from BTK, have garnered a lot of respect internationally. So it's kind of hard to kind of, I feel like a lot of those players garner a lot of respect and can be a lot of people's favorites.
Yeah, like you said, I think a lot of people watching or was watching yesterday were BTK fans. So they do have a lot of respect overseas and NNA as a really big team that has made their name since M3. But with these new teams, we'll see what they make out with their names as they kind of climb up and advance in the NACT fall season.
So with that being said, it's time to end your Mew streak. And, you know, get ready to dive into the draft. You guys got it. Let's see this.
I'm actually really excited about this. Ooh, we're actually getting right down into the picks already. I'm really excited as Sayori fits on the patented glasses to get ready for this. We have the Hylos pick coming out. I really want to see how these two teams can kind of coexist out on the battlefield and who might be going a little bit forward. We see a lot of those assassins, which has been prototypical right now, being taken off the field. No Ling, no Hayabusa, no Fanny.
Yeah, we do see the bans right now. There are a lot of assassin bans, so it kind of just really shows that these assassin plays are very versatile. They're also really in the meta, so we do know that Nasty, Wayne, and Myth are assassin players for this season, but we do see on the side of OS, they did pick up the Ruby and Eve. So really interesting. I think Ruby is a really strong prio pick as she's able to be put in 3 different lanes actually, gold lane, EXP, and on the roam lane. So that's gonna be a really fun pick to, you know, swap around if they really need to. And we do have an Eve. Yesterday we did have the debut pick of Eve coming from Hoon. So I'm really excited to see what Overskilled is gonna do with that Eve pick.
Oh, and with that, we're going to go ahead and scoop up Alice in the gold lane, and Nolan going to be picked up for Nasty Wayne there. The big thing for me right now is Eve. I haven't seen it very often. In fact, I want to say like the first time I've seen it in like months has been here in North America, Eve being picked up. And it was picked up in a way that when you put down that ultimate, the real world manipulation, it was punishing the enemy from either you had to sit there or you had to try to escape and get rooted. Meanwhile, you had the deadly catch from Bane chasing you guys through that ultimate. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they play into this for Overskilled.
Yeah, we do see the pickup of Alice and Nolan, so it's like really interesting. As yesterday we did see an Alice pick, but we do see Overskilled coming out with the Julian on the jungle. So I think Julian is a really good pick against Nolan. Both are assassin jungles, but with his kit, we do know that instead of a level 3, level 4 actually, he only needs level 3, and his wave clear is really great, or jungle clear is really great along with his skill combo. So that's gonna be a really fun jungler to see today.
Yeah, I mean, a good mix of CC. I want to say maybe for the Maple Leafs right now, they have a little bit more, better of an early composition, and that's something that Overskilled's going to need to kind of keep ahead on here as we move into the second banning phase. You need to kind of, you can have a late game composition, you can have stuff that scales into the mid and late game, but you need to have a way or a path to get there, because if the enemy is thrashing on you through the early game, you'll never make it to that point. And we saw yesterday a lot of very early closes to games.
Yeah, looking at the drafts, we do see an Angela and Zaspan coming from the side of Overskilled, but we do see on the side of Maple Leaf, Matilda and Take ban. So on the side of Maple Leaf, they did target ban the Roamer Song, as they do know that he's very versatile on the roamer lane. So they banned out the Matilda. Like yesterday, we actually did see a few Matilda bans. So really interesting right now, currently. She's really great on rotating around the map with the mid laner, as well as poking the enemy jungle and just giving overall great vision to their team and being able to just run out from a possible team fight. And on the side of Overskilled, Angela and Zaspan, I think great bans for the mid side, as I think Angela, we haven't seen Angela being used as much, but we do know with her heart guard in the game, she is able to just sit anywhere, sit in a bush and just protect her teammate from there.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to go ahead and pick up Grok, which means that the Ruby will be in the XP lane, and we're still looking for that marksman pick from Overskilled. I'm going to be very interested to see what they're going to use to combat Alice in that lane. Oh, very quickly. It looks like Maple Leafs automatically knew what they wanted. They're going to have the Jawhead as the roam position, and then Vexana bringing up the mid with that high amount of CC she brings. And this is a very, very early game composition for Maple Leafs right now.
Yeah, like you said, you brought out the Jawhead and Vexana. I do think we did see that combo yesterday. Maybe, but we did see a Jawhead yesterday coming in from Shark from BTK. I think he did an amazing job giving vision, overall having the ejector ready to throw enemies into his own team. And on the side of Overskilled, we do see a carry on the gold lane. I'm not really sure. I think the carries would be used more for the Hylos on that side, as she's able to shred him down with her true damage. And Grok, being the roamer, I think he has great vision. He's really great at actually stopping waves at the early game. As we know, a lot of Grok players, they just put up a wall at the base in the first few seconds of the game to help his team with waves. So yeah, let's get into the game.
It's going to be very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the first matchup between MLC Maple Leafs taking on Overskilled. Both teams here looking to plant the flag of their team here in North America.
Yeah, so on the side of Maple Leaf, we do see the jungler starting the orange, as well as on the side of Overskilled, and both are going to head to their blue. Mid laners are pretty even currently. We do see Song giving a little bit more vision on the side of Maple Leaf.
Yeah, and that's because Pavel right now is doing what he does in the early game as that Jawhead, that intense amount of damage that he has. Look at how fast he's rotating. They already have the Litho Wander. It couldn't even be contended by Overskilled because of how fast Maple Leafs are rotating with that duo.
Yeah, actually, on the side of Maple Leaf, the jungle and roamer are already in the enemy jungle for Overskilled. Myth is currently debating on whether he wants to go in or not, but chooses to run out instead. Brock coming a little bit just too late, while the side of Maple Leaf were a bit ahead on that rotation.
Can I just say, the use of the ejector to move that minion away from Super Myth so that Nasty Wayne could pick it up, that was just a pure synergy and teamwork coming out from Maple Leafs.
Yeah, honestly, as we can see on the side of Overskilled, we do see Myth heading into the enemy jungle, taking the green on their side. We do see a first turtle coming up, and I do like the position of Overskilled a bit more, as we do see the Ruby and Julian are a little bit near the turtle, but it just overall depends on whether the whole team is there or not for the turtle fight. But we do see Brock actually backing, so...
Yeah, so right now we can see them actually trying to hold off Yoreshi here. Big ejector comes onto Supermyth, who's going to try to use those chains to get out of there, and Nasty Wayne picks himself up a clean turtle. But what I do like is that Overskilled very quickly sees they lost a turtle, they get the heck out of dodge.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why. The Grok was a little bit low before the turtle, and he did have to recall, but I do think that costed the turtle for the side of Overskilled. Myth did not have a roamer there to give him vision or any help, so he kind of was alone on that turtle and just was not able to register, as the side of Maple Leaf did override that turtle fight.
Yeah, absolutely great point there, and that's a big thing when coming for a lot of these objectives. Talking about which, Song actually might be in a little bit of trouble, does use that wild charge, and it is not enough as J-Lob cleans it up. Toru in trouble, actually gets taken out there. Oh, wait, yeah, he gets taken out by Superman there, and Kawa Patootie and Supermyth looking for an angle onto Nasty Wayne, but not able to find it.
Yeah, currently we do see Maple Leaf in the lead right now, just by a little bit, with 9k gold, 1 extra kill, and a turtle. They are doing a little bit well in early game. Ooh.
Yeah, Supermyth actually gets taken down there. Song on the run, running for the hills, looking for an escape, but Nasty Wayne with the fracture is gonna put one roam down for Overskilled.
Yeah, I think Maple Leaf, honestly, they are in synergy, as we did see in that team fight. They just took down Superman on that jungle. Ooh, like right now, we do see a 4-man dive on Superman on the gold lane. So I do like their synergy right now, as they are all coming together. I think Overskilled, we do need to see the mid laners kind of rotating a little bit more together, and with their jungle and team and overall.
This is the highest threat that Overskilled's going to have to go through, because, like I said, this is an early game composition from Maple Leaf. They are pedal to the metal from the opening second here. Superman actually might be in trouble, diving underneath their Nasty Wayne, looking for the kill, might have bit off a little bit more more than he can chew. And here come the reinforcements. Kawa Patootie and Superman. Nasty Wayne would rather die under the core than give them the satisfaction, but it does come a kill for Kawa Patootie.
Yeah, Nasty Wayne just diving right under that tower. Insane gameplay coming from him. And it does make the... Ooh, Toru getting the jungler super mid. But at last, just like Nasty Wayne, he does fall in their jungle.
Yeah, I feel like right now Maple Leafs are doing exactly what they need to. Pedal to the metal, get as many kills on there, force them away, get these objectives as quickly as you can, because I want to say as we start getting to the mid game, as we start getting to the late game, this is going to start to settle down, and that is where Overskilled's composition is going to become the most dangerous. As we have ourselves a little bit of a turtle dance here, looking at great positioning from Overskilled. 4 members there, Nasty Wayne looking for a way to... He's going to go for the Lethal Wanderer first. Now looking to change his attention. 10% left on to this Turtle Yureshi. Great positioning. Glorious Pathway is out. Looking for a stun right now. Super Death in trouble. Nasty Wayne is going to have to disengage. And just like that, Overskilled grab themselves an objective and are able to get away.
Honestly, for the side of Overskilled, even though they were behind, they did come together as a team for this turtle fight and were able to overpower Maple Leaf on that turtle, getting the second turtle for their own hands. And I think that their whole, overall, this was better than the first turtle fight. As the first turtle fight, we did see that the tank was not, the roamer was not near, and the mage, but this time the whole team was there. So good job to Overskilled for that turtle fight.
Yeah, and I have to give credit too, but on the opposite side, Maple Leafs, they lost the turtle, but then they make up for that with 2 towers in the side lanes. With all of that, you had Toru at the bottom, laying waste to that tower there. So a great job by the side of Maple Leafs to kind of make up for the loss of that turtle. Now we have a little bit of an engagement here. Superman kind of dives into the wrong bush, but out goes Toru to get himself back to safety.
Yeah, like we saw yesterday when teams were giving up free turtles, they really didn't capitalize on that and go for like objectives like towers or like going on opposite side of the lanes. But on Maple Leaf side, we do see that even though they lost that turtle, they were able to capitalize and still stay afloat. Actually, right now they are 2k gold ahead and in the lead with 2 towers. So I think great job to Maple Leaf right now for the what they're doing. Yeah,
they're doing a great job right now, and they're forcing Overskilled to kind of group up together. And the problem with that this early in the game is it's allowing Maple Leaf to kind of get some of those split pushes out there to start cleaning up these lanes as well.
Yeah, right now we do see another turtle coming. This is going to be the last turtle fight, and we can see the positioning on both sides of the team. Nasty Wayne being right above that turtle, just hiding from the side of Overskilled. Great position overall. We do see Toru coming up to fight, so we're going to be having a 5v5 right now on the turtle fight soon, so just watch out for that.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can sense the opportunity as Superman's just a little late kind of getting to this fight. As we go ahead, jump in, Pavel jumps into the fight. Toro into the back line with that blood ode. We do have the real world manipulation is out, slamming down damage onto Maple Leafs. Is it going to be enough though? You see the flickers are out. Super Death looking for an escape. Is he going to be able to find it? Superman finds a kill onto Pavel. It is 1-2 right now. When it comes to deaths, Kawa Patootie and Song are down for the side of Overskilled, and they decide against going for the Lord. They're going to go ahead and try to put some damage onto this tower, but a great mix up there for Overskilled to come. They sense it. They take out the minions.
Yeah, I think Maple Leaf, even though they didn't actually go for the turtle and some swords up, they actually did just started a team fight that they did win. If you saw Toru, he was actually 1 HP and he actually survived that team fight just with a sliver of health from his extra lifesteal. And later on, we did see J-Law. He got an extra kill on that Ruby on the top side just a little bit after that fight. So I think overall, Maple Leaf is really dominating Overskilled with their micro on towers and just team fight capabilities overall.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the difference between junglers right now, 2k up is Nasty Wayne on Super Myth right now, which isn't altogether unexpected, especially when you're talking about a Nolan who is probably one of the fastest junglers for clearing speed and moving around the map. And you can see them trying to tighten this noose. They really want this mid tower. Toru kind of goes looking for an opportunity, doesn't exactly find it just yet, but with all this focus on the mid lane, you see the Lord up at top and at the bottom. A great split up there of priorities there for the side of Maple Leafs. Is Nasty Wayne going to go ahead and take that tower at the bottom?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams that we have watched so far, we don't really see them doing as much as Maple Leaf is doing. We do have Nasty on the bot side, just clearing that bot while the top side is pushing. I am hoping for them to take some more towers, as they did just have a Lord crashing down. But we do see currently that Maple Leaf is in the enemy jungle, and Overskilled has to be a little bit more cautious, as the gold lead is only 5k, but any mistake that they make will cost them the game and additional towers.
Ooh, we do have a conceal play out. Pavel waiting in the bush for an opportunity. He has the wall out there is going to block him from escaping. But right now, Maple Leaf's doing such a great job. Only 9 minutes in, and they are just kind of taking down these towers like clockwork. Up in the front, Yoreshi basically unstoppable on that Hylos. That nerf did nothing to stop how strong he is in these early games.
Yeah, we did just see Song have an oopsie ulti on that wall, did not catch anyone. But we will not see that. We will not look at that. But we do know that Maple Leaf is closing in. I think Maple Leaf does know that Grok has no ult, so possibly we might have a team fight soon, as one of their stronger utilities is out of the field.
Ooh, Overskilled actually able to save the tower. I want to say Toru maybe might have wanted to give that just a little bit of an auto attack before he went on his way. But I mean, it's basically a downed tower. We're down to about high grounds for Overskilled. And this is kind of what I was talking about a little earlier, is that, yeah, you can have a mid to late game composition, but if you're facing something that is just all early game, you're going to have a very rough path trying to get to that point in the game.
Yeah, we do see Overskilled right now, maybe a little bit behind, but they are walking together as a 5-man, fully knowing that, maybe Maple Leaf might have one player come to bot side and they will just get decimated by that 5-man team. I do think that for Overskilled, win condition currently, they should be giving farm to the carry and allowing her to actually scale up and get her items before they actually start a team fight. Carry late game really strong with when she gets her core items, she's able to just burst down that Hylos, burst down that Alice, and just burst down that Jawhead in team fights.
Well, a hats has to be off for Overskilled. They knew that they weren't going to be able to challenge Maple Leaf for this Lord, so they just took their entire fight. Ooh, as we're talking about that, Superman's going to have to use that enhanced chains to get himself out of harm's way. But they knew that they weren't going to be able to contest for that Lord, so what do? They push the bottom lane and they take 2 towers. Before this, they had no towers, so I mean, it's something for nothing, at least, for Overskilled here.
Yeah, I do like that they are backing up. They're waiting to actually, they're not trying to team fight. We do see Maple Leaf having a really big advantage this game. They are going to push in on the inhibs with kind of synced lanes. Lord pushing on bot side, but we will be seeing a team fight coming up soon. Will they be able to end it at this one Lord, or will they need more time?
Yeah, we can see here the split priority right there. It's already 1 tower down for the high grounds. The top one is just a sneeze away from falling on its own. Lord finally gets taken down, and I want to say this is the point for Overskilled. This is going to be the do or die. Unfortunately, they are about 7k behind right now. That is a big grip of gold difference for a team fight. Glorious Pathway is out. The rest of the team's going to be backed up. Yoreshi doing a great job of tanking out a bunch of those abilities. You see the Vengeance is out. Toru into the back line, catches 4 members. Song looking for an escape. Not sure if he's going to be able to find it, but the damage has been done, and that is another high ground down for Maple Leafs.
Yeah, Maple Leaf, amazing engage coming from Toru. He did get a stun on 3 of the members, but there was no team in sight, so they could not really engage on it. But I'm glad that actually Maple Leaf did disengage on that team fight. If they stayed any longer, they possibly would have actually possibly died and gave away their gold lead. So they are playing a little bit more safe until the next Lord coming up in 50 seconds. And we do see Overskilled. They are kind of sticking together with their win condition carry here, so we'll be seeing how that goes later on in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here as we're saying a 4k gold lead on Nasty Wayne alone. Just the jungle Pavel, that's the wrong bush there, gets caught up on the fence. stranded and now trapped in with the wall, but that's not going to matter to Toru, who's able to kind of jump over that into the back line. There's so many threats here, and it looks like that might be it for Super Death.
Yeah, Super Death was kind of out of position. I don't know why he was that far out. He kind of just got caught right before Lord, so I think that's a really big deal. Lord is coming up in 8 seconds, and because that Ruby with the CC and the sustain is not here on the board, I think Overskilled really has to give up that Lord to Maple Leaf and just keep defending until they cannot.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, it's pretty much in the books for Overskilled. You need to wait for an opportunity that Maple Leafs just, I mean, is not giving you. They're grouping up together. They're barely getting caught. A lot of their members, even if they do get caught, you saw Pavel there get caught in a bush. The entire team is very quick to react. You've got Toru diving into the back line. Your Reshi's able to be that front line tank to kind of offset and push back the rest of Overskilled at this point. I'm just at a loss of words for what Overskilled can do at this point at the 15-minute mark with a almost 10K gold lead for Maple Leafs.
Yeah, Maple Leaf this game is really overpowering Overskilled and just showing how much skills that a lot of their returning old pro players has in store for us this new season. We do see the lanes are actually synced this time, and they will try to end this game, getting that mid inhib and possibly just pushing in for the end.
Ooh, nice little wall there that came out from Song to kind of stop the minions, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, look at the damage coming out. Super Myth is down. Lord crashing into the core, and Overskilled fighting for their survival. We do have the real world manipulation. Alcow Opportunity doing the best that they can. Superman's going to flicker out of a fracture. Toru into the back line, looking for some damage, is not able to find it. I think Maple Leaf might be overstaying their welcome a little bit here. They are fighting, and Overskilled keep on rotating back and forth. Glorious Pathway is out. We do have an immortality procced by Nasty Wayne. Is he going to be able to get away? He is able to use those dashes, and just like that, Overskilled survive the night, but have to think about tomorrow.
Yeah, like you said, I think that Maple Leaf did overstay a little bit. They actually did have 3 really low players, Nasty, Wayne, Tor, and Pavel, just barely living with one sliver of health left, and just knowing that they probably need to get the next Lord to actually be able to end the game, as they do not have a marksman to actually lock in on that tower and tower push. I did see, we can look on the scoreboard right now with the Goldie. We can see Nasty Wayne with 14k gold, like I think around 5k gold ahead of Myth on the Julian. Just shows how big this gold gap is between the jungles. But we do see on the side of Overskilled, the carry is actually ahead of the Alice by at least 1k. So it kind of just shows that we are getting later into the match. A lot of the heroes are getting their items and going to scale. Alice late game, she has a lot. I would say she's a pretty good late game as her damage is really high, but we do see that Overskilled does have that carry in for 17 minutes, so not sure how much damage she's going to do for the late game.
Yeah, and that's what we're kind of waiting on, is hopefully that they're going to be able to protect Superman during a lot of these engages. But man, you're just facing just this onslaught of a team who's able, and especially because how do you protect your marksman against an Alice who can basically just dive into the back line, ignoring whatever is in between them? Now if they're going to go ahead start on this Lord, looks like the side of Overskilled are thinking about it. I'm not sure if they want to get vision, if they want to actually challenge this, but I mean, it might be better than sitting in the base. Oh, now that they notice that they have minions starting to crash at the base, they're gonna have to retreat.
Yeah, it just kind of shows that Overskilled, they really cannot contest that Lord if they do not look at their lanes and actually push out on these lanes. Maple Leaf did start that Lord fully knowing that the top lane would be pushed out. So Overskilled just not getting the chance to actually contest for that Lord and needing to actually defend on an 18-minute Lord with no inhibitors and just one dream.
A dream, a hope, and a prayer to try to survive this next push, and that is what Overskilled is looking at as we have the Lord barreling its way through mid. Heap of Maple Leaf members here down at the bottom trying to sync up these lanes together, and man, they're doing such a great job. I want to say everything here has been textbook. Every single Lord push has had lanes synced up perfectly. Everything is crashing down at the same time, in the back line, Toru gonna find a big stunt onto 2 members. Down goes the mage, Kawa Patootie, and that is gonna be game 1 going over to the Moonlight Club Maple Leafs.
Yeah, Moonlight Club Maple Leafs had a great game today. Even though the game hit around, I think, 18 minutes or so, they really showed who they, truly were. They were the Moonlight Club Maple Leafs. So we do see on the scoreboard, it is 14-5. Nasty Wayne getting that MVP on Nolan with a 7-1-2 KDA.
Yeah, I mean, a big props for him. The combination of the Nolan and the Jawhead, Pavel, they did a miraculous amount of work in that early game, paving the way for the rest of the team to continue on with this domination. And by the time, by the time Overskilled knew what was going on, it was already too late. The late scaling heroes were just not enough. And by the time they got to that point, they were already 10K behind.
Yeah, we did see on the scoreboard, damage dealt actually highest goes towards the carry on the side of Overskilled, but for Maple Leaf, the highest damage was the Vexana with 59k damage, just 10k over the Nolan who got MVP, but it kind of just shows that, even though both Overskilled may have been on the losing side, their marksmen did keep up with the damage charts, but just not enough for them to actually take the game home.
Yeah, and I want to say this kind of points down to the composition more than it does the players, because Superman still was able to do his job. He was getting a lot of that damage out there. It's just that when you compare it against an entire team that is matching out your damage and even exceeding it a bit, it's just going to be overwhelming for a team like Overskilled there. As we take a look here at the tower damage, and here is something that's very interesting, is the tower damage kind of split up between a lot of the members, even a decent amount of tower damage done by Alice.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm seeing Alice doing 12k damage, but that is Gina God mode on the gold lane. So Alice split push might be a new meta, but we do see Nasty Wayne keeping up with that gold. But we do see right now this is teamfight participations. I think a lot of the teamfight participation goes towards Pavel on that Jawhead for his team. He was always in a teamfight, always having his ejector ready to either help his teammates or just kind of engage on and just throw any one of the enemies on the side of Overskilled.
Yeah, here we have the complete breakdown. Gold per minute, only about 1,000 over Overskilled, but when it came to objectives, how quickly they were able to take them down, it was all over to the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, as we can see also for the objectives, Maple Leaf side does have 13 objectives this game. So objectives for the team stats are actually based on turtles, lords, and towers combined together. So compared to yesterday, a little bit higher than most, as well as, but we can see on the side of Overskilled, they only did have 2 objectives. So that gap in objectives is pretty wide. On the side of Maple Leaf, we do see the gold per minute at around 9.5k compared to Overskilled with 8.2k on the gold.
Yeah, a great game there, and we have the MVP, Nasty Wayne there. I mean, we were calling it there. He did such a great job being able to kind of find some of these pickoffs to be able to find these opportunities. You see Nasty Wayne coming in there, big fractures, able to find the enemy jungler, find the squishies that he needed to, and even Song went down here to a fracture. So a great job by him, and this is what the meta has been all about. A lot of these assassin picks, and then chasing down Superman before meeting his end to the reinforcements that came up from that tower.
Yeah, it's just Nasty Wayne. He was pretty nasty on that Nolan. He had a lot of dashes. He knew what he could do with them, and he was able to just dive in a lot of fights with that and just come right out with just an extra 1 or 2 kills from a team fight. So as we can see here, Nasty Wayne, he does use his dashes to escape from this Lord fight, but on here we do see Nasty Wayne going for Kawa Patootie on that Eve, just diving in with those dashes and coming straight out.
Yeah, he did a great job of being able to get in, find the targets he needed, take them down, and then be able to find himself and escape. And that's basically, like I was talking about before, that's what the meta is all about, those assassins, how quickly you can get around, and then it accentuated in the early game by having the Jawhead next to you to help you clear. So now you've added on to the clearing ability that Nolan already has. So it was just, I mean, right from the opening minute, it was just a song for the side of Overskilled.
Yeah, it just kind of shows that, both of us, we did predict that Maple Leaf would actually win this series. And from the first fight, we do see that Maple Leaf did dominate Overskilled, not just by little, but I think by a lot, even though that game was pretty long. It just truly shows how much that the players in Maple Leaf, how much potential they have for this upcoming NACT.
Yes, but ladies and gentlemen, that is just game one of this best of four. There is going to be not best of four. There's going to be 4 games tonight between these two teams. If somehow Overskilled can manage to start coming back, pick up the pieces, and come back and get 2 wins of their own to tie it up with Maple Leafs, then we will go to that very special game 5. But every viewer here is guaranteed at least 4 matches between these two amazing teams.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see maybe a 5th match today. I was saying earlier that, I think these 2 matchups may be close to each other and we may see a 5th match, as yesterday was kind of, only 4 games, but we are going to jump into the draft right now. We do have, on the side of Overskilled, banning out the Chip and Maple Leaf banning out that Fanny. I think these are really textbook bans. Like yesterday, a lot of the teams would always ban that Chip on the first. As we know, Chip, really annoying roamer with his CC and his teleport, where he's able to just run around the map and just teleport his team onto a single target and just kill an enemy. And on the side of Maple Leaf, we do see a Fanny ban. I think Fanny, really high mechanics, probably banned for the side of Overskilled and their jungler, as their jungler is probably a assassin main that uses Fanny really well. Yeah.
Well, and I'm kind of wondering, if I'm Overskilled from that last game, what kind of adjustments might we make? I was wondering if maybe it might be the Nolan or the Hylos that get taken out, and it looks like Overskilled, they're going to go ahead and focus down on that Hylos, who we've seen even through the nerfs that he got just a few days ago, still a prominent member in the meta, and is just an offset of skills and tankiness for a team, especially in those early engages, those early objectives that you need. You lay down a glorious pathway and you're basically pushing the entire enemy team back while your assassin is allowed to get the objective.
Yeah, I think last game, I think Maple Leaf was more of a team effort, even though they did have a lot of great picks. Just overall, the team synergy was there. Their mid laners did rotate with the jungle and just hitting each lane one by one and just picking off a kill and just running right out. So honestly, great team synergy. But as we can see in the bans, we do see another Matilda ban on the side of Overskilled and a Phoveus ban. So Phoveus ban, really textbook. I really do wish Phoveus was open. I want to see a Phoveus being played, but everyone does know the power of Phoveus and his slamming hammer, so that is banned.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and take that off the field. And I want to say I'm actually kind of excited. I was a big Matilda player, and I'm glad to see her kind of making her way back to the bans and being such a priority for a lot of teams, especially now with the recent changes. She lost a little bit of range, but all of her abilities cost less mana now, so you're able to spam them out. And I know that was a big problem for Matilda in the old ways, is that she just was really mana hungry with the amount of abilities that you could put out there to try to save your team with the guiding winds and back and forth. But here, Zuxin taken off the table by Maple Leaf. So we're going to see, with the first half of the banning gone, what kind of picks we're going to go for the side of Overskilled. I mean, Edith is still out there. Potentially, you could have a Ruby if you're looking for picks that can fit multiple roles and keep your enemies guessing, but they don't care about that. They're just going to immediately scoop up the Ling that has been left open.
Yeah, I do like that. That Ling first pick is really interesting. There was a lot of heroes that they could have picked out, as you mentioned, the Ruby and the Edith, very versatile heroes on the Roam and EXP side, but they did pick up a Ling, so that's gonna be really interesting to see possibly one of Mit's stronger suited assassins. But he does have to watch out for a lot of the invades on his jungle, as you know that if he gets invaded and lose a buff, he is gonna pretty much be useless for the rest of the game. But we do see on the side of Maple Leaf, they do pick out the Jawhead. I think Jawhead would be great for invading, as he's able to just go into his jungle and just throw his buffs around and just waste time.
Not just that, but his Unstoppable Force ultimate is going to be able to lock onto Ling, even if he enters Finch pose up on those walls. So it's going to be a great counter to be able to kind of hit Ling, knock him off the wall, and maybe put him into a position where the rest of the team can kind of join in. Along with that, we're going to be picking up the Arlot. With some of the changes, we have seen Terizla pretty much fall from grace with the most recent kind of nerfs that we saw from him. It's kind of giving room for newer XP lanes to kind of start taking that throne. Here we have Arlot. We've been seeing Hylos out there, Ruby, Edith as well, possibly maybe some Xborgs that we might have some picks for. Banned right now is the Fovea, so we're not going to be seeing him in that lane. Overskilled going to go ahead, scoop up the Valentina alongside the Tigreal.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned Terizla did fall off, and I like that Arlot pick actually also coming from Yureshi. He has used Arlot a lot in pro competitive scenes, so I'm really excited to see that. But on the side of OS, they did pick up that Valentina. The Valentina is a very, I think, versatile mage, as she's been used constantly during a lot of tournaments like MPL and M3, M4, M5, M6, you know. Not M6 yet, but yeah, really great mage to get picked up. And I'm also excited to see that Tigreal. I do love his ult, but I'm not really sure who he's going to be really comboing with, as there is the CC chain. We do need like a CC chain with that Tigreal to actually, you know, kind of bring out his full potential on that roam.
Yeah, well, it sounds weird, but like it's like you need to be able to protect Tigreal so he can get the implosion, and you've got a lot of CC on the side of Maple Leaves that can potentially stop that implosion from actually finishing. Whereas you got CC coming from Yureshi, Pavel, and then the Aurora is out, as well as we're entering the second banning phase here. And I mean, I guess Terizla is still kind of eking its way through the meta as a ban comes out there from the side of Maple Leafs. One of the things too to point out too that I like is Yureshi's hero pool includes a lot of those mechanical and technical heroes like the Benedetta, like the Arlot that he can pull out, that really kind of give him a lot of presence on the map, which allow him to be in there in the team fights, to be all over when it comes to split pushing and stuff like that. So it's going to be very, I've been eyeing him in that XP lane, especially here when it comes to going against Death, who's kind of been having a little bit of struggles here on Overskilled.
Yeah, you did mention that Terizla ban. We actually did see Divine yesterday picking up that Terizla. Even though he was nerfed, he did use Terizla to the full power and to his skill kit potential. I do think that Terizla was probably going to combo with that Tigreal, and something that they probably do not want to see. And Terizla is actually, I think, a really good character counter against Aurora on the mid side, as he's able to just jump up on her and just slap her with his hammer. So on the side of Maple Leaf, we do see that Ruby getting banned out. We did see Death use that Ruby last game. Didn't really do much on that Ruby, but it's still something that they're looking out for and something that they do not want to be faced against, as we do know that Ruby does have a lot of sustain, and she is able to just CC the enemy team and just have all this damage on her kit.
Yeah, I want to say, like, when it comes to the XP lane right now, we're really kind of running out of options for Overskilled. You got maybe the Edith and Xborg pick maybe out there. I kind of prefer the Edith because now you're going to be able to match out some CC as well out there, where I want to say our CC is kind of lacking on the side of Overskilled. We are still looking for the marksman, and as I say that, Maple Leafs go quickly pick up the Claude.
Yeah, on the side of Maple Leaf, we do see the Claude pick, and on the side of Overskilled, that Moskov pick. We did see a lot of Moskovs and Claudes getting played yesterday on the gold lane. Really interesting matchup for each other. I do think that Moskov is a pretty good marksman against the Claude in lane, as he's able to just throw his spear out and just dash around, just hit that Claude. But it just depends on overall how they play in the lane and that matchup against each other. So we do know Toru is on that gold lane side, so something that we should really be watching out for, as he is a veteran marksman player and really skilled at what he does. So something that we'll be seeing right now.
Yeah, and just like that, they're going to go ahead and scoop up the Edith to get a little bit of more CC on their side. And yeah, you're absolutely right. When it comes to these marksmen too, like they both kind of focus on different roles in there, where Claude wants to be part of the team fight, try to get into that back line to spray his damage with that blazing duet all over all of the enemy. Moskov would probably be looking more to kind of split push, depending on when his team needs him. He can use that Spear of Destruction to kind of close the distance back and join the team fight, but very much a single target player there when it comes to the damage that he can output.
Yeah, looking at both the drafts so far, I am liking these drafts. They're very, I would say, meta-like, as on the side of Overskilled, we do see the Edith getting picked up and the Valentina. On the side of Maple Leaf, we do see that, you know, Roamer coming in, the Jawhead, as well as a lot of our meta mages like Aurora coming in. So let's get into the game.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2. Overskilled taking on Moonlight Club Maple Leafs here tonight in game 2. Overskilled looking to match their opponents and get a victory of their own.
Yeah, on the side of Overskilled, we do see that they are starting the orange side. And on the side of Maple Leaf, we see the blue side. So both junglers are on opposite sides of the jungle. So we will see a difference in rotation, as both will be on opposite sides of the jungle in the map.
Yeah, and just like the last game, you have Pavel helping out Nasty Wayne when it comes to clearing out the jungle so they can get around here very quickly. You see they're already moving on to the Litho Wanderer, while the side Supermyth has just moved on to his purple buff.
Yeah, it kind of just shows how much impact Jawhead has in the early game for the jungle. He's just able to help the jungle clear super fast, as compared to Supermyth just having finished his blue and going to his creep. We do see that Kawa barely surviving from Pavel. Pavel with his ejection, he did waste that Purify, so he will not have a skill.
Oh, and just like that, it opens up the Jawline actually J-Law able to get away, is not able to escape the Tempest of Blades coming from Supermyth. Now you have a passive down for J-Law, a Purify down for Kawa Patootie. Super Death trying to flicker himself to safety. I'm not sure if he can find himself it doesn't. We're going to see that 3 members looking to try to come up to him. He's daring them right now. And here come 3 more members of Overskilled coming in for the engagement. Pavel in a little bit of trouble. That's not the target I would have chosen from all of these, especially since that is a tank Jawhead.
Yeah, we do see the turtle coming up soon. A lot of the heroes on the side of Overskilled are a bit low, like the Roamer, who does has to back up right before the turtle. And we do see Pavel, he is half HP, but just still on that turtle area and just camping that bush waiting for Supermyth. But we do see Maple Leaf getting the first turtle uncontested, as Supermyth is doing his red. But off screen, we do see Toru winning that 1v1 against Superman on the gold lane. As I said earlier, it kind of just comes down towards the mechanics of how you play the marksman, as Claude early game does not have a lot of damage, as he does need his DHS and Trinity build to actually build up his damage.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's just kind of showing the type of skill that Toru, also known as Gina God Mode. This is what I've been wanting to see from him, especially the amount. Oh, actually, he's. I was going to say Pavel kind of comes in here, is going to be able to find Song, and a great combination from the side of Maple Leafs. Every single time I see them attack, it's just 3 of them. Oh, and Nasty Wayne actually in a little bit of trouble here. Supermyth trying his best. Tempest of Blades might not be enough. He's looking for the killing blow, is not able to find it on Nasty Wayne, who crawls himself to safety.
Yeah, Supermyth is just barely surviving with that 1 HP on the Ling, but he's able to escape jumping on the walls to safety. That was a really, I would say, risky team fight. I would say Maple Leaf is really aggressive this game, as they are going into the side of Overskilled's jungle and just dominating them in these team fights.
Man, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday when it comes to the roams kind of peeking out at these bushes. Ooh, Superman actually might be in trouble. Gets boosted out and taken down, and that is Supermyth down as well. Just some great positioning and synergy coming from the side of Maple Leafs. But as I was saying, like when it comes to roaming right now, you have to be very, very careful about these these bushes that you are checking, especially if your team is not in a position to help you if you're looking at the entirety of an enemy team that's going to be there.
Yeah, Superman he just got crushed by 3 players on the side of Maple Leaf. I do see that he's struggling on the gold lane, and I'm just really wondering, like, where is the mid laners on the side of Overskilled? I don't see them near the side of gold lane. It has a big problem towards Superman just like, having lane control. But we do see Maple Leaf, they are getting a second turtle uncontested, as Supermyth was on his red buff and not right on the turtle as his team was.
Yeah, we have about a 5K gold lead for the side of Maple Leafs here. That is more than 1K gold lead per minute right now for the former Area 77 team. And just kind of setting themselves array on the map. I'd be afraid, like right now, Overskilled, every direction they go, they are getting caught, they are getting ganked, and they are just getting dumped on by Maple Leafs.
Yeah, like you said, 4K gold lead, like a 1K gold lead per minute, and I think that a lot of these free turtles that Overskilled is giving to the side of Maple Leaf does help with that gold, and also allows them to just like rotate around the map smoothly, knowing that they are in the lead and just able to start up any team fight and just win these fights. But I do see that we do see the team is again hovering over Superman on the gold lane like last game on carry, but I'm not sure how much that will do, as Superman is kind of behind this game. He is 0-2 and he did lose his 1v1 on the gold lane, so he will be struggling a little bit this game.
Well, and that's kind of the biggest problem too, is when you've got threats all over the map from this trio that is rotating, and your gold laner is losing their lane. It's very hard, because then you have to try to send reinforcements there, and you're losing somewhere else on the lane. Oh, Supermyth here looking for maybe an opportunity to sides against it from Toru. 4 members, big ejector goes, lands back onto the roam again. They don't care if it's the roam, they don't care if it's the squishy. Song goes down. It is now a 1-6 lead for Maple Leafs.
Yeah, that was just so sad. I just saw Song just getting thrown up by the Jawhead and just getting just 1v4 right there on the team fight. And because Song did just die, I don't think Overskilled does not have the position that they need for the last turtle. So Maple Leaf, they are gonna go for the 3rd and last uncontested turtle. Ooh, Superman almost getting that with the Spear of Destruction, but just barely missing that turtle.
Yeah, I was about to say, if that had landed, I'm kind of like, what was the plan? Hopefully you weren't going to try to go in. Look at Toru here. Just absolutely unafraid of death and Superman here. Just sidesteps with the BMI there, and still going to go ahead, put some damage on here. Oh, and this is the smartness that you get from both of these teams. They know where the possibility of enemies is on there, and they just are ever present on the map and know how to get away and when they can risk things.
Yeah, we did see Toru just like kind of do a finesse on Song in that bush, but we do see the lane on the side of Maple Leaf. They are really up in gold right now. Around 7 or 6K gold lead, and they do have the map control right now in the jungle, as Overskilled does have the space, but Song getting caught again. Oh no, death actually, sorry, but actually surviving by using that flicker up.
I get it. I would expect it to be Song again. I'll bet he was counting his lucky stars that it was somebody else for a change that got caught.
Well, they both have the same colorway. Yeah, so I think that it was Song that got caught, but no, it was Super Death actually.
Yeah, now we have another actual implosion lands onto 2 members, but he is met by an immense amount of CC coming out from Maple Leaf. The rest of the team of Overskilled is unable to. Oh, look at the big final slash, catches 3 members, and the blazing duet into the damage there. Supermyth gets the heck out of dodge, but not before. Not Super Death. I think it was Supermyth got the heck out of dodge there. Ooh, Superman trying to bait out some abilities here, but it's not going to be helping your tower.
Yeah, as we saw in that team fight, like Raresh is just having a great final slash right there, but did not take out any of the teams from Overskilled, but they do have the map control right now, as Overskilled is kind of like really reconsidering if they really want to go for that Lord or just give it up and just defend like they have done last game. But we do see on the map Super Myth on the top side. He is doing what a Link should be doing as on the losing side, just kind of split pushing and just going on the other side of the map and just trying to get waves and towers and whatever they could in the losing position.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. A Ling needs to be always working for something here, and he's on the losing side. It's 8-1 right now, about an 8K gold lead. He's out there trying to split push, still trying to get farm, doing anything that he can to try to keep away from danger. But speaking of danger, we have the Lord down at mid trying. I don't think we're really synced up lanes here just yet. We're gonna start still trying to go for some of these tier 2s. Ooh, big final slash actually comes out there. Song in trouble. He pushes them all into the tower as best he can, and Song gets bursted down by Toru.
Ooh, again, Song a little bit out of position. I think like yesterday we did see a lot of the roamers are kind of just, I don't know, they're like kind of just walking about and around thinking they're invincible, and just boom, they just die to the on the enemy side, as we do know that Maple Leaf is really ahead right now. They are at a 10k gold lead right now, and Song currently is at a 0-6. I'm just hoping that on the Tigreal he does come up with the good ultimate on that Tig, which allows his team to actually, have a comeback. I think that's something that they should be looking forward to for the side of Overskilled, to actually possibly turn around the game and come back and win.
Well, and that's kind of the problem. Oh, we do have an implosion there. Speaking of which, big push up there. Is it going to be enough damage coming out from the team? Only gets him down to half health, and that is the value you get from a 10k gold lead. I want to say Overskilled did everything that they were supposed to. Song went in, got the implosion, pushed it back to his teammate, even found a pop-up. The entire team unloaded onto Nasty Wayne, but they were only able to burst him down to half health, and that's because Maple Leafs are so far ahead right now.
Yeah, that kind of just shows, I think that, if you do a what, ooh, Song, like, super death coming down, dying for the first death, going in and just getting bursted down. But as you said earlier, I do think that this gold lead is kind of the reason why they can't really, kill anyone. I would assume if they unloaded everything on Nasty Wayne, he would die, but Superman just jumping in and just suiciding.
Ooh, big push, pushing them into the core. That's gonna be a lot of damage. Song actually doing, get thrown back out of the mix, and his team unable to help him. They're like, well, now focusing their attention onto the core. That should be a wrap. 2 games for Maple Leaf, another victory.
Yeah, again, as we saw Song had a great set at the end of the game, but his team was just unable to do enough damage to actually, go through with this fight. And on the scoreboard, we do see MPL winning with 14-1 on the scoreboard. Again, Nasty Wayne getting that MVP on Julian with a 5-0-6 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, right now, man, I want to say Moonlight Club Maple Leafs are just kind of sharpening their blades. They're getting better and better, more precise with that one. This time, only allowing 1 death on their team. Here you can see the damage coming out there. Yoreshi there with 49,000, and Nasty Wayne with 59, almost 60,000 damage.
Yeah, let's look at the damage taken charts. I'm not really sure how accurate these are, as I do not think Ling did 114k damage taken on the board, but we do see the side of Maple Leaf. They do have the Jawhead at 73k damage taken, so it kind of just shows like how tanky that Jawhead is, as he's able to just like engage on a team and disengage and just come in and out. But yeah.
Well, unless that is the new tank Claude build that tanked 113,000 damage. I'm assuming some of these might be a little mixed up. I know Gina God mode's good, but I don't think he's that good. But yeah, I think these look a little better. But yeah, I mean, just overall, just a good amount. Oh, and here, this just tells a story. Tower damage, like absolutely nothing on Overskilled. They weren't able to get near a tower, and that's just showing the synergy and how well organized Maple Leaf is.
Yeah, looking on the side of Maple Leaf, we do see each person has contributed to tower damage, and just Gina with that 29k tower push, and just Overskilled, no person actually had done any tower damage. I would assume Ling would have split pushed once in that time frame, but he actually also had 0%. But on the side, we do see the team participations. Overskilled might have 100%, but they did have only 1 kill, so that might be a little bit biased and favored on their side.
Objectives here, I mean, we already knew this when it came to some of those stats when we saw the tower damage was 0 on the side of Overskilled. Objectives here, 10 for the side of Maple Leafs, 0 for the side of Overskilled here, and actually did more than double the damage output by Overskilled. And this is just showing, I mean, when it comes to right now, Overskilled needs to have an answer for the early game, because right now they're not even making it to the mid game.
Yeah, but we do see Nasty Lane getting that MVP again on that Julian. I would say that on the jungle, he did outshine Myth in jungle, just being able to just clear jungle overall and just come into team fights and just help his team out and just get these kills when needed.
Yeah, you can see here right now, he actually makes it out of this. The Ling, Supermyth did a great job on the Ling, connected all his swords, able to get himself out of harm's way, but it still was not enough to take down Nasty Wayne, who is just so precise on his hero, knows exactly when he needs to escape to be able to survive.
Yeah, as we can see over on this team fight, the team does all come in on the fight, and Nasty Wayne just jumping in, using his skills and just helping his team out when needed. I do see that this was a really good team effort. Like on this team fight, Yoreshi had a great, amazing ultimate, and he was also able to just escape from that team fight.
Yeah, and I have to kind of give credit to Overskilled here. I mean, you had some problems coming from Tigreal, but when you're so far behind, and look at here, still trying to get those implosions, still trying to get some of those pushes, but it's just not enough. And I'm like, what do you do at this point in the game if you're the side of Overskilled? Do you just passively let them just passively sit on the core and wait for them to keep on creeping and creeping around you? Or do you do your best to try to make a play for your team, try to find those implosions and that CC? Unfortunately, it shows there really wasn't a good answer for him.
Yeah, I think compared to the first game, I think Maple Leaf, they really like kind of put their heads together and they're like, okay, we have to do better than the first game. And they really did show with that game, you know, not giving Overskilled a single chance in that game to breathe, no breather room, just able to end it way faster than the first game and come out with a scoreboard of only giving Overskilled 1 kill. So only one person on Maple Leaf actually died that whole entire game. So I think props to Maple Leaf for their second game of the series.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't get any tower damage, not a person wasn't even able to, was in spitting range of a tower, shows the amount of pressure that Maple Leafs was able to put onto Overskilled, where they weren't even able to get near it, and they were just always dealing with a gank or a push or an objective that was coming until they were at the point where they were at the back foot, they were trying to turtle in base, they were trying to make plays, they couldn't even get their buffs anymore. It's just a very well played game by Maple Leafs and a very well organized team.
Yeah, I do. I really like that Jawhead pick coming from the side of Maple Leaf. Hopefully might see a ban from OS, as that Jawhead in the early game is a really, really strong, powerful pick. But going to the draft right now, we do see Overskilled again banning that chip on the first ban. We maybe possibly knowing Maple Leaf being a really, you know, being a really good chip user. But on the side of Maple Leaf, they do have a Terizla and Fanny ban similar to last game.
I mean, the thing is I mean, Chip, I think if you give him to anybody, just the presence that he has on the map is just too much for a lot of teams to handle or want to deal with in the first place. I'm sure there are some counters to Chip, but it's just the amount of effort that you're going to have to put into there. Oh, there it is. I was hoping, I was praying. I was just like, yeah, there's the Jawhead ban. Finally, I isolate that one down so we can't be using it in the early game. I'm wondering if Maple Leafs are going to have something else in plan, or because I want to say their last two drafts, their last two compositions have relied heavily on those very early rotations and early game synergy to really just black out Overskilled until they can't even catch their breath by the mid game.
Yeah, I think that Jawhead ban was a really good call for the side of Overskilled going to the third game, fully knowing that Pavel probably might pick up that Jawhead again if he gets the chance to, so just bang it out so they don't have that really good early game on that Jawhead, and possibly giving Maple Skid a little bit, like, you know, of a scare and not having that one utility for the early game for their jungle and team as a whole. But on the side of Maple Leaf, we do see a high boosted ban. So I think similar to earlier, they are banning out the assassins for the side of Overskilled, not wanting to give these, you know, assassins to Myth, as he's also a assassin user just like Nasty Wayne. But we do see Overskilled banning that Phoveus, like also similar to last game, Phoveus being a really strong hero in the EXP lane, you know, possibly could be put in the mid lane or roam, who knows, but yeah.
And just like that, Yoreshi gonna go ahead, scoop up the Hylos. So we still do have a Ling out there, some of these assassins, but I mean, with the Hylos pickup, I'm almost kind of scared I'd be kind of scared to pick up an assassin, just because of what these guys have shown in the early game. Ling does take a little bit of time to start getting rolling up and doing the damage that he wants to do. I'm not even sure where you go for him, but possibly on the side of Overskilled, you might be looking, if you're looking for something a little tankier, possibly an alpha pickup might suit you a little bit better. It just depends. A good start, we've taken off the Jawhead, so a victory there, I want to say, and they're going to go ahead and scoop up the Nolan. So I want to say, at the very least here, they're going to try to at least match up that early game.
Yeah, again, we do see Death picking up that Arla. I think he picked it up earlier in the game. Actually, no, but a second match of Arla, and Nolan getting picked up for one of the first two picks. Nolan, a really great assassin for the side of Overskilled. We did see Nasty Wayne use that Nolan earlier on the first game and getting that MVP. He did an amazing job, you know, just doing what he's supposed to do, jungling, coming into team fights when needed, and just going for the objective. So on the side of Overskilled, we'll see how well they use that hero. On the side of Maple Leaf, we do see a Vexana getting picked up. Similar to first game, J-Law did pick up the Vexana. Possibly they might be doing a comp similar to their first game or so. Vexana's still a really viable mage on the mid lane. Ooh, a Tigreal. Want to talk about that?
So it seems like they're going to go ahead and maybe brush off that Tigreal and kind of be like, no, this is how you use a Tigreal to Overskilled here. Still waiting on someone else. So we do have the Roman XP and mid, still waiting on the jungle and the marksman. And I'm wondering if I am Overskilled with this last pick, I kind of am going to want to look at like probably picking up a marksman or a jungler so that we can try to ban that out for our side.
Yeah, I'm loving the Vexana and Tigreal combo compared to last game. I do like the Vexana. She has great CC on her first and ultimate, and that really pairs well with the Tigreal. But on the side of Overskilled, we do see the Eve getting picked up. Again, second game of Eve for this series. I don't think the Eve had much impact on the first game, as they really did not have enough damage to finish off the players in Maple Leaf. But hopefully we will see something coming out of that Eve in this game for Overskilled.
Yeah, really interesting with the Eve pick. It does have some synergy with what you can do here. You have the Eve, you can throw down that real world manipulation. You have Death on the Arlot that can organize them. I want to call it organizing them with that final slash. And then Myth can possibly throw in a fracture that will cover that entire team. It's going to take that synergy. And right now, man, I want to say Maple Leafs has just been winning on all these different levels, but it also comes with what you get when you have those early game compositions, when you have the advantage early and you're able to kind of hold on to it. We're going to see what happens here, because there's not well, I want to say it's decently. They do have a decent amount of early game right now, because you have the Hylos and the Vexana. Vexana just has an amazing amount of CC and damage that she can output right from the get-go, even without her ultimate. So, I mean, very well balanced from the side of MPL, but I don't think it's the same type of early that we've been seeing from them in the last two games.
Yeah, so we do see on the bans, we see a Matilda and Minnow ban again for MPL. On the side of Overskilled, they do ban that Ling for Nasty Wayne, as well as that Claude for Toru, who showed up on the Claude last game. They did just pick up the Hereth, so really interesting. We really haven't seen a lot of Hereth gold leaders so far, or magic gold laners, but we do see Superman picking that up, so we will hopefully be seeing what he can do on that Hereth. I'm thinking about what, you know, Gina and Nasty Wayne might pick out for this game. Gina with the Lunox on gold, actually, I think this is a really strong pick against the Hereth in lane. Lunox does counter the Hereth in lane, and she just has really good sustain, and as well as, you know, having that dark and light form when needed. You know, if she gets ganked by the assassin, by the mid laner, she's just able to just walk out with her ultimate. But we do see Nasty Wayne also picking up that Roger.
Yeah, so then that's going to be the Roger for the jungling, and yeah, a great pickup for the side of Toru there. That darkening ultimate that comes out from Lunox, I mean, it's basically an auto attack that is going to be able to chunk a Superman. I believe it does like what percentage health damage, so that's going to be a huge amount of damage that's going to be coming out of coming towards Superman on this Hereth. Not just that, but you have a pretty big amount of CC that Hereth. I mean, there's only one purify that you can put onto a Hereth there, so it might be very hard to kind of place down that Zaman force and be able to kind of dash in all these different directions. We do see that Kufra picked up for the side of Overskilled, but the Kufra's kind of one of those picks that there's not really too many dashes on the side of Maple Leaf, so maybe it's just more to try to catch them with that Tyrant's Revenge, that whole like dashing that he does to try to pop them up. So we'll see how well that he can kind of get these great setups.
Yeah, you know, we haven't seen the Roger on jungle, as he did just get a nerf, but I'm also really excited to see how well Maple Leaf uses the Roger and Hylos. So they did just get nerfed, and I'm liking their team comp a little bit more than Overskilled. So let's see how well both teams do during the third game of NACT.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is do or die time for Overskilled if they want to potentially take this to a game 5. 2 games already in favor of Moonlight Club Maple Leafs here, and they're looking to continue on their ways of domination.
We do see on both sides, they are starting the blue buff with Nasty Wayne getting more help than Supermyth, having done the buffs on the same time. But yeah, let's look into the map right now. We do see on the mid side, the side of Maple Leaf, they are camping a little, overpowering Overskilled a little bit with Kawa, you know, kind of getting some damage chunked off, but
yeah, I mean, right now, 3 members. Immediately, Yureshi rotates down to help out with this Litho Wanderer. Pavel standing in the front. Song, maybe a little bit of PTSD from him. And I mean, we're off to a good start for Overskilled. It has to be the first Litho Wanderer that they've actually been able to contest and gotten from Maple Leafs in the last 3 games that we've had.
Yeah, we do see J-Law and Pavel taking a little bit of damage from Kawa and Song on the mid side. Both do have to reset. They might have a problem with the rotations as both do reset, but we do see a turtle coming up in around 30, so let's see how the rotations go. We have the junglers both on opposite sides of the jungle lane, but both are coming towards the mid side. Supermyth actually camping the mid bush, waiting for J-Law.
Yeah, J-Law has to know when he doesn't see anybody. You see him kind of edging out there. He has to know that something is waiting for him because he doesn't see them on the map. And Pavel going to go ahead and give away for Supermyth. Oh, gets pushed in and popped up. And that is going to be a first blood for Nasty Wayne. And it's going to set up this first turtle.
Yeah, honestly, I think Myth kind of had a mistake. He was by himself, and he did get caught out trying to, you know, camp the bushes around the turtle. And because of that little mistake, his team isn't able to come for that turtle. And they do give Maple Leaf the first free turtle. We actually saw the same mistake earlier in the game when the roamer, I think, died earlier, or actually missed, and they gave a free turtle to the side of Maple Leaf. Ooh,
yeah, this kind of comes down to kind of like how these guys are practicing and what they do before these objectives come out. Ooh, Nasty Wayne gonna go ahead. They've already started the invade. Supermyth, I'm not sure if he's looking for it, gonna try to match it up. He does get his buff there, and a big real world manipulation comes out. Super Death might be a little bit in trouble. He actually flickers forward looking for the kill onto Nasty Wayne, gets caught with an implosion as well. Yureshi with the kill there. Pavel might not be long for this world. They're gonna dive under tower to clean that up. And at least now, signs of life coming from Overskilled as they have tied this up 2-2.
Yeah, the goal right now, currently at 3 minutes, we do see Overskilled and Maple Leaf having the same around the same gold, around 8.4k, 5k or so. But currently, I think this game is going to be looking up for them, as they do know the series is on the line and they do need to step it up for game 3. But we do see on the side of Maple Leaf, they did start just getting their items. Gina getting that glowing wand for the Harith, and Nasty Wayne just getting his Wind Talker. So at 3 minutes with first item, I think it's pretty good for the side of Maple Leaf.
Yeah, and right now, especially for a Harith who kind of needs those first items, you need that's 20% cooldown to be able to spam your abilities when you have the Zaman force down. So good pick up there for the side of Overskilled. And now just kind of looking for the reset here as Pavel, I mean, actually is surrounded. He's going to go ahead and push Song, has an implosion, and on the wrong side of the jungle with 4 members of Maple Leaf.
Yeah, on the side of Maple Leaf, we do see they are coming in on Superman again, kind of sandwiching him and trying to get that first tower. We do see a 5-man on the bot side with the turret, and the whole team is just right under the tower.
Yeah, great attempt there by Overskilled. Even got themselves a final slash, which pushed Maple Leaf back into the tower. But now you're not going to have that final slash for this turtle fight. Yoreshi on the background. He's going to try to push them off. Actually, Overskilled pick up themselves another turtle here, or they pick up themselves the first turtle here. Great signs of life coming up. Pavel actually might be in trouble. Glorious Pathway is out. Pavel goes down. Yoreshi checking the wrong bush. Did not want any part of that fight. Ooh, he's gonna find himself a little stun onto Super Death, and Song trying to chase them down, taking them down slowly. The slowest death you can imagine coming from a Hylos there, and actually able to clean it up 4-3 right now in favor of Maple Leaf.
Yeah, honestly, the Hylos pick just truly shows that even with the nerf, he is able to just run down on the enemy team and just tank all that damage while using his Revitalize, just heal up the extra damage he took and get back to full health. So I think that on the side of Maple Leaf, they are kind of showing who's the big boss right now, kind of showing off in team fights and, not trying to lose these fights, because we do know that if any little mistake in a fight may cost them the win advantage right now. But Yoreshi is pathing with Super Myth on the top side.
They're just taking a saunter in the jungle, they enjoy long walks with the trees blowing and the wind blowing through their hair. So that just shows how great the team in Maple Leaf here, making sure that they have vision on the jungler at all times.
Yeah, that was really funny. We did see Yoreshi just giving vision to his team, just walking with Myth next to each other right on the bush. But we do have that turtle coming up soon, around 20 seconds. But the side of Overskilled is pathing up towards it, the jungler and the EXP.
Ooh.
So, nasty.
Yeah,
way
Super Myth might be in trouble here. He's trying to fend this off here. Going to try to use Glorious Pathway. He's going to be able to stop him down. Ooh, a nice little outplay. Ooh, Nasty Wayne waiting for his opportunity. Ooh, but Super Myth was ready. He might be able to find himself an escape. But speaking of escape, Yoreshi not going to be able to find himself one, as Overskilled tie this up. A much better game for Overskilled, I must say, than the past two.
Yeah, I think that for this Lord coming up, I do see Overskilled having the advantage over Maple Leaf, as they do have a 4-man on this. The side of Maple Leaf is not ready to actually engage on, as Yoreshi just died. So Super Myth getting the last turtle of the game. 2 turtles going towards the sides of Overskilled and 1 on the side of Maple Leaf. This game at 7 minutes is a little more intense than the first 2. Overskilled is kind of showing up in the game, kind of actually contesting 4 turtles and just walking together as a team.
Yeah, and for the first time, I want to say maybe, well, I don't know if we're going to put it as a lead just yet. I think we'll call this a tie game so far. But I want to say that even that is a huge markup for Overskilled, who have found themselves, Pavel actually kind of Song. He was tuning up the band there. He was looking for something, not able to find it. Thinks twice about trying to get a pick onto Pavel. Ooh, Superman taking a lot of damage there. We were just talking about that darkening ability. Ooh, from the back line, Pavel and Yoreshi are are looking to go ahead, try to sandwich in this tower. Kawa Patootie coming up for support as well.
Yeah, the goal lead in this game is pretty even. The scoreboard is also even at 8 minutes, 4-4. There's a lot of action. Ooh, we do see Yureshi and Pavel going in on Kawa. Kawa popping that Purify to run and escape from that horse chasing after him.
Ooh, big implosion does land onto two members of Overskilled. Yureshi does find a kill onto Super. That Song goes down. They are able to return the favor to J-Law. That is a 2-for-1, 6-5 right now in favor of Maple Leafs, and they're going to turn their attention to these towers.
Yeah, Maple Leaf kind of just, you know, having that team fight, winning that team fight by one extra kill, but they did push the bot side, but we do see on mid side, Super Myth kind of returning back that objective and getting the mid tower. The mid tower is actually really important, but also going down. But as we can see, the mid tower is a pretty important tower in the game as it kind of opens up vision in the map, so kind of just gives Overskilled a little bit more of an advantage as that mid tower is gone instead of the bot tower.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it any better. My song. I like that Song's getting a little bit wiser about it. You don't see him kind of pushing himself into a lot of these bushes. They're actually leaving it on to MPL to start kind of looking for these bushes. And speaking of which, Yureshi almost in a little bit of trouble, but that does leave open the opportunity for Maple Leafs to get themselves the first Lord.
Yeah, Maple Leaf just getting that Lord with no contestation, and you know, Pavel just going in on that blue buff fight. They are fighting right before.
Man, look at that. Look at the cleanup job being done by Nasty Wayne. He finds himself 2 kills there, looking for another one onto Superman. He gets taken out. Superman able to go ahead and bait him in to using that Lycan pounce onto the other side of the gate there, and then gets bursted down.
Yeah, I do think Nasty Win kind of a little bit overheated a little bit. You know, after getting those 2 kills, he was like, oh, I'm ready to go for another one, but getting shut down by Superman. Kind of bad as the Lord is pushing down on the bot side. They are missing their jungler. It's kind of hard for them to actually, you know, push out together as a team. So they might be giving up that Lord for just to get the top towers. So I think that's pretty smart of the side of Maple Leaf.
Yeah, and I want to say Overskilled actually doing a good job of being able to get the towers despite what they're facing here right now. They do have the Lord kind of crashing down at the bottom. A lot of pressure coming up through the top. We do have the Glorious Pathway. Good job by Yureshi to slow down and zone out the rest of the team. He doesn't even have to really engage them. That Glorious Pathway was enough for them to be like, oh, let's hold up, guys. I'm not sure we want to go into this, because they knew that there was not going to be a way out for them if they got engaged upon.
Yeah, we do see on the side of Maple Leaf using that Lord push, and they did get 2 towers from the top side. And they are currently camping the side of the blue buff for Myth. You know, Myth without a blue buff on Nolan is going to be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, big implosion now happening. Kawa Patootie trying to put down the damage onto Pavel in the back line. Yureshi trying to tank the damage as much as he can. Yureshi finds himself a kill. That is 2 down for Overskilled. Superman might not be long for this world. Gets eaten up by Nasty Wayne, finding him with a Lycan pounce there, and it's just Kawa Patootie here alone to try to stave off these minions, and actually might have used the wrong ability now, and now, oh, you do still have the passive on that bottom tower, so it is gonna clean out those minions.
Yeah, no, even through all that team fight, we do see that Super Myth, you know, he did lose his blue buff, but actually he went around the entire map and went for Maple Leaf's blue buff. So he does have that blue buff on Nolan, ready for the next Lord fight. But we do see the teams kind of coming back together, you know, trying to stick together as a team, not die. Ooh, Pavel having a great pull on Song.
No, Song, I mean, he's done. Ooh, Super Myth from the backside finds himself a flanking position, but might get chewed up by Nasty Wayne. Finds himself a kill. Yureshi on the side. They do have the surround here on Overskilled. Down goes Song. Superman is next on the list. Super Myth is next on the list. Super Death here, still trying to fight for his life. He does not get the kill. I think he was seeing red. He really wanted to be able to take down Nasty Wayne, but it ended up costing his team another death instead. And now a 16-7 lead by Maple Leafs.
Yeah, I think this game was going pretty good in the mid side. Overskilled was kind of like having a close game with Maple Leaf, but you know, a lot of these little fights that they have, a lot of these like little scrimmages did give Maple Leaf the advantage over, and we did see that Myth did make a little bit of mistake trying to, you know, go in on the team, which kind of allowed for Maple Leaf to actually engage and win in that team fight, giving Nasty Wayne that maniac, the first maniac of the season, and allowing him to get that Lord and just push in. There's a lot of pressure for the side of Overskilled to actually try and kind of defend and come back from this game.
Yeah, and right now we have the Lord crashing down at the bottom. Lanes are synced up as you see minions at the mid and top right now, fighting for their lives. Overskilled. Super Death actually might be in a little bit trouble. Uses that final slash, trying to keep up. It says dashing back and forth, finally taken down by J-Law. Superman, gets torn apart by the darkening of Toru, and this might be all she wrote for Overskilled. The team turning their attention to the mid lane. Now they catch a song, and there is only one left. I don't think Kawa Patootie has it in him to be able to defend this core, and that is going to be a third game for MLC Maple Leaf.
I do think the camera's a little bit they're not Maple Leaf, but they are Overskilled. They are showing the, I guess, the defeat cameras for them. But congrats to Maple Leaf for winning their third game of this series, coming in a little bit strong, you know, kind of faltering this game, but actually still coming in and winning this game with a 20-7 on the scoreboard. Gina, this game actually getting the MVP on the Lunox gold lane with the KDA of 5-0-10. So no deaths to Gina on golding this game. Actually really amazing. I would commend him on that.
Yeah, did a great job and a great pickup there too as well, to be able to kind of counter out that Harith and really kind of held that team at bay. Right now, I mean, it was fairly even. The score doesn't really tell the story of this game. I want to say a little bit more oomph put into the side of Overskilled. They had a better draft this time. They had a better early game. They were able to catch. At the beginning, Song wasn't really face checking a lot of bushes that he shouldn't have been. They were actually allowing Maple Leafs to kind of come to them and find some of those ganks as well. So I want to say same result, but a much better game here played by Overskilled.
Yeah, let's look into the team stats for this game. We are looking at the damage stats. Nasty Wayne having 63,000 damage on his side for the most damage in the side of Maple Leaf, but we do see Kawa Patootie on the Eve was packing in a punch on that Eve with 17,000 damage. Still not enough to be able to win that game, but we do see on the line, we do see Toru on that Lunox with the second most damage at 45,000.
Yeah, right now, and then as we take a look at the damage taken, 109,000 taken by Pavel, and just doing a great job to kind of keep that off. And then almost the same amount taken by Yoreshi. Just both tanks doing an absolute great job frontlining for their team. You can take a look here at the damage. I want to say a little bit better for the side of Overskilled. They were able to kind of find themselves some towers and even able to use a few objective pushes to kind of find that split pushing ability from themselves.
Yeah, I find it funny that Gina actually had the most tower damage push on that Lunox, you know, something that we don't really see on the gold lane. He had 13k push, but we do see the team fight participations actually. Pavel and Nasty Wayne with the same amount at 80% team fight participation. Just really shows how much impact these two players have in team fights. They were in most of the team fights as well as the rest of the team.
Ooh, actually a kind of a matchup here when it comes to the damage that was output by both of the teams, and small signs of life when it comes to the objectives for the side of Overskilled. But man, I mean, what more can you say about Maple Leafs, who have just been having some great games here, whether it comes down to the draft or how they synergize through a lot of these games. And as you talked about earlier, MVP going to Toru, aka Gina God Mode.
Yeah, really surprising. This game, Gina really pulled through as compared to Nasty Wayne. Nasty Wayne did get the last two MVPs. Gina with 0 deaths this game. we don't see Lunox Gold a lot as much in a lot of professional scenes, but the Lunox pick was for the side of the Harith in lane matchup. So we did see that, he was doing really well in the lane matchup and coming into, team fights, just right there getting a free kill, really great on Gina. He was able to get that glowing wand really early in the game to counter that Harith on the enemy side. And honestly, he just did really well this game.
Yeah, and a great output there, especially to be able to kind of overshine Nasty Wayne, who absolutely did a remarkable job on this Roger as well. You can see there, I mean, just the amount of damage coming out there. Even an implosion here, they caught and took an immense amount of damage and put it on to Overskilled there. Nasty Wayne here, this is where he gets caught trying to chase down Superman, dives with the Lycan Pounce, and Superman actually able to counter him right back.
Yeah, honestly, we do see Nasty Wayne. A lot of these clips, he is kind of just diving in and charging. In this clip, we do see Gina. He was 1 HP over there, but he just kept healing himself up and just trying to survive and barely surviving from death on that R-Lock. But in this fight, we do see... Oh, do you want to continue?
Yeah, there's you can see there right now with the Lord kind of crashing in there as well, all of the damage kind of keeping on to Overskilled, and this was kind of the final wrap up there. I mean, right now we're going on to the fourth game, 3 matches already under the belt there for Maple Leafs, and you have to ask, what can Overskilled do differently to possibly be able to match up what they're facing?
Yeah, honestly, these games happen a little bit one-sided for Maple Leaf. For Overskilled side, I do think that they should have a little bit more communication and synergy when it comes towards the junglers and the mid lane. I do see they are not really, in sync with each other, as we do see a lot of times Song is kind of just engaging by himself. He doesn't have a team with him, or, he's bush checking by himself without a team. And also for Myth 2, we do see him kind of, going in a lot. He did get first blooded last game, by himself. He did get dived by the entire team of Maple Leaf, so he should really just be watching out for, any bushes or anywhere that Maple Leaf could be at.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting pick up there. They have the synergy on the side. I mean, this is just a crisp team on Maple Leaf's side too as well. I mean, we're talking about the former Area 77, who every single season in NACT have just been getting better and better and better, building themselves up a nice little fan base here. And it just really shows against teams who make those tiny little mistakes that we've been talking about, whether it's Song kind of checking a bush without his team around, or maybe leaving open some of those early game picks like the Jawhead and the Nolan, and then kind of allowing them to kind of just continue to steamroll them and kind of get that downhill momentum that they've been going. But here, Overskilled are going to have the first pick up there. You're gonna go ahead, start off with the high-low span out there and a Fanny for the other side. And I have to wonder, is Jawhead still going to be a priority for Overskilled?
I would think Overskilled may just ban that Jawhead on the second or third rounds, because if they don't ban it, J-Law is just gonna, no, not J-Law, sorry, Pavel, he's just gonna pick up that Jawhead and, just help his team out in the early game, something that, they really don't want to see. But we do see a lot of, similar bans to earlier, that high-low span for Yoreshi. We did see Yoreshi pull out that horse in the last 2 games or 2 games of the series, and he was doing work on that horse. He had so much sustain. He just went in with the glorious pathway for his team, just engaging on tanking damage and just being a nuisance. So I think great bans on the side of Overskilled.
Yeah, and still on Maple Leafs, they're still looking at kind of the same bans as usual with the Phoveus. You definitely don't want to give your team there. Still on the board though. Here's what I'm wondering though, are you gonna take out Chip? Are you gonna take out the Jawhead? Because those are still out there right now, and you've kind of dwindled down to those last 2 bans for both of these teams.
Yeah, honestly, I think these bans are pretty textbook right now for both teams. We haven't seen Phoveus at all in this series. He was not open once, as we did see Phoveus a few times yesterday. Fanny is also not getting let open, as they don't want to give Myth that Fanny, and they want to see what would happen if they give it. But we do see that Jawhead ban, as I said earlier. I think that Jawhead from Pavel is deserving of a ban, something that you know, they're like the jungle isn't really looking forward to. But we also see a chip ban on the side of Maple Leaf, like textbook for this whole series. We haven't seen a single chip, as you know, we know his kit is a lot of CC and just teleports for his team overall.
Yeah, it's a good point. Not a single chip at all through all of NACT so far. Just most teams having the outward respect for that pick and just don't want to see it out there on the battlefield. And this kind of last time we saw the immediate Ling pickup, and yeah, they're going to go again with another assassin pickup for Overskilled. They're going to go ahead and get that right away. And I have to wonder if showing your hand this early is maybe a problem for Overskilled, as they did this on this game, and they did it I want to say in game 2 when they had first pick, and you have the opening to kind of be flexible. You can get an Edith in there, you can possibly get a Ruby in there, where you don't know where they're going to go, so you don't know what the composition is going to be. But is it a problem potentially to have that assassin pickup out there right away?
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with you more. There are a lot of better picks open up on the board like that. Like those really Ruby and Edith that's just like so reliable, you know, just getting put on any single lane. I do think that the reason why they may be picking the assassins early is to maybe not give a chance for Maple Leaf to pick up like one of Nasty Wayne's stronger suited assassins, or it may be some stronger suited assassins for the side of Overskilled that, you know, they want to pick up earlier so that the jungler could feel a little bit more comfortable in his jungle. But we do see on the side of Maple Leaf, they do have an Arla and Aurora pickup. I've seen Areshi, actually. Areshi has been playing Arla a lot, you know. I think 2 times so far. Like, I love seeing his Arla. It's like really great. We've seen a lot of good slashes in the last I think 2 games ago, and I just think that, you know, it'll be really interesting to see what he has in store for us for this game. And just J-Law on that Aurora, another meta mid laner pick. Aurora, great CC, great freeze. I would love to see that Aurora paired up with some characters like maybe another Tigreal. You know, you just double CC on that mid lane side.
Oh, speaking of which, some picks that were gracing the banning phase, Terizla and Matilda very quickly picked up by Overskilled here. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that kind of goes into it. And just to match that up, we're going to go ahead and have that Divine Judgment coming out from Kaja. Pavel has had a very great game so far, so I'm kind of wondering where he's going to be going with this. Are you going to be trying to kind of get in there to maybe match up the Matilda when she dives in, or maybe take Terizla out of harm's way? It's gonna be very interesting, but I do like this pickup coming from the side of Maple Leafs.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with you more. On the side of Overskilled, this is our first time seeing the Matilda for the games for Overskilled versus Maple Leaf. I love that Roamer pick, actually. Really great for, you know, just rotating around the map with the mid laner, just giving good vision to her team and just being able to just run around with that dash on her kit. But Kaja, a great hero to, you know, just pick off heroes like that Hayabusa. You know, if that Hayabusa just comes in with the shadow, the Kaja is kind of ready with his Divine Judgment and just getting judgment on that Hayabusa coming in.
Yeah, that's gonna be very interesting. Another note too, as we go into the second banning phase, I see Faramis and Julian taken off the board. I want to say kind of opposite ends here when it comes to like the recent nerfs and upgrades that we got from some of these. Matilda, she has a shorter range, but a lot of her abilities cost a little less mana now, so she's going to be able to spam a lot of those abilities a little bit more here. Terizla, he hit every branch on the ban tree on his way down, whether it comes to the damage he has, his resistance to physical and magic damage, the cooldowns for everything that he has. So we're gonna see how well that Overskilled, can actually use this, because I mean, we've seen other Terizlas here tonight, and Maple Leafs have seen fit to ban it. So obviously still a factor in that XP lane.
Yeah, I'm loving the bans for Claude and Faramis. I do think that the reason they banned Claude after Faramis is because, you know, Framus kind of counters the Claude's ult with another so they don't want to see Superman on the Claude hitting their backline, just decimating the whole backline with Claude. But we do see on the side of Overskilled, they did have a Roger ban possibly for Nasty Wayne, as we just saw Nasty Wayne and Roger last game being nasty and getting a Maniac on that hero. And it's really surprising, Roger did get a few nerfs. We didn't really see Roger bans yesterday, so this is the first Roger ban of the season actually.
Yeah, very apt name, Nasty Wayne, being nasty on all of those assassin picks that he has. He still has that Nolan open though, so wondering if we're going to be going that route, perhaps maybe even going with an alpha pick right now. I mean, what we've seen from these past picks is just that nothing is out of the ordinary for him to be able to pick up. Doesn't matter how mechanically inclined the hero is, he will be able to play it. Toru going to be going back on to that Luna for Maple Leafs.
Yeah, I think that's a really early Lunox pick, but I do think it's because, Nasty Wayne doesn't want to show his cards on that jungle yet. He's still waiting to see, what's good, what's available, and what he should be picking up for to side of OS to counter. But we do see Kawa Patootie picking up that Vexana. I do like the Vexana and Matilda combo on the mid lane actually. Vexana's clearing, I would say it's pretty fast on the mid lane, and she's just able to just rotate with that Matilda to another lane. So I would say rotation wise, it is much faster than that Kaja and Aurora on mid lane.
I almost thought we were playing the wrong game there, and I see that jungle pickup there from Nasty Wayne. I think that's going to be NACT first here. Maybe feeling a little confident here is Maple Leafs. Two firsts apparently, because we've got the Sun, and we're going to have the Beatrix out there.
Yeah, Sun, really interesting jungle pick. We don't see it a lot, maybe Nasty Wayne is like a global Sun player that we don't know about. Maybe he's just really good at it. But yeah, we do see Beatrix being picked up on the side of OS. This is the first Beatrix marksman game of the season. Beatrix isn't really meta. She has fallen off for a few seasons. A lot of nerfs on her kit. She used to dominate, NACT a lot, but with these hero pools and compositions, it'll be really interesting to see what side wins.
Yeah, right now, I want to say that confidence is beginning to shine through on Maple Leafs. This is going to be game 4 between these teams. Moonlight Club Maple Leafs they're on their way to a clean sweep, and we're here at the caster table wondering if Overskilled have what it takes to kind of be able to kind of claw their way to a possible victory. Which draft are you kind of favoring here, Sayori?
Honestly, I did see that Sun pick. I was just a little bit confused. I do like the side of Overskilled draft just a little bit more, maybe that Sun kind of swayed my vote a bit, but I do know that Maple Leaf does have a lot of potential. They do have a lot of communication and, just team fight together overall. So, even with that Sun pick, if the mid laners are rotating with each other, if they are getting the objectives, I do think that they do have a chance this game, or they might win this game.
Yeah, it's I'm not gonna lie, that Sun pick came out and I had to do a double take. I didn't know if maybe there was a mistake with the draft, but that just shows the confidence. And when you have the synergy that these teams have with that Maple Leafs, especially that Maple Leafs have, we've seen it here from the very first game, how organized they are, helping each other in the jungle, rotating together, and not just rotating together, but even with little things like the Litho Wanderer, you'll see the XP lane coming down there to help out with it. It's just this well-oiled machine coming from there, and I do not envy the hill that Overskilled is going to have to climb to contend with it. But ladies and gentlemen, the last game of this series, it is going to be Overskilled taking on Maple Leafs. Overskilled fighting for their lives here, trying to get a single victory over their opponents.
Yeah, this is the last game of the series for Overskilled versus Maple Leaf. Overskilled has not gotten a single win yet, but hopefully this game they'll try and show that they really do have potential, and they should be one of the top 8 contestants for the NACT fall season. But we do see that, Nasty Wayne on the Sun is a little bit slower in the jungle rotations, as Supermyth has cleared out his camps right now. But we will see what will happen with that Sun jungle soon.
Yeah, Pavel is going to go ahead and find a song here. I want to see if maybe it's just going to be a little different for a song here, especially on a Matilda, something that, ooh, you see there, Supermyth trying his best with those quad shadows to find an opportunity. But I'm wondering if maybe we'll have a different, something a little different here from Song, because you're on a Matilda, something that doesn't get as punished for, you know how often he likes to kind of get into those bushes. Toru actually in a little bit of trouble. Shadow kill is not going to be enough, but is able to throw out the shurikens to finish the job. That is going to be a first blood going to Overskilled.
Yeah, no, early game Overskilled. Usually, we've seen in a lot of the games, Myth wasn't really doing too hot in the early game, but he did get his first kill on the first blood, and it kind of gives Overskilled an advantage as, there is a turtle up. But we do see Nasty actually being the first one on that turtle. Supermyth being down on his red buff, he is kind of getting, kind of shuffled by that Kaja, kind of just giving the team vision for the Hayabusa. Yeah, so Nasty Wayne getting that first objective. Supermyth not being able to get close to it as Pavel was kind of just hitting him with his whip on Kaja, the red buff.
Yeah, and even with that, though, I want to say, even with that turtle, right now, Overskilled just narrowly kind of hanging on to the gold lead, which kind of says something about their farming ability right now. Song, I want to say Song probably having a much better time with, as I say, that gets caught with the Divine Judgment. Caster Curse is out there right now. But Song, luckily, able to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Just as I say that, Shadow Kill goes on to Pavel to punish him for daring to put that Divine Judgment onto their roam.
Yeah, we do see Supermyth kind of pulling up on the early game, getting another kill on Hayabusa, kind of snowballing himself at it as it is the 3-minute mark. And Overskilled does have 2 kills and is ahead in the gold lead by about 1k gold.
Ooh, they thought about it, but the brilliance comes out for Toru. Great planning on that, but it's not going to be enough, and slammed down. Another kill. It is 3-0, but here come the reinforcements. Maple Leaf coming with the numbers. Are they going to be able to find a kill? They find one onto Supermyth, and now kind of matching it up. For the first time, Overskilled in this series do have a lead.
Yeah, with the pick of the, I would say, Sun on jungle, it kind of does slow Nasty's lane's jungle down, but he's invading, actually, by himself solo 1v4, but he barely escapes with his monkey. But as I was saying,
firmly between his legs as he runs out of there, narrowly getting out of harm's way. But yeah, I want to say maybe overreaching a bit with this Sun pickup there. Not exactly having a huge effect on the jungle there. Doesn't really have that burst potential. Speaking of which, Divine Judgment comes out. Superman going to use that flicker to get out of harm's way, but Toro comes in to finish the job. He's going to use that brilliant circling eagle. Still lands. Pavel looking for an opportunity from the backline. Supermyth comes in looking for that shadow kill, but it looks like we have a pause out there for this team right now. And I want to say almost a tie game when it comes to the gold. 3-2 right now. The first time in any of these games that Overskilled have had themselves a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, I would say the early game actually goes to Myth on this hand. He did get 2 early game kills, allowing his team to kind of have some leeway, kind of snowball into the game. As compared to the first few games, that the first blood did go towards the side of Maple Leaf, kind of giving them that early game lead. But I think right now with the team fights, we did see that Maple Leaf did kind of, edge out of that team fight. They did win it, and they are kind of, a little bit ahead in this Overskilled.
Yeah, and right, I want to say from the beginning, Overskilled doing such a great job of getting those rotations, getting to the side lanes as well with the Hayabusa to kind of get in there and really kind of push back Toru. They found 2 kills on him so far, 2 of the 3 kills that they have right now. So they're doing a great job. It's just that now it seems like it's starting to come together for Maple Leafs. They're as soon as that kill went down, the entirety of the team was right there to try to punish punish them for it, but it's just the little bit of like, I want to say it's an anchor right now, having the Sun on the team who's not able to burst down a lot of these targets, especially when it comes to the buffs. You saw them, they had time. He turns towards the enemy's orange buff, and the enemy even had time to kind of, they got back up, they got to the orange buff, and they were able to push him back without him actually being able to steal that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the games for Maple Leaf, actually, it was more of Nasty Wayne doing a good job on that early game, snowballing for his team, you know, getting the kills, going through his jungle, getting objectives. But, you know, for this game, Sun, a little bit slower than most assassin meta junglers. He isn't really able to pick up that early game as we have seen in the last 3 games. But so that kind of just shows that, you know, a jungle is a really integral part in a team. And because of that, you know, his team might have to pull up a little bit more, you know, to kind of help him with that and, you know, do their part in being able to win the game for this series.
Yeah, so I am being told that it was Yoreshi who was having some internet problems, so they're giving him a little bit of time to reset his Wi-Fi, to get it back up to playable mode here so that we can get back into this game.
Yeah, you know, maybe he has to go out. Maybe he should go out and get some McDonald's Wi-Fi. Like, that toaster Wi-Fi, no good. You know, he had to pause the whole game, but, you know, it's all good. We're still waiting. We're waiting for that.
That's that actually kind of reminds me of early NACTs when we used to have some Wi-Fi problems, and we would get the notes from these team members like, dude, he's running out across the street right now to go to McDonald's so that he could go and play on the Wi-Fi over there because his was so undependable. But as we take a look at these the roster here again and the compositions that they're working with, I want to say it's very interesting here, especially to see the Beatrix back out there. We haven't seen her in a very long time. I'm actually kind of dubious as to why. I mean, the kit on paper, you've got just this amazing amount of different things that you can do, but maybe it's just to the point that she can use all of these abilities, but she's just not exceptional at either one, and that being like a sniping, or when she's got the shotguns out, or other abilities out there as well. I want to say right now, some better games or some better roaming going out there for Song right now, because he has the Matilda, because he has the ability to get himself back out of harm's way. But as this game continues, as Pavel starts to come online, he's gonna need to be very, very careful about those bushes that he checks, because if he checks one that Pavel's in, you're gonna have a divine judgment and the entirety of Maple Leafs on your heels.
Yeah, I'm liking that Beatrix pick. Like you said earlier, honestly, she's not really meta right now. I do think that she's a little bit more mechanical than a lot of the marksmen. She does have 4 different kits, so you have to use your brain and, you know, use those different kits wisely. As, you know, sometimes it's good to have Canyon, a sniper ready, maybe an SMG ready for her kit, but it all just depends on how the players play. But let's look back at some of the highlights. We do see Gina here actually getting caught out. 3-man dive. Again, he did get 4-man dive here by the side of Overskilled and just dying, kind of giving Gina not a really good lead, but we do see Nasty Wayne coming in on that Sun and killing off Superman.
Yeah, and this is the amazing thing too, is that they have not only done better in their drafting, but they have also figured out what a big problem is for them in a lot of these games, especially with Gina God mode there. So they are able to, they found out what that target was, and now they're kind of they're forcing on it. They're starting to put the damage there. They're starting to put the ganks down there, to the point that now Maple Leafs uncharacteristically have to answer to the tone that Overskilled is putting on there. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and jump right back into it. J-Law starts off in a bad way, has that revenge strike, is going to tick down and be able to put him down.
Yeah, we are back in it at the game. We do see J-Law going down, kind of giving Overskilled a little bit of advantage on this next turtle, the second turtle. So we do see that Maple Leaf is not contesting this turtle, as their whole team isn't really ready to actually fight for this. But we do see that amazing rotations coming from Song and Superman. They just, after the turtle, they just went straight back into the lane. And we do see Song giving Superman a lot more like vision and more leeway, not really following the mage as I think traditional rotations go for, but I think this is great for the gold.
Ooh, that mid lane. Oh, I saw that coming from a mile away. Kawa Patootie unsuspecting to the 3 Maple Leaf members hiding in that L bush. And then you found a divine judgment. Yureshi came in with the final slash, and that was all she wrote for the Overskilled mage.
Yeah, that you know, just because, as I was saying earlier, because Song was following the marksman, actually, the mage just kind of left open without really any vision or anyone to kind of like help her out. So that's the reason why she actually did get caught out on that mid side by the side of Maple Leaf, and just going down by that divine judgment.
Yeah, that's a great call out there too. And then that's what kind of happens when you have such pressure. Ooh, speaking of pressure, 4 members lying in wait for Maple Leafs. Pavel comes out right in the beginning. Ooh, not sure if this is a fight that you're going to want. Come in, Quad Shadows is out with the shadow kill. Yureshi goes down. The rest of Maple Leafs looking for an escape. Song taking a heap of damage, but still able to get out of harm's way. 6-3 right now. Maple Leafs actually for the first time in this series caught on the back foot and unable to really answer. Super Myth goes in. J-Law might be in trouble. Does he have his passive? Shadow Kill says no, he does not have his passive, and that is going to be another kill for Overskilled.
Now, Overskilled kind of dominating on this game 4 at 7 minutes in the game. They are 7-3 right now, currently ahead only by about like 1K, 1 to 2K gold, but they're doing an amazing job this game compared to the last 3. Because of this death from J-Law, they do go ahead and get another turtle, so this is gonna be their last and second turtle of the game. They are pretty ahead. You know, I think Super Myth is doing a great job on this Hayabusa. Kind of, I would say, jungle gapping, you know, Nasty Wayne on this Sun, this unorthodox side.
Yeah, it's gotta be one of those little wake-up calls. I gotta wonder about that Sun pickup for the side of Maple Leafs. I mean, there's confidence, and then there's picking up a Sun. Nasty Wayne, as I say that, gets gunned down by Superman, and that is going to expand the lead to 8-3. Only a 3K gold lead at the 7-minute mark, so not completely out of the water just yet. Speaking of which, we do have a shadow kill onto Pavel. J-Law in a little bit of a trouble. The rest, Yureshi looking for an escape himself as Song gets taken down. They've turned this around. Superman in trouble. Toru not able to finish the job. Runs into super death.
Mega kill.
Yeah, Superman just coming in again to get that kill on Toru. Gina, I think Gina kind of overextended a little bit trying to go after Superman on that Beatrix, kind of losing his life and just giving Overskilled just another extra kill on the scoreboard.
Yeah, dare I say, a little bit of scrambling, a little sense of pressure coming from the side of Maple Leafs as they are starting to make a few mistakes here. The last few games, they've been firmly in the lead or tied, and this is probably the first time they're actually coming from behind. You can sense a little bit of that pressure coming. As I say that, Superman gets taken down there by Nasty Wayne, but in turn answered by Song and Kawa Patootie at the bottom. Another fight coming out there as Super Myth looking to find an escape. Quad Shadows are on. Shadow Kill is going to finish off Yureshi, expanding their lead to 13-6. Is this the life we were hoping to see come out from Overskilled?
Yeah, Super Death. We just saw him just barely escaping on that Trizzler with 1 HP. Rushing, kind of overextending like Gina earlier, trying to go for Super Myth on that Hayabusa and getting a shutdown, but not being able to as his whole team did just come and shut down Yureshi. But this gives Overskilled a really big advantage as they do have map control and they have the ability to actually go for their first turtle in the entire series on the 4th game at just 9 minutes. So, you know, Maple Leaf kind of should be thinking about, you know, maybe let's not troll pick next time. Let's actually, you know, try to, you know, build up our gold and try and come back from this game. But this game is looking a little bit shaky for the side of Maple Leaf.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 5K gold lead in favor of Maple Leaf. This is the first time that they're on the back foot right now. And that's kind of the big telling sign for some of the better teams. Can you get onto that back foot? Can you still sit here and try to defend while knowing what you need to do to kind of bring this game back? A lot of teams that we've been seeing absolutely end up crumbling when they lose the advantage, when they lose that steamroll and that confidence. We'll see if Maple Leafs are going to be able to kind of come back from that.
Yeah, this game isn't really looking too hot for Maple Leaf, as we do see that Overskilled are having advantage. They are pushing it on that Lord side. Their lanes are not really synced, but we do see that Maple Leaf is coming back to reinforce the team for this Lord push.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Oh, we do have a Divine Judgment that lands, and SuperDuck's going to have to use that, go ahead and use that punishment. Oh, Pavel gets taken down. Supermyth finds himself a shadow kill there, and this looks pretty grim for Maple Leafs, who had some stunner games in the first three, now fighting for their survival in this fourth game right now. You can see a Song and the rest of Superman going to go ahead and put the coverage for their team member. It is down to 2 high grounds. In comes Ureshi, misses a final slash, gets caught up and bursted down by a Superman.
Yeah, we see that, Pavel isn't really doing too hot this game, trying to use his Divine Judgment, but it's just that Maple Leaf just does not have the damage to actually go for anyone on their side. Ooh.
Big penalty zone lands onto the enemy team. Supermyth is down. Pavel here trying to fight against it. It's 3 members versus 4 right now, wondering if they're going to be able to defend. This is a unique look for Maple Leafs with 1 high ground tower, possibly rethinking this Sun pick after all. Pressure now onto the mid. Oh, we do have a flicker. They're going to go ahead and look for the engagement, looking for Superman, but those guiding winds coming out from Song are more than able to save their team members, as Overskilled able to kite Maple Leafs into some of these engagements. Oh, big pop up into the back line. J-Law looking for an escape. Penalty zone lands on the 3 members. Down goes a mage for Maple Leaf, and the rest of the team clamors on top of Super Death and make him pay.
Yeah, we do see that Maple Leaf this game is struggling a little bit more than usual. They are behind by around 8k gold, and the Lord has just spawned. They are missing their mage on the side of Maple Leaf, so I'm not sure if they would actually want to... Oh, I do see that they are trying to actually contest for this Lord, even though they are down 1 member, but we might be seeing a Lord dance soon, but we do see Myth going on top side, just clearing right before the Lord. So something that a lot of teams do, they clear on the opposite lane just before Lord.
Oh, and just like that, they went ahead. They're able to sneak out this Lord. For some reason, Supermyth saw fit to go ahead, go to the top lane, clear that. As soon as they saw Supermyth at the top lane, the rest of Maple Leafs went ahead, barged in on this Lord, bursted it down. Ooh, we have a Divine Judgment. Big pop-up by the 2 members. Down goes Kawa Patootie. Song is next on the list. They're chasing down Supermyth. This might be bad for Overskilled, and just like that, Maple Leaf have a firm grip on this game.
Yeah, I think that was a really bad fight for the side of Overskilled. I'm not really sure why Song and Kawa were in that position. They did know that the side of Maple Leaf did just get their Lord, and they were still somehow kind of in their jungle, and because of that, they did get punished and die off. Same for Supermyth. He kind of just went in the fight and kind of just got caught on his shadows, not being able to survive. And this does give Maple Leaf the advantage in this fight, winning the fight and being able to actually push all the way into the inhibitors.
Yeah, you can see them, all the pressure coming down to the bottom and the mid lanes right now. Lord hasn't even crashed just yet, so they're still going to have to contend with that. Is Overskilled. A little bit of vision there from the Sentinel going to be given to the bottom part of the jungle. Maple Leafs doing a good job now, doing what they've been doing before, cleaning out the jungle. I want to say a little bit of an issue with syncing up all of the lanes this time for Maple Leafs, but I want to say they just clawed themselves back from a pretty big deficit. So now looking to possibly match this up. Lord crashing down on top. Pavel finds himself a Divine Judgment. You can see Super Death with all the CC onto him, gets bursted down. Song unable to protect his teammate there. And from the mid lane, Nasty Wayne might have been caught. Nope, that's just one of his clones. And just 2 high ground towers left for the side of Overskilled. How Maple Leafs have turned this around is beyond me. Big final slash comes out there from Ureshi. Finds Kawa Patootie. Toru putting the final touches. Supermyth comes in onto Ureshi, but pays for it with his life as Pavel finds a kill of his own.
Yeah, no, we just saw like 3 minutes ago, we saw that Overskilled was kind of, you know, on the side of Maple Leaf's base and kind of pressuring them out. But, you know, we are in 15 minutes right now, and we do see a new change in pace. Maple Leaf, they are ahead right now in the gold lead at 15-minute mark. They are pushing in on the towers. You know, they were behind earlier, you know, with that Sun. It was a little bit really shaky early game, but like right now, as you can see in the gold, we do see the jungler Sun actually ahead of Supermyth in the jungle with a 1k gold lead, as well as the gold laner on the side of Maple Leaf being 1k gold ahead of the gold lane on the Overskill side. Kind of just shows that, you know, even though they were behind, they actually are still ahead on these important roles.
Well, now is where it all matters. This next Lord fight, both of these teams are standing on even ground, looking at about full items for all of their members. You can see Super Death there trying to bait out the Lord. Both teams looking for some position, and I know Sun doesn't want to show himself at the top of the map, because the minute he does, Overskilled is going to rush for this Lord. They're looking for a fight. Right now, Sun shows himself at the top. They have to see it. Are they going to react to it? Because nobody's actually going for the Lord just yet. They're still trying to poke around here, looking for an opportunity. Ureshi and the rest of Maple Leafs still kind of dancing around, so you have to wonder about the plan. Now, right now we're still kind of at a stance. We do have a conceal play down, looking for Super Death. He catches one member there. A big final slash goes out. They do find Superman down there. And is that going to be enough? Look at the back line here. Supermyth in trouble for the side of Overskilled. He's getting pushed back. Now this is great spacing for the side of Maple Leafs, looking to take this Lord. Overskilled not looking to let it go freely. They're trying to find a position here, headed up by Super Death sitting at the front row. And that is going to be another Lord kind of pulled out there. Nasty Wayne doing a good job of juggling, hitting the Lord, backing off. Ureshi in the front finds a final slash on the song. It's not going to be what they want. Big Frozen Super Death finds a kill onto Pavel. Lord getting lower and lower, almost down to about 10% right now. Putting the damage on. Kawa Patootie finds a kill onto Toru. Nasty Wayne finds the Lord, but his team might be paying for it as Ureshi procs his immortality. That is 4 members, a full team of Overskilled, and only 2 members of Maple Leaf ready to try and defend this core against Overskilled, who have shown the new signs of life in this game 4.
Yeah, this game is looking like it may go to Overskilled if it's a tower lock right here. They, on the side of Maple Leaf, they only have one player, J-Law, defending, but this game 4 will be going towards the side of
Overskilled right now, who just captures them a victory from the sound clutches of a 3-game streak in defeat. What a huge game for Overskilled.
Yeah, you know, Maple Leaf, they had a shaky start in that game. Oh, this was, okay, wrong screen, but we know that Maple Leaf, with that Sun pick, they did have a shaky early game, but we know that Maple Leaf in overall has won the series with a 3-1 on the scoreboard, so victory to them for the series.
Yeah, but the story here, I mean, a great game played by both teams, but this is something I've been wanting to see from some of these teams. 3 losses down and out, and finally able to muster it together, find something that works for you, take away some of those early game picks from the side of Maple Leafs, and then put pressure into those side lanes where they were having the most trouble, trying to hold Toru down until it was unmistakable, and Maple Leafs just did not have a way to come back.
Yeah, honestly, let's look at the damage stats right now. We do see on the side of Overskilled, Kawa Paturi on the mid lane, putting in the work on the Vexana with 78k thousand on the Vexana. And we do see Myth on second for the damage, though, at 63,000. So it kind of just shows that, even though Vexana, we may have not seen a lot of like plays from that mid lane, we know that she did pack a punch during that whole series or whole game.
Yeah, I mean, you could see here, I mean, some great picks and then some great priority from them. And this, I mean, there were some signs of life coming from Maple Leafs. They were able to kind of mount a last little comeback. But when it came to that final Lord fight where it all mattered, Overskilled did a great job of juggling, finding the targets that they need. They eventually lost the Lord, but they ended up punishing Maple Leaf for it because it cost them 3 members to take it down. A great job and a turnaround here for Song, who might have found a little bit of a niche for himself on that Matilda pick. He had a great success with it rather than he did on all the rest of the roams that he had.
Yeah, compared to the last 3 games, you did see Song kind of struggle on that roam, but last game on the Matilda pick, it kind of just showed up and showed us that, even though we saw Song may have not been doing the best with feeding earlier, he did pull up on the Matilda for the last game of the series, and we can see the damage charts. We do see Overskilled overpowering Maple Leaf with the damage at 68k damage lead, but for the objectives we do see, and the gold per minute, we do see that like they were pretty close to each other. Overskilled getting 10 objectives with Maple Leaf just getting 9. So just 1 objective difference, maybe possibly a Lord objective. But on the gold per minute, we do see not that far from each other, just around a 300% 300 difference. But the MVP of this game does go to Song on the Matilda with a KD of 0 to 20. Did a great job. Want to explain more?
I want to say well earned, especially for a lot of the heat he took for those first 3 games. A lot of people calling for his throat, but here showing, especially on a Matilda pick, just did outstanding to support the team, get them out of harm's way when they were taking too much damage, keeping up those guiding wins. So there was always shield provided for the team. So just a great job here by Song, and a very big difference between this roam and what he was playing before, and the possibilities that he was playing, because he was getting caught in a lot of those bushes and a lot of those issues, and here he was able to shine through and protect his teammates.
Yeah, honestly, I'd say that the Matilda is a really strong pick, and I understand why that a lot of the games that Matilda is getting banned off, and it just kind of shows that Matilda has the capabilities to shield the team, give extra shielding, give a dash, let people run, just give that CC with her ultimate with the guiding win. So just amazing gameplay from Song overall this game.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty amazing to see, and I'm actually kind of curious to know if maybe Maple Leafs might be second guessing that Sun pick up there. You see a lot of these fights, they were having a lot of issues. It takes Sun a little bit of time to really ramp up the damage with his clones. It's not what they're used to, and not really what the meta it favors right now. It favors those really quick assassins, get in there, get the kill, get out. That's really not the play style for Sun. It's kind of more of a try to outnumber them with a bunch of clones, put on all of this damage, and then kind of like walk away. And that's just did not favor Maple Leafs in this fight. And here you can see the last fight there, the Lord picked up by the side of Maple Leafs, and eventually, finally, the final push there for Overskilled.
Yeah, great games overall. Welcome back, Zeke. What did you think about the games?
A lot of it was tough to watch. Honestly, it was tough to watch. A lot of really controlling gameplay coming from Maple Leaf. And I actually wanted to pick your brain, Story. You're the one here with all the professional gameplay. You've got the experience. What do you think, for the most part? I'm gonna leave out that last game because it was. There was a couple factors that went into making that game. But what do you think Overskill really needs to focus on if they want to avoid this same thing from happening in the next coming matches over these next couple of weeks?
Yeah, so from what I've watched, I do think that they should really focus on that early game, help out their jungler Myth. I did see that in a lot of the games, Myth did get caught out really early in the game, and his team was not there to really help him. His mid laners, Song and Kawa, they were kind of missing or like not really there to help. So I do think that he should watch out on the early game before a turtle fight, so that when the whole team's up for a turtle, they are able to actually, go together, start a turtle fight, and possibly win it and come out with an extra turtle and extra gold and EXP. But besides that, the early game, I do think that, the last game they did well. Well, I would say a lot went towards that Sun pick where Nasty Wind wasn't really able to keep up on the jungle. But that's what I would think that OS should be, looking out for in the next few games.
I think that's very well said. I did feel like the Maple Leaf crew did a fantastic job at controlling the entirety of the series, but Nasty Wayne especially getting a whole lot of sick, nasty plays, but then that Sun came up and maybe he overextended, and I'm hoping that they take the opportunity to look at this as a humbling match, so that way they don't make that same mistake of getting a little bit too overly confident when they are in a controlling spot, because you're only going to have so much room that you can give up. But I want to hear more from Private after this interview. Who you guys got for me? Toru, how are you feeling, man?
I'm good. How about you?
Oh man, I'm tingling. So I got some questions for you. Okay, so
yeah,
MPL looked so much more coordinated than Overskilled. Did you guys do anything out of the ordinary for yourselves to get to that level of coordination that gave you that advantage?
Yeah, I would say we really worked hard, and we tried scrimming like the top two teams, which are GG and C9, and I think we improved a lot just scrimming them.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I think it's important to play against good teams if you really want to improve yourself. What do you think OS, Overskilled did well? I know they took a lot of losses. I know you guys beat them up pretty bad in those first couple of games, but what do you think that they did correctly?
I think it's like the early game, because like they can keep us like not get the lead as much, and yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. So I gotta know, man. I gotta know. Give me the tea. How do you think that you, as a gold laner, stack up against other players like Zia or Basic?
I don't know. I think they're like much better than me because they have like international experience. But I think if I train a lot harder than them, I would be the same level as them.
So are you worried about that matchup if they come, if you happen to come up across either one of these, through NACT or in NACTs to come?
No, not really. I think I have the potential to be like as strong as them. So yeah, I'm just gonna work hard and see what happens next.
Okay, so this is a question for the viewers, because viewers want to know, what heroes do you recommend people play on the gold lane if they're wanting to rank up a little bit easier?
Rank up, I would say Moskov, Roger, or Claude, because like they're really good at early game, and you could just kill anyone and just get out of like the team fight after you kill someone.
Okay, so I got my last question for you, so that way we can roll through this NACT. Who are you guys hoping to match up against next? And I know I am asking you to speak for your team, but so you can speak for yourself, who are you wanting to match up against next?
I would say Godspeed, because like we're really good friends, me and like the other teams and other players in Godspeed. So we really want to see them. We really want to see us versus them in like next week or maybe someday.
Someday. Well,
yeah.
Regardless of whether you want to or not, it's going to happen at some point. But I'm not going to hold up. You guys did fantastic. You played so well, and I'm so proud of you guys. I look forward to seeing you guys next week. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So, fantastic interview. Love him. He's very, he's confident, but he's nice and smooth with what he says.
You can disconnect. Thank you.
I'm really looking forward to see how he progresses and grows as a player. But Private, I want to know from you. You've seen a lot of teams come and go. You've seen teams grow and overthrow. What was the difference between some of these teams that we just saw versus teams that you've seen in the past, if any?
Well, I mean, we've talked about it before, especially Maple Leafs. It's just kind of a rebranded Area 77 and this is something I've kind of honed in on and talked a lot about when it comes to North America, is the ability to stay together, keep that synergy with your team. I don't think a lot of people can appreciate how much it means to keep that synergy with teams and continue practicing and continue scrimming, not just scrimming, but scrimming some of the top teams in North America here. I'm super excited to, especially with how humble he is, and especially because this is kind of the first outing I believe in any NACT for Gina God mode, because like I said before, especially now, he's gonna be, I think he's gonna be one of those players that really kind of shoots to the top, because I mean, he's gonna get a ton of experience, especially since he's not gonna be warming a bench for any of these teams anytime soon, and it's just a great outing for the team in general.
Sarah? Yeah, I really liked how Gina was so humble in his interview, and he didn't really say, oh, he was the best marksman. He didn't want to cause any beef with a lot of the other well-known marksmen in NA. But like, I'm really excited to see, as he said, the fight for his team, Maple Leaf, against Godspeed. And I do know that these teams are friends. I think the skill levels on both are pretty similar, so I think for these two teams it'll be really interesting to watch them clash against each other and not just have a one-way game.
So I agree, very humble, but I think he needs to put a little bit more respect on his own name and say, hey, when it comes time, they need to be watching out for me. But with that being said, I am going to take us to break. Thank you guys so much for this awesome cast job, and go get some water.
A darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here!
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
yet. They're on a kick on top.
Hey guys, what's up? Welcome back. We hope that you guys enjoyed the little break. I know our commentators had to. They put in a lot of work, just like these teams that we just watched. Beautiful game matches that we witnessed. A 3-1, the first loss in a series that we've seen any teams take so far, meaning that we're going to have a nice, strong finish tonight. So we have another team set coming up. We're going to have Excellerrate versus Cloud9. I think this is going to be good. Private, how did you feel about that last match?
Last match, I want to say, I mean, we've been looking for something other than clean sweeps here, looking for teams to kind of pull themselves up from a decent amount of losses, and Overskilled was able to do that. They might have, I want to say, go back to the drawing board on a few things, their early game, some of the picks that they had, and how they set up for potential objectives. But man, it's great to see a team that's able to pick themselves up, and I'm going to be interested to see how they do in their future games.
For sure. Yeah, Maple Leaf coming in, having a really strong, I would say, debut as a newer team, but with a lot of like older players that we do know of, like Gina and Yoreshi, as well as Nasty Wayne and MDL player. But yeah, I'm really interested to see like what they have in store for us. You know, after a lot of those games, it did feel really a little bit one-sided the last few games, but really interesting. Yeah.
So let's take a look at this matchup coming next. We've got C9 versus Excellerrate. How do you guys feel about this matchup in comparison to this last one?
I mean, it's no secret that a lot of eyes in North America, even internationally, are on how well C9's performance can be here against a brand new team for all intents and purposes in Excellerrate. I mean, a lot of history for Cloud9, not just as an organization, but as the team here in North America, formerly the one that with Zane, 3 members with Zane, were able to get to the grand finals of North America, and then now with 2 new members on it, especially with the inclusion of Naths from the Philippines. A lot of people's eyes are on here and their performance.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of players right now are looking at BTK and C9. We do know that they did have they had a jungle swap. So the side of BTK or GG, they did have best player, and now best player is on the side of Cloud9. So I feel like, and with the addition of Nats on the EXP, it's like basically their kind of debut into tournament scene with this new lineup. So we'll definitely be seeing what they have in store for us today, as they are against Excellerrate, a newer form team that kind of just like swiveled their way into the top 8 for NACT.
If you guys listen really closely, you might hear coins like in a purse jingling somewhere, or that could just be money saved from this next giveaway. Scan the QR code right here if you want to have quick, fast access to locking in this skin while you can. If you can't, you still have the option to put in this code here to get that clockwork made for the Nana skin, but be aware that there is only 30 of these hero skins available. First come, first serve. If you're not fast, you're not gonna get it. Private?
Yeah, quick, fast access. This is what it's all about. I know while I'm talking, Sayori is tippy tapping on her phone to try to snatch one of those 30 skins away.
Yeah, guys, I'm scanning that QR code right now. I do need that Nana skin, guys. As you know, I am a Nana player, so yeah, guys, hurry up and get those skins.
What a fun skin. I love a lot of the Nana skins. I think that they're well made. Very cutesy, very demure character. Love to see that.
Yeah, a lot of the skins, a lot of the things that you can purchase now, including, I think we talked about it before, there's a lot of new things in the shop that you can be using diamonds for, including a lot of those MPL recalls out there. We've seen an entire using of them here throughout some of these games as well. So, I mean, it's always fantastic, especially when that price is free.
Yeah, you know, there are a lot of new upcoming skins. ML is making a lot of these like really interesting recalls. So I think a lot of you guys, you know, getting that Nana skin, also go check out some of the newer skins and recalls we have right now from ML.
So I think the best thing about the recalls is when people spam them, we got to get the taunting. But for who's going to be taunting, that's what we need to see. So we're going to have Nats on the EXP for Cloud9, best player back in the jungle, Mark Cutie on mid, Cold World on Roam, and Basic, the big man himself, back on the gold lane. How do we feel about this lineup? Private?
One of the interesting things that has come up when it comes to talking about Cloud9 is the communication and the synergy of this team. It has been a big talking point for all of North America, even being one of the talking points for why eventually Mobazane decided to move on to a different group that he felt more synergy with. With the inclusion of Best Player here, with the inclusion of Naths, who is another Tagalog speaker, is this going to have an issue between them out there on the battlefield? I think we're going to find out, but I mean, you're looking at a very, very strong lineup here in North America.
Yeah, I really like Best Player's jungle when he was playing for GG, but right now he is coming to Cloud9, and this is Best Player's meta. Actually, it is the assassin meta, and as we all know, Best Player 1 is strong on the assassins. He is very versatile on a lot of these assassins like Ling and Fanny, and I think that a lot of the teams should be looking out for him in the jungle. But I am loving the new team, but we do have the next team, Excellerrate. We have Reinforce on the XP, Baby Zen on the jungle, Duck Luck on mid, Tara on the roam, and Kaisik on gold lane.
Private?
Well, I mean, this is a brand new team for me. No doubt a brand new team for a lot of North American fans, able to eke by through the qualifiers and make it here to the top 8. They just happen to have the unlucky draw of having to go against Cloud9 in their inaugural outing here. And I mean, if it's any team, I mean, you're going to need to kind of pull out all the stops here when it comes to draft, when it comes to play style, when it comes to those early game and setting up objectives. You're going to need to be on point, because no doubt every single mistake that you make, Cloud9 is going to be there to try and capitalize.
Yeah, like you said, Excellerrate is one of the newer teams coming into the season, and it's also one of the only teams this season with a female player. Something that a lot of us have looked into. Like, I think last season, okay, there was only 2 female players, so Nicolette and me. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what Excellerrate has with the female mid laner.
Absolutely. And with Excellerrate being a newer team, I don't know much about them, but I'm hoping to learn a lot tonight. And with that said, who do you guys think is going to win?
Well,
Ooh,
it's no doubt that all of the predictions going over to Cloud9. I've talked about this before. You have yourself a stacked deck right now with some of the best players in North America. Oh, yeah, and a best player on the team as well. You have a coach in a Coach Midnight as well, and then that professional organization right behind you. We talked a little bit about it. Best player, arguably one of the best junglers for this meta. We're going to see if he can kind of show that out tonight.
I think for me...
So,
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, looking at those predictions, I was hoping one person would pull a Yui and pick Excellerrate, but I guess all of us really want that 100% win rate on the caster prediction, so all of us just picked Cloud9.
For me, there's a lot going on, and I do really want to take a second to say that just because everybody voted for Cloud9, Excellerate is not out of this. They're just the underdog coming in. We do have some cool facts coming up about Nats, though. Sayori, can you take us into it?
Yeah, so we do have Nats. His role is the XP for Cloud9. His favorite heroes, he did name 3, Arlott, Yuzong, and Edith. His favorite player is Basic, his gold laner on his team. Hobby is cycling. His hometown is a Bington. I don't know if I butchered it. And he plays on an iPhone 14 Pro. So, yeah.
Something I'm really looking forward to seeing is how Nats as a player is going to synergize with some of these guys. The Cold World and Basic combination dominated all of the last NACT, and I'm really curious to see how they're going to fit Nats, such a fantastic and reputable player already, into that synergy to really make it stand out.
Well, I mean, that's a super interesting point to bring up too, because I want to say XP laners play a very pivotal role in some of those early objectives, because especially the first turtle fight is right on the XP lane. So you're looking for the XP lane to clear out and then get to the turtle and make sure that he is a force to be reckoned with. As we take a look at some inside information on Excellerrate, this is Reinforce, who will be matching against Nats in the XP lane. His favorite hero is Cho. Favorite player? He doesn't have one. Or maybe he's keeping that a secret as well. Favorite hobby is playing PC games. His hometown is St. Petersburg, and the device he plays on is a Samsung Galaxy S23. Finally, some Samsung love out there.
Yeah, it's I kind of find it ironic that he loves playing PC games when he is playing a mobile game. So maybe he should have put favorite hobby playing mobile games like Mobile Legends. But it's okay. It's okay, Reinforce.
That's a sponsorship. Mobile Legends. Get them. Somebody at them. I'll tell you what, though, I'm definitely excited to see how this matchup is going to go. Nats versus Reinforce. Again, Reinforce having a lot to showcase in terms of ability, and it's something that I do want to also take a second to say it. If he can match up well against Nats, I think that's going to be a huge testament to himself and be something that can inspire the rest of Excellerrate in these games to come.
Yeah, the big thing is right now is Nath has a huge amount of experience behind him. All of these players have a huge amount of experience behind them. So Excellerrate needs to be on their P's and Q's here, because every single position out there, you're going to want to be safe. You're going to want to make sure that you're not making mistakes. And I mean, who better to kind of challenge your skills against here if you're looking for the top of North America than Cloud9?
We do know that Excellerrate is like one of the underdog teams for the season of NACT, and even though they are facing Cloud9 for the first week, like, I hope they show us some of their skills and, you know, the reason why they actually made it to the top 8 and why they should actually stay here and keep their spot here on NACT.
And you know, speaking of keeping their spot, who's going to keep it? We're about to find out. Let's get to the draft.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see if maybe I want to see how well both of these teams clash out against each other. Cloud9, best player, has been one of my favorite players in North America. I've seen him like grow up through the community tournaments like NASL all the way to when we started doing production here with NACT. So I've seen him grow up here, and he's had a little bit of rough times after it comes with North America. When it gets to that international stage, a lot of people say that he can kind of get frozen. He can kind of not play to his full potential. So I'm looking for him to kind of grow here and really show everybody here tonight what he is all about, especially in a meta that favors the heroes that he loves to play.
Yeah, like you said, we should be keeping a close eye out on best player on that jungle. You know, picking up one of his stronger suited assassins would be really fun to watch as he kind of goes around the map and shows us what a true assassin player should be doing. But on the side of C9, we do see the Chip getting banned out first, and I think that's typical right now as we have been seeing Chip get banned out for the entire day, and he has not been picked once in the entire series so far. So on the side of Excellerrate, we do have a Hayabusa ban, an assassin ban countering best player. I think right now he is actually currently in the meta, getting used a lot. We did just see Hayabusa getting used the last series, as we saw Myth doing good work on that Hayabusa against Maple Leaf, but no Hayabusa for best player today.
Yeah, I'm expecting Hayabusa and Ling to be the priority bans for Excellerrate here. You definitely don't want to give best player his comfort picks, but also when you're looking at that too, what has been really favorable for a lot of teams are a lot of those XP lanes. And with a person like Nats, I'm kind of wondering, what are you going to give up? Are we still going to focus down on that Phoveus ban as well, just to make sure that he does not get something that is so strong, especially for a player coming from the Philippines with MPL experience. You see on their side, they're going to go ahead, take out the Ruby for Cloud9. Still waiting to see where Excellerrate are going to settle on. But like I said, I'm very much assuming this is going to be a Ling ban. If there's not a Ling ban, I'm expecting the Cloud9 to scoop that up quickly.
Yeah, you know, on the side of Excellerate, you know, I would be looking at all of the players. I would be trying to ban out best player, but they also should be cautious of their mid laners like Marcuti and Coldwell on the mid. They have really good synergy, as we have seen last season of NACT, and it should be something that they should be trying to think of banning out. But we do see the Fanny ban going towards best player. They might just be banning out all the assassins for best player. One of his stronger suited, I would say, assassins. Fanny takes a lot of skill and mechanics to actually, you know, go around the map, use the cables, and it's something that, you know, best player is like really strong at doing. So yeah, Fanny out the door.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting too. I did kind of forget about the Fanny there. I usually like, when it comes to this, I don't like to have all of the assassins banned out. Fanny, I feel like, has some very obvious counters that you can pick up for your team. So it's one of those ones that I don't usually like seeing banned. But if you're going to focus it down, I mean, more power to you. However, are you going to leave open the Ling and then give up a Phoveus? It's going to be the decision that has to be picked out here. On the side of Cloud9, it looks like they're focusing down on that XP lane, as a lot of those tankier problem type characters that are still in the meta there. Ruby, even though she takes a few items before she starts coming online, and then Hylos, who just right from the get-go, this huge horse tanking a ton of damage, slowing down your team, and being able to kind of like push you away from objectives.
Yeah, on the side of Excellerate, we do see a Zushin ban, so no Ling ban and no Phoveus ban, so it kind of just gives Cloud9 like the leeway of deciding, oh, what do they want more? But oh, we do see the first pick going to the Arlaw. Really interesting. We have a lot of heroes open right now, as I said, the Edith, the Ling, but Cloud9 did decide on giving Nats that Arlaw on the first pick, so it's something that we should be kind of looking out for, as it's a really interesting first pick.
Yeah, and it's I want to say this kind of shows a little bit of confidence. I mean, we're all pretty much assuming that this is going to be going into the XP lane. It's not exactly flexible. I mean, we've seen it. I think we saw Shark on it as a roam before too, but I mean, he's a little bit more comfortable in the XP lane, maybe with the fact that Nats probably has the most professional experience of any of these players. They're going to want to look to outfit him first, and just like that, we're going to go ahead, pick up the Roger here for the side of Excellerrate, and then go with the Yuzong. So still some pretty strong picks out there as well left out on the table.
Yeah, so I'm also really surprised at Excellerrate maybe not picking up that Edith. I feel like Edith is she's really reliable. You can put it on the EXP, put it on the roamer. You can always pick up another one of those positions later on. But they do pick up that Yuzong and Roger. Roger just getting a nerf a few days ago, but the team on Excellerrate still picks that up. We are not really sure if it would go on the gold lane or the jungle, so it's also very versatile where that Roger would go to.
Yeah, and right now you can see Cloud9 scooping up Nolan. Sorry about that. Nolan. So they're going to have a big, I want to say this is kind of a draft that mirrors what we saw from the last series when you have the Nolan, you have the Vixana out there. So a big burst from that early game for the side of Cloud9. And that's something that Excellerrate's going to need to kind of watch out for, because alongside that, the Roger pickup can fall really behind. He's one of those that you need to get that early game with him, let him get ahead and start dishing out a huge amount of damage. Once he starts falling behind, it gets very hard for him to kind of still compete in a lot of those team fights.
Yeah, so currently we are waiting for the pick from Excellerrate, their third pick. Looking at the team compositions right now, we do see that on the side of C9, we do see that team comp a lot going on, but we do see Tara picking up that Carmilla on the roamer side. Really interesting, actually. We did just see Carmilla yesterday, but Carmilla wasn't really doing the best. So I'm like, I'm a little bit, hesitant about that Carmilla pick, possibly needing a good mid laner to, combo with that Carmilla.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. We saw it yesterday and it did not have a great performance. Although I will say on the professional seed in MPLPH, it has 2 picks and 100% win rate. So it just depends on what is around you and what is complementing her kit, especially with her Curse of Blood, which is able to turn, you share damage on the opponent's side. So if you hit one person, the rest of them will be taking damage. It's really going to come down to how well a lot of those are kind of placed out. As we move into that second banning phase, Harith going to be taken off the board for Excellerrate. Now I want to say a firm focus being put on to that gold lane.
Yeah, as you can see on the side of Excellerrate, they did ban the Harith for basic. Actually, we have seen basic on the Harith a lot during his pro scene, I guess we'd say, and he does pack a punch with that Harith. He puts a lot of work on that mage gold. But we do see on the side of C9 there is a Sicilian ban. Really interesting ban. Maybe ban it out, not have this combo with the Carmilla, as we do know that Sicilian and Carmilla do have a really unique passive where Sicilian is actually able to pick up the Carmilla and just plop him back in him and allow her to escape from any team fight. So, I think that's a really, interesting and fun ban.
That's an interesting read. I mean, I guess we saw a Sicilian yesterday. I believe it was played by Zia in that gold lane. So that is interesting. And yes, when you do have the Carmilla and you have the Sicilian paired up, you get that, the waltz, I believe it's called, is when you can absorb Carmilla, take her out of harm's way, and then, yeah, plop her, as you said, plop her back down onto that battlefield to soak up some damage. I was about to say, too, on the side of Excellerrate, while we do have the Harith ban out there, I was kind of looking for that Moskov ban to shine through as well, as it's one of those ones that really plays well into how Basic likes to play, which is kind of as a split pusher for his team. He really leans into that role, and when he's on a Moskov, you probably won't see him in a lot of team fights until the very end, once you see that Spear of Destruction honing on in.
Yeah, I think that's a really great read on Basic. We know that he is, you would say, like the split push king, as you would say, and I think Moskov is a really great hero for him, that he's able to just not be in a team fight and just come in last minute as he's, probably pushing the other opposite side lane. But we do see Framus getting banned out for the side of C9, and Aurora getting picked up for Excellerrate, and Atigio getting picked up for the side of C9. Really interesting picks.
Yeah, you have the Aurora out there, and it's interesting too. We do see that the Faramis pick getting taken out. A lot of CC, a well blend here for the side of C9. You've got some early game, you've got some CC, even some potential tanking ability. We're just waiting for that last, I want to say, a marksman pickup. I'm assuming possibly like a Claude, yeah, coming out for their side, and now waiting for Excellerrate to see where they're going to go with this final pickup.
Yeah, great read on that Claude pick. Prime, honestly, I feel like you know Basic more than his team knows him. Like you're getting all these picks right. And for the side of Excellerrate, they are waiting on a possible jungler or gold lane. They do have the Roger, but Roger can be put on the gold lane or jungle position. So we will definitely be seeing what Baby Zen has in store for us. I feel like there's not a lot of junglers that are open currently. I mean, most of the assassins are banned. We do have a Ling up right now that could, be on par with the Nolan, as well as a Julian, another assassin that is kind of open. But we're still waiting for that last pick that will finalize Excelerate's roster. A Bane pick.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting here with a Bane pick. It kind of changes up the play style that you're going to be going up with this composition, where I think Nolan is going to be headhunting. He's going to be looking for those kills, looking to get to the side lanes, looking to pick off opponents who are straggling. On the other side here, Excellerrate with the Bane pick is going to be looking to take towers, look to push the objectives, to get that ultimate out to push back the team of Cloud9, and then just get in there and quickly chop down a lot of these towers. So very interesting composition coming from both of these teams.
Yeah, honestly, really interesting, but I am liking Cloud9's team comp a little bit more. I think that is a little bit more of what we see in tournament and MPL in meta currently, the whole team comp lineup overall versus Excellerrate. But Excellerate does have an interesting lineup that we will definitely be seeing on how they will put that to work.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have been waiting for. The last series of the night is about to begin. Cloud9 making their NACT Fall debut against Excellerrate.
Yeah, as you can see on both sides for Excellerrate and Cloud9, the junglers are starting their blue buff, getting a little bit of help from the mid laners. We do see on the side of Excellerate that Carmilla is actually starting up that red for Babies and, putting a little bit more damage on it. But we do see Marcutie and Coleworld actually rotating towards that EXP at just 43 seconds in the game.
Oh, yeah, this is exactly what you want to do against the Yuzong. Right in the opening minutes, you're going to want to put an immense amount of pressure, because that is when he is the most susceptible to ganks. A great read by Cloud9 to sense that in there, to send them up there right away. Even with Baby Zen, I think they've noticed Baby Zen going up to their jungle. This might be the bad move. There's 3 members here. He already takes some damage from Marcutie getting pushed, and that is going to be a second kill for Cloud9.
Yeah, as you can see in Cloud9's rotation, it just shows how the mid laners for Coleworld and Marcutie, their strong rotation and synergy really puts a big impact in the early game, as we did see, their early game rotations did get them a lead with 2 kills and 1k gold ahead at just 1 minute in the game. This is really the Cloud9 that we were hoping for.
Oh, Reinforced might be in trouble, gets pushed there by Coleworld, and then in comes the final kill there from a best player to get on that Fracture. 3 kills already. That is like a kill every 20 or every 40 seconds for the side of Cloud9.
Like you said, 1 kill every 40 seconds. We do see Cloud9's big lead ahead of Excellerrate, and because of that early game in the 2 minutes, they are able to get the first turtle, a free turtle, where we do see Baby Zen is just starting his blue buff and not really contesting.
Yeah, they're going to try to contest this purple buff. I'm not even sure who got that mark. Cutie finds the kill onto Baby Zen then, and nowhere seems to be safe for Excellerrate as Cloud9 have already started the push into their enemy side of the jungle.
Yeah, we can see Cloud9's rotation currently early game is really strong. We see Coleworld, he's like, you know, he's following the mid laner in the early game, but right now as he is walking by himself, he's going to enemy jungle, kind of setting for the team, showing vision, doing what a tanker should be doing on their role.
Oh, Duck Luck gets caught in the bush lacking. Thought she had a surprise position, but ends up getting hit by a ton of mage power there, and her health was halved just hiding there in that bush. And right now we're looking at about a almost 3k gold lead for the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, honestly, at just 3 minutes, that gold lead is insane. We do see Coleworld, you know, kind of by himself, taking a little bit of damage, but Excellerrate is trying to, you know, come back at this. Their mid laners are sticking together, you know, going into the...
Unfortunate for Duck Luck. The passive is out, but it's not going to be enough as best player finds himself a kill. Tara looking for the safety of the tower is going to be able to get away. A little bit of a taunt there coming out, but now Kai might be in a little bit of trouble. They're sandwiching him on both sides here. We do have the Eternal Guardian out. Tara goes down, and that's going to be another 2 kills for Cloud9. A 7-0 lead, but on the other side, Baby Zen trying to make great work of it to try to pick up this purple buff.
Yeah, Cloud9's overall like mechanics, early game rotations is just like really showing as that the gold lead is just still at 4k right now at just 4 minutes, and they're at a 7-0 lead. We know that their early game rotations, you know, them sticking together, camping bushes allows them, you know, to be patient enough and wait for someone from Excellerrate to come by, and they just, you know, quickly snatch up that kill and just run away and just continue on with their day. But we do see Coleworld invading Baby Zen right now, but no, Baby Zen does get his orange buff.
Yeah, right now, it's just, I want to say the rotations are just pristine for Cloud9. They go and try to move down to the bottom lane. They don't see any opportunity there, so they go ahead and hide in their opponent's purple buff bush and able to spring a surprise on them when they rotate back. As we take a look here at the items.
Yeah, looking at the items, we can look at the... Ooh. the items did just go off, but we do see that Roger just got his first item at 5 minutes, the Wind Talker. But on the side of Cloud9, we do see that most of them have gotten their first item, like the Claude with one of his core items, as well as Nolan and the Vexana getting their first item, going into their second. We do see the gold lead is really ahead on the side of Cloud9. Best player is ahead by around 1k gold on the over the side of the Roger, on the not Roger, sorry, on Baby Zen. So honestly, it just shows how right now their lead ahead in rotations and this invading just gives them this big of a lead against Excellerrate.
Yeah, and they're starting to press the pressure here on to this purple buff. Ooh, they haven't hidden in the buff, so Baby Zen might be able to pick up. Oh, he is able to pick it up with his retribution. But right now, Cloud9 is just this unstoppable force. More than a kill per minute, and looking at about a 6k gold lead for them as they move into the mid tower. Just like clockwork, they've taken down all of the tier 1 towers.
Yeah, right now we do see the third turtle coming up with Cloud9 kind of having the position of this turtle, but we do see that the side of Excellerrate, they are trying to help out their jungle, who may be a little bit behind from this as compared to best player, and just, you know, sticking with him in the jungle. So I think that's a good thing what they're doing. They're all kind of grouping together as a team, fully knowing that they are at a 5k gold deficit compared to Cloud9.
Oh, they actually might be kind of caught. Reinforced looking to run for the hills is going to be able to get out there. Curse of Blood misses all the members. A freeze onto Nath is not going to be able to stop Cloud9 from being able to take that second tier tower up at top. Baby Zen actually might be caught, catches a fracture for his efforts, and that takes him down to about 10%. He does unload with a deadly catch, but it does not catch any of his opponents. A final slash into the back line, procs the passive for Duck Luck, but it's not going to be enough to save her as Basic chews down that tower. We are almost left to only the high ground towers for Cloud9 at the 7-minute mark. They are making quick and efficient work of this game.
Yeah, you know, earlier we did see Tara use up that ultimate. I think that was not the best case, as she could have used it on that team fight in mid lane and helped support her team. She did use it a little bit earlier as she tried to combo with Duck Luck, but none of her team was nearby. So it kind of just, like, she kind of just wasted that ultimate earlier. But I think right now for Excellerrate, they really can't be doing much. They are at a 9k gold deficit and can only stick back to their inhibs, you know, try and stick together, wait for Cloud9 to actually make a mistake and actually try and capitalize from one of their plays.
You can see those little recalls, the little RRQ, or is that RSG? I'm pretty sure that, yeah, it's the RSG recalls coming out there, which is the home team for Nats, so where he used to play. Right now, 8-0, very little to nil breathing room for Excellerrate on this game. I want to say Cloud9 had a great plan going in. They know that they can't allow Baby Zen to get anywhere near their towers, so they immediately decided to jump in onto his purple buff to try to strangle out any type of jungle that he could be getting, and he is falling behind fast. We are at a 9k deficit for Excellerate at the 9-minute mark.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Excellerate can actually do in this game. We do see Cloud9 has been dominating since the 1 minute mark, as they are clearing all of Excelerate's jungle, you know, kind of freezing up the lanes, not letting him get extra gold, and waiting until the Lord actually comes to be able to push down on these lanes and just like pressure down on Excellerate, you know, making them, you know, just feel a sense of pressure and, you know, struggle as they like cannot keep up with Cloud9 and their gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing comes from here is just like, what can you do? You're already at about almost, it's almost getting to about a 10k gold lead or a deficit for your team. You're turtled up in the base. There's not many plays that you can make that are going to result with a good team fight. And speaking of which, we do have a Black Dragon out trying to chase down best player. He thinks twice of it as he splits up his team, and they are getting nailed down from the side. Duck Luck able to use that passive to get herself out of harm's way. They leave without taking a death, but now have the Lord crashing at mid, trying to put in the damage. Ooh, a big spike up into the air for Excellerate as they get hit with that Eternal Guardian from Marcutie. Now moving on to the top high ground, looking to close this one out quickly. Is Cloud9 going to be able to do it? You can see minions coming down, crashing at the bottom. Duck Luck actually finds a kill onto Nats. Victory here for Excellerate. Maybe a little bit of breath. That is going to be enough to back off Cloud9.
Yeah, you know, Nat's death, like, I would say Excellerate did defend really well because of that defense and one kill on Nats. It kind of gives them more of a breather room and knowing that, okay guys, we have not lost it. We can, you know, still defend, you know, keep going, try and maybe, you know, pick off someone from the enemy side and just maybe come back from it. But maybe a little bit hard, as we do see the gold lead is actually getting a bit wider right now, around 10 to 11k, and Best Player just kind of going in on a 1v1 against the gold laner, and Kylix just dies on that launcher.
Yeah, Kyle, I mean, he needs to kind of put a little bit more respect on junglers there, especially if they're fed. You're not going to be able to 1v1 and duke it out with a Nolan there. We're going to see the last high ground tower going down. Cloud9 closing its clutches around Excellerate now. The core is exposed. Minions out there. Black Dragon is out. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to survive. He's trying to swoop around. It is going to be taken down by Basic. 2 more players go down. Baby Zen is out for the count. Kai on the back end looking to try to get a kill onto Best Player, who expertly able to kite him out and dodge it. And ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a Cloud9 victory.
Yeah, amazing teamwork from Cloud9 as they do secure the first game in just around 11 minutes or 12 minutes or so. I think great synergy overall, 11 minutes. So the scoreboard is 14-1 in Cloud9's favor, with best player getting that MVP on Nolan with a score of 5-0-5. Great work to Cloud9 on the first game.
Yeah, a great game played by there, especially when it came to the rotations. This is something that I'm super excited for with Cloud9, especially in that early game. They immediately knew every little trick in the book that they needed to pull off here, whether it was early ganks onto reinforce, because Yuzong can be highly susceptible to ganks. They were in there, they get that kill right away, or whether it's kind of rotating down to the bottom lane, seeing that they don't have an opportunity there, so they're going to go ahead, hide in the purple bush, and then they end up catching Duck Luck rotating back to the mid lane. It's just overall a great map presence coming from Cloud9 that really kind of like sealed the deal for here, especially in 11-1 at 11 minutes, or no, 14-1 at 11 minutes is absolutely insane.
Yeah, we do see, let's look at the damage taken charts. We do see that Colruyt is doing his job as the roamer, tanking around 38,000 for the side of Cloud9, but on the side of Excellerrate, we do see that Yuzong and Carmilla, taking up a lot of that damage taken, around 55,000 for each. It kind of just shows that, like, we look on the side of Cloud9, they're not really taking that much damage. It just really shows how dominant they were in that game. But on the tower push, we do see Basic with the highest tower damage, around 20,000, with best player right behind him. On the side of Excellerrate, we do see not a lot of tower push. Just kind of shows that Cloud9 was more dominant in this game.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of an odd, I say it says 100%, but that's only one kill on the side of Excellerate. So that just kind of goes to the three people who were participating in that single kills. We take a look here at more stats here from the damage. The damage was almost tripled by the side of Cloud9 here, with 131,000 to the 57,000 coming out from Excellerate. Objectives, I mean, not a tower even scratched for the side of Cloud9, as they took down very much like clockwork and strategically took down all the towers and the cores and turtles, not even being able to test to contest. And here, MVP, best player.
Yeah, for best player, on the side for Nolan, we do see that his kitty is 5-0-5. He did not take a single death that entire game. And for best player, he actually did really well on rotations with his team. On the Nolan, you have a lot of dash. He kind of just comes in, swoops in with his dash, just basic attacks, and just runs out and just kills all of the people on the side of Excellerrate. I feel like for Jungle, he was really ahead. Jungle gapping the side of Excellerrate on that Bane. Baby's Zen he couldn't really do much, as he was getting invaded by the whole side of C9 in his jungle, and it kind of just gave best player upper hand in the jungling, and just allowing him to farm up and just like come in team fights and just do all of this damage.
Yeah, and I want to say it was a great job by the team, especially in the early game, to allow best player to get a lot of these kills if they were available, especially when it came to that Yuzong kill right from the beginning, that first blood. You saw the entire team kind of back up to allow best player to scoop in there, go ahead, get the fracture, and be on his way. And you saw it down there at the bottom as well. One thing, though, I want to kind of bring up, too, for the side of Excellerrate is, especially in that early game, we have to work on our decision making when it comes to our map presence. You saw the kill go over, they got the first blood, Yuzong goes down, and Bane sees the enemy see him going into their jungle. At that point, you should have been like, let me go ahead and turn around. Jig is up, boys. I'm sorry. It's just a mistake. But he continues on in there, gets surrounded by 4 members, and they give up a second kill within like 30 seconds. So it's just little things like that. Like I said, every single mistake you make, it's going to be punished by Cloud9. So you need to kind of make those decisions a little better.
Yeah, there are a lot of times in that game where Cloud9, they were sneakily camping some of the bushes around their jungle side and like the river side, and Excellerrate not really knowing kind of walking towards those bushes and just getting a a jump scare, a surprise on the side of C9 where they just get one shotted down and they just die off, and C9 kind of just runs off with an extra kill, looking all happy with all of that extra gold that they just got. So you are right, Excellerrate should be looking more into having more I guess like map awareness around the map. But let's get into this draft right now. We do have Excellerrate banning Fanny as their first ban. We do know that best player is a very good Fanny player, so one of the bans is targeted towards him.
Yeah, I mean, this is you thought that some of the last matches with a Nolan on it were bad, but he is. These are some of the heroes that are his bread and butter: the Fanny, the Ling, the Hayabusa, things like that. That he really made a name for himself here in North America. So I definitely kind of keep those off there. I'm not even sure what type of adjustments we do when it comes to the banning, because I don't really feel like the banning was the problem. Maybe I would have made a couple of different decisions when it came to the composition I was looking for. Carmilla has been a little rough pickings here in North America. I think she's like a 0% for the 2 or 3 times that she's been picked up, and I just feel like she has uses. There are just better alternatives that you can kind of put out there. I think you even pointed out Edith was available as well. I probably even might have taken a Lolita over what we had. It just it depends on where the hero pool comes in and what your team can synergize well with.
Yeah, Carmilla currently is not really in the meta, and I would say that she is really good if paired with good combo heroes. So when she ults, like maybe some heroes that are able to just like kind of deal damage, so the damage just goes through all the people in the ult. But currently right now in the meta, we don't really see her, so there are a lot of better alternatives on the tanking. But we do see on the side of C9, I think they did miss their first ban, so we don't have a ban on their side, but we do see Excellerrate banning off the Hayabusa, and we do see that chip ban going through for the side of C9. So very basic bans. Again, Excellerrate is kind of banning out best players hero pool, but we do know that there's not enough slots to actually ban out all the assassins that best player could play, as he did just pull out that Nolan.
Correct me if I'm wrong, did we see a Phoveus ban in the last game?
No, I don't think there's a Phoveus, actually.
So
not really sure now.
We actually saw it slide through, which is very interesting to me because I consider him probably one of the premier. Yeah, there was no Phoveus ban because I was expecting him to get picked up by the side of Cloud9, but Nats ended up picking up the R-Lot. So really interesting there. There are some choices that you can still go with. Oh, we do see that Zeusin being picked off by Excellerrate as well. I'm not sure if Cloud9 missed a ban or if we're just not seeing the ban that they went with here. So we're just going to see what kind of this develops out with some of their picks.
Yeah, no, I do think Cloud9 may have missed one of their bans, so kind of just freeing up an extra hero on the team for maybe Excellerrate. And we do actually see that Phoveus getting banned out this game. So it was kind of weird that maybe it kind of went through last game, but now they see it open. They're like, okay, let's just ban it because Excellerate does have that first pick. But we do have a lot of heroes up currently. We do have a lot of junglers like the Hayabusa and the Ling. Oh, okay, we do see a Ruby first pick, which is actually Ruby has been getting banned out a lot in these games, and we know that Ruby is very versatile on different positions. So she's able to go on the gold lane position, the EXP position, and the roaming position. So getting first picked here is great for the side of Excellerate, so that C9 doesn't really know what Excellerate's actually gonna pick out for that Ruby.
Yeah, so it seems that they actually did not, or they missed a ban there. So that isn't a graphical error, and it's not a ban that we're not seeing. They just missed a ban there. Maybe it's a part of their test to see how good they are, if they even need all of the bans on their side there. We do see the pickup from the Julian and the Hylos being picked up by Cloud9. We've already seen how well Julian can kind of get around the map, especially when he has a little bit of help. We saw from Maple Leafs. that just that little bit of help with the Jawhead to kind of help him. He's going to be able to kind of get to those side lanes very quickly, get those ganks in as well. Hylos here, still a good flexible pickup. You don't know if it's going to be going to Cold World or if it's going to be going to Nats. I do dare say it's probably going to Cold World because I almost feel like Nats would be wasted with a Hylos with how mechanically inclined he is.
Yeah, so really interesting. We do see best player picking up that Julian, one of his also strong suited assassins. But we do see on the side of Excellerrate, they do pick up that Carmilla for the second time, you know, testing waters again, as well as the Badong. Am I seeing things correct? Am I seeing things clearly? Like a Badong on the XP pick?
That indeed is a Badong coming on the side of Excellerrate. Maybe looking more to kind of go with comfort picks that they want on their side rather than trying to stick to the meta, which isn't a terrible plan when it comes to it. I mean, dare I say, like with the M3, the legendary M3 matchup with BTK there, a lot of their picks weren't in the meta. It was picks that kind of that a lot of people thought wouldn't work, but it's that they played it so well that it actually worked for them. So I mean, it's not exactly a terrible idea. However, I mean, it's usually to the point that the meta is the meta for a reason, and there is a reason certain heroes don't get picked as often. And I want to say, sticking with this Carmilla pickup, which kind of didn't really play a huge factor in the last game. There just are better options out there. You have Tigreal out there. You have a Matilda isn't even banned out right now, and she has been shown to be super strong.
Yeah, so for the side of Excellerrate, I'm really, I would say, not really liking the draft right now. I really did like that Ruby on the first pick, but I'm not really sure why they would pick out the Roam and the EXP right after. It kind of just gives away like what position each of these heroes are gonna go for. It'd been so much better if they actually picked up one of the mages earlier, or maybe the jungle, because now on the side of C9 they do ban off that Sicilian. Maybe it's something that Duckluck was looking to actually play, but now not getting a chance to. And the Badong could be also picked up a little bit later in the game, as Badong is really meta, so you know C9 wouldn't really actually want to ban that hero out, so it'd be something that you can pick up later. So it's okay. No, it's a little bit shaky, but we do see that Excellerrate has banned off that Roger, so possibly not wanting to see Basic on that Roger gold lane as he had played in last NACT.
Well, I want to say the Roger pickup, especially from the last game that we saw, kind of shows Roger doesn't really shine in that gold lane anymore. I really feel like he's kind of situated and kind of planted himself in that jungle. If you're going to use him, he's really going to have to be used in the jungle. He really kind of favors trying to get ahead of other people, getting ahead of the enemy team when it comes to gold or experience out there as well. Moving on to the second banning phase here, Sicilian taken out again. Maybe this is something that they do commonly, the Carmilla and Sicilian connection that we haven't seen. I don't think I've ever seen it in the pro scene, is both of those characters together. So it would be kind of interesting. Fredrin taken off the field by Cloud9 as well. We're just waiting for that last ban to come in from Excellerrate.
Yeah, so Fredrin, a really interesting ban. We know that like this meta is the assassin meta, and banning out of Fredrin, which is a tank, not really meta. He did get a few nerfs, not really used. We don't even see Moba Zane using that hero, but on the side of Excellerrate, we do see them banning out Basic and his hero pool. So Moscow banned, but we do see a Bruno getting picked out. I think this is the first game of a Bruno. So this is Bruno's debut with Basic on that Bruno.
Yeah, this is definitely the first pick for the Bruno. Oh, and a pick that is near and dear to your heart, that little Nana pick up there for Duckluck. And I have to agree with the point you brought up before, is that we had the kind of the flexibility with the Ruby pickup, but then we went ahead and basically showed all our cards with the next pick, and we know where everything is going right now. We know that Ruby's probably going to be in that marksman lane, Carmilla is going to be taking up the roam position, and Badang is going to be be in that XP. Bruno is going to be a very interesting pickup here for the side of Cloud9. We haven't seen him too often, but when you have that front line, when you have enough CC out there and you're allowing Bruno to be able to kind of get those stacks up, get that crit damage up, he can absolutely be a menace. Oh, but with that last pickup there, Baby Zen going to pick up possibly one of the better junglers that is not an assassin in this current meta with that alpha pickup.
Yeah, you know, is this MOBA Zane's contester on the alpha? We haven't really seen alpha picks, and you know, this is the first alpha we've seen that isn't really MOBA Zane. But on the side of C9, we do see Coldworld picking up that Raphaelia. And I would say that she's like a Matilda, really good with rotations on the mid. She's able to, you know, use her second skill, heal, speed up her teammates, you know, going through the jungle, a little bit squishier compared to that Carmilla, but she has an amazing CC kit on her ultimate. So it's also the first debut of seeing Raph in the NACT for this season.
Yeah, Raphael is going to be a huge help when it comes to kind of keeping the team topped up with that health that she provides, and especially with the mobility where she gives a nice little speed up. So this is going to be an all engagement team. Like all of these I want to say all of this composition for Cloud9 specializes in really like just honing in very quickly, finding somebody, jumping on them super quickly as well. And then when you have your escape too, you can have the Hylos there as well. But ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be game 2 of Excellerrate taking on Cloud9. Excellerrate desperately trying to make Cloud9 pay for the earlier victory they got over them.
Yeah, looking into the drafts, we do see both sides are a little bit, you know, unorthodox. We do see that Bruno pick as well as that Badong pick, but we do see Coldworld right now kind of pushing out Duckluck from that lane, just, you know, hitting him with that first skill. But we do see that Julian did clear faster than Baby Zen on that Alpha, which is surprising as Alpha's pretty fast at killing jungle.
And just like that, they're going to make Tara pay for all of that forward momentum that they were trying to put. Baby Zen actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. You can see both Cloud9 members. Coldworld actually takes a heap of damage. Best player going to turn around, now covered between 3 members. Baby Zen might be in a bad way. Duckluck hesitant to kind of poke her face over there. Desperate, only able to watch her teammate get put down. It is 0-2 at the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, again, just like last game, we did see that C9 did have a really big advantage with 2 kills on the board at around 1 minute. So we're seeing that again for this game. Rather than going for the Badong this time, they actually went for Baby Zen on the jungle. So it's kind of slowing down the Alpha's jungle speed, which is something that we should that they should kind of be wary of, as Alpha is an early game jungle, and he does need the early game speed and clear to be able to be what he's going to build up to as one of those heavy hitting early game junglers.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very interesting to look at here. Duckluck actually takes a lot of damage there, is going to be poked down, and passive has been removed. All the while, best player working on this first turtle. And now Cloud9 turns their attention to the orange buff. Baby Zen still able to grab it and snatch it up with that retribution.
Yeah, right now we do see that Cloud9 did get that first turtle, you know, a little bit not uncontested, but you know, Baby Zen couldn't really do much, as we do see that best player is a bit ahead. And right now we see Coldworld and RQD kind of rotating together as a team, kind of, you know, putting on pressure to Baby Zen in the jungle, just like showing off their presence, telling them, we're here in the jungle, you guys better be scared of us.
Oh, yeah, and they're just doing such a great job. Look at how they're kind of isolating Excellerrate they're kind of containing them within their own jungle, too. They want to try to move to certain bushes. There's already a Cloud9 member there to go ahead and spray some damage and dash away. Here come 3 members here. Kai might have overthought this. Gets brought down by best player. That's 2-0 for best player right now. A 3-kill lead for the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, best player is just having like the time of his life playing these 2 games. He's getting snowballed really early on the jungle and just like rotating around with the mid laners, which really allows him to actually, you know, be at where he is at his level, at his gold, and he's just like rotating around. So I think great job to Cloud9 right now for their early game. They just as one of the top teams, we know that their early game would be really strong. Best player again taking down Duckluck on that mid lane.
Yeah, it's just one of those things you need to really worry about, especially when you get tapped down really low at about half health, man. It's about time to return back to base, especially with the burst potential that you have coming out from Cloud9. The combination of that with the CC means that if one person catches you, it's basically game over for you. You see the rest of the team, ooh, a little bit of immobilize on the Tara, who looking to get caught again, and here comes the glorious pathway from Nats on the side lane. He came from bottom lane to find that flank. What impressive map presence coming on from Cloud9.
Yeah, we do see Nats coming all the way from bot side, and like the reinforce on Excellerrate side barely just coming in just right after that fight. It kind of just shows that this EXP difference between a veteran player like Nats and one of the newer players like Reinforce. It just shows that like rotation gap that we have seen in the EXP lane.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering about the lineup here. What the thinking process was to have a Bedang taking on a Hylos. I mean, the only thing I can think of is Bedang can possibly get that Demon Hunter sword, can maybe start chunking down. Oh, best player actually gets CC'd down a little bit, is going to be able to find himself an escape. But Excellerrate, look at how quickly they're being pushed back against their jungle. They're almost at the gates right now. Mid tower, not long for this world, as Cloud9 are going to be making short work of it.
Yeah, just at 5 minutes, we do see the scoreboard being 0-5 in Cloud9's favor, and they are ahead in the gold by around 6k gold lead at just 5 minutes. So I think this gap was way bigger than we have seen last game. So it kind of just shows that Cloud9's kind of, you know, getting better at what they're doing, which is just dominating in these matches.
Ooh, we do see a little bit of a problem for Reinforce. Is going to have to go ahead and try. He executes that flicker quickly to get out of harm's way from Cloud9. But look at it. We're already almost down to high ground towers at the 5 minute mark. Just like clockwork, Cloud9 knows exactly what they need to do, exactly where they need to be, and exactly what they can take here. Best player, Mark Cutie. Oh, Baby Zen might be caught. Big pop up there. We have the Curse of Blood is out. Is it going to be enough? Glorious Pathway is out, and Baby Zen fighting for his life, but best player puts the finishing touches on another kill. 4 for this game already.
Yeah, right now it's just 6 minutes in the game. We do see all of Cloud9 just 5-man stacking in Excelerate's jungle and just, you know, walking together, getting objectives. Like, you know, there's not really much for them to do. They are really ahead right now. They, you know, the only things they can do is actually just push and try and like start up a team fight, and they know that they're gonna win this team fight because they're all really ahead in gold. We can look at the scoreboard right now. Cloud9 with 23k in gold, and Excellerate only 15k.
This is just an amazing push here by Cloud9. The map of presence they have right now, they're only at high grounds right now with 7 minutes on the board right now, and still minions starting to come in. I think the only mistake that I've even seen that that Excellerate isn't even able to capitalize on is that they haven't kind of synced up all of the lanes. As you can see them kind of jumbled up at the top, so they don't have like a complete map pressure to really spread out Excellerate. Ooh, as I say that, Nats comes in with a glorious pathway, looking for an opportunity, and this is going to push back Excellerate, allow Cloud9 to put some damage onto this tower. Actually, they do find a kill onto Kai, unpunished. Cold World actually gets a little bit low, but they do escape to safety.
Yeah, so as we can see, you know, it's 7 minutes right now, and C9 is actually right under Excelerate's base. Marcuti dashing in with no fear, just dashing right out. You know, I think that Cloud9 at this pace, they may end the game in around like 10 minutes. What do you think?
Yeah, that's the crazy thing is Marcuti came in, he used the I'm offended, and flickered back outside of the base, snatching up one of Excellerate, using their own abilities almost better than they are right now. And now with 2 high grounds down, they're going to turn their attention, clean out the jungle, and move with the First Lord. And I'm not even sure that Excellerate is going to be able to last after this First Lord.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking this game is just going to end in that 10-minute mark. A Lord at just 8:30 with with Excellerrate just defending for their lives. There's only one inhib tower up currently, and we do have 2 going down, so it may be a little bit hard for them to actually, you know, defend this next Lord and a 5-man push from Cloud9, but we will see what will happen.
Yeah, and right now you can see, especially even when it comes with the levels, best player sitting at level 13, Baby Zen at level 10 right now, and he's the highest of his team. You've got level 8 and 9 out there. There is literally no fights, especially a team fight, that Excellerrate is going to be winning here. There, Kai actually gets caught up there, popped up, glorious pathway out. Nats splitting up the teammate as the Lord comes crashing in. Here comes the fight from Excellerrate. They're looking to take somebody down, but look at Tara finds a kill. They're turning this around on the Cloud9. Maybe a little too confident coming from Cloud9, but now they're going to have to deal with that Lord. And finally, putting themselves on the board right now with 3 kills, Excellerrate.
Yeah, you know, I was really thinking that Cloud9 would just end that game right there before the 10-minute mark, but they did get a little bit too cocky, as you said, and we do see that half of their team did die. Maybe a shock towards Excellerrate and Cloud9, both in different, I guess, views. Excellerrate happy that they're still in the second game, you know, they're not out yet, while Cloud9's kind of just thinking like, what happens, guys? Like, I thought we were supposed to end the game, but you know, there's always another chance for both teams in the next team fight to come.
Well, yeah, and that's just one of those little confidence things. And maybe once you start doing too well on their Cloud9, maybe got a little bit cocky, started not following what they were supposed to, thought that they could end it there instead of kind of respecting a lot of the clear that the side that Excellerrate has. I mean, you have a Molina Blitz out there, and Baby Zen is going to be able to clear out very quickly. So they still have a lot of defending ability. Speaking of which, Nat's going to go in under the tower. The rest of the team unable to kind of take down this minion. You just take down the minion. Don't let it keep spraying the damage onto your tower. Now the rest of C9 going to come in here, try to put out the damage. Curse of Blood is out. They are fighting one. Mark Cutie goes down to Duck Luck, and they are trying to turn things around. Nats chasing Reinforce, who gets caught up. Best player finds the kill there, leading them to a 8-4 lead right now for Cloud9.
Yeah, you know, even though Cloud9 did kind of like have a little hiccup earlier with that team fight, they are still back on the board. They're pushing in on Excellerrate in the mid side, possibly trying to have a game end here with 2 waves stacked, but Excellerate is trying to defend with their lives.
Yeah, and right now I do want to say that maybe it's Cloud. I think Cloud9 just don't respect the the Molina Blitz damage that comes out. I mean, right from the get-go, it's one of the biggest issues I have with Nana is like the amount of damage that she can put out into one position. Sure, after that she's kind of useless, but but once you put out that damage, it's just an immense amount, and they're able to kind of still find some kills against Cloud9 while they're defending, and it's used as a pretty decent clear tool.
Yeah, right now we do see the Lord crashing down the mid side at just 12 minutes. Possibly a real game ender for Cloud9. No more funny business for them, you know. And Excellerrate, you know, kind of defending with their lives. No inhibs right now. The waves are crashing in.
Yeah, and this probably looking like the final push of Lord is out there. They're not trying to take any more chances here. Glorious Pathway coming out. Nats, Curse of Blood is out for both of these teams. You can see the damage coming out. Down goes Baby Zentara, taking a down. Oh, best player gets taken out, so they're able to turn it around on 2 deaths apiece. But with the Lord crashing, that is going to be another clinical win for Cloud9.
Yeah, we can look at the cams right now. Nats is super excited to actually pull off that victory. I did see him at the end actually tower pushing on that horse with the Lord, but we do see the we do see on the side of victory for Cloud9, 10-6 in Cloud9's favor, with best player again getting that MVP with a KDA of 5-2 and 5.
Yeah, really interesting there. It's actually kind of nice to see the team. Like I've seen before, a lot of teams can be very pressure. It's all serious mode. It's cool to see Cloud9 so comfortable, so confident, a lot of smiles on their faces as they get that next victory there as well. This time, a little bit of signs of life coming out from Excellerrate as they're able to kind of bait in through a lot of these defenses. I want to say maybe not as great pushes coming out from Cloud9. They did get caught a few times. Even in that last push, they lost 2 members. Best player went down there as well, but eventually it was going to be the Lord doing the damage to it. As we take a look here at the damage dealt, best player with 40,000, almost 41,000 there, topping off anybody up there. Oh, but Duck Luck, this is what I was talking about. The damage that comes from the Nana kind of has to be respected. Even though it was only toward the end of the game, still got 46,000 over anybody on the team.
Yeah, let's look at the damage taken stats. We do see Nats on the high-lows taking the most damage on his team at 61k, and best player actually taking more than Coldworld on that Wrath with 50k damage. But no, we do see on the side of Excellerrate, they do have that Ruby on the tank side. Actually, Gold Lane tanking the most, but here on the tower damage is where we see Basic shine with the tower push. He did push a good around 25k tower push, and on Excellerate side, we do see that a lot of the stats are 0, just really showing how much C9 had dominated Excellerate in that match, and just, you know, not letting them get any of their own towers, except actually pushing into Excellerate on all of their towers and base for that game.
Yeah, an absolute clinic was put on by Cloud9. Same thing in the early game, catching those early rotations from the side of Excellerate. 2 unanswered kills in the first minute of the game. Cloud9 is showing that they are basically a machine. All of that practicing, the coaching, going to hard work here as we see some of the team stats here. Damage actually very not too much apart from each other, but the rest of the stats there tell the story. The objectives, 0 to 11. That was a basic steamroll again for Cloud9 here. Gold per minute not spread far apart for both of the teams. This kind of just shows the synergy that you get from the teams that know their rotation, where they need to be, where they can catch people off. And another MVP for best player.
Yeah, you know, best player on the Julian, really showing up that, like, you know, any assassin he goes on, it's just, he will dominate on that position and role. We do see a lot of the times the team is going into invade, and as Nats is going, we do see best player, you know, putting in that damage with his skill combo, and he kind of just rotates around with his team, with the mid laners, with Marcuti and with Coldworld. Just kind of just shows like this team synergy they have with each other, even though best player recently just joined the team of C9, and, you know, kind of has a language communication or barrier with his fellow Tagalog teammates, but kind of just still shows that he's still putting up the good work in the game.
Yeah, and I have to wonder if maybe the communication error might have been like the reason for some of these comebacks you see here. We do have an I'm Offended coming out there, the Curse of Blood, and then they lose 2 members here, Cloud9, so they have to skip past that last final push. But now, here, the final push there, it didn't matter who went down. The Lord was swinging away on the core.
Yeah, so a great game towards the side of Cloud9, even though they did have a little hiccup with the first Lord pushing in, you know, not really being able to actually end the game as they wanted to before the 10-minute mark. But, you know, in the next 2 minutes, they're able to snatch up the next Lord and just go straight into Excelerate's tower and base.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I wonder what we can do here if we are Excellerate to try to come back. I mean, I want to say it's not completely unexpected. Most people came in here as fans of Cloud9, knowing that Cloud9 was gonna be putting the boots to whoever their opponent was. It just happened to be that it is Excellerate. The one thing I kind of seeing, there were some signs of life there at the end, of being able to kind of back up and kite away from this offensive push of Cloud9, especially underneath the towers where they were able to get a lot of CC out there, get a lot of damage, and able to like back off Cloud9. But then there's also the story of some of these picks that might not be the most optimal to help out your teammates. Carmilla has been having issues. I haven't seen one instance, not not just from this team, but with Carmilla in a composition where I'm just like, yeah, that made a difference for me, or that was the best pick for that scenario. Additionally, I mean, if you feel that you are outmatched, maybe it's time to go with some cheesy picks. You know, maybe get a little Hanabi and a Lolita out there. Maybe get you a little Johnson and a Odette out there or something. It just kind of depends, but I want to say where they're going right now with some of these picks, that they just feel kind of random and out there and don't really kind of fit the entire mesh of the compositions that Excellerrate is going for.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with you more. I think Excellerrate, you know, they really had a good start in the draft, but, you know, just later on it kind of fell when they picked out a lot of, like, unorthodox picks. Like, but Dong, you know, he didn't really do much in that game. He was getting rotation gapped by Nats on that Hylos, and it kind of just shows that, like, maybe they should start picking something new, something that, you know, they're more comfortable with, and not something that's kind of making them lose the game. But we are getting it on the draft right now. We do see Excellerrate again banning that Fanny. We do know best player has a mean, scary Fanny, so I would be banning that first too. But on the side of C9, they are banning that Alpha and Fredrin, kind of banning out their jungler on the side of Excellerrate for Baby Zen, you know, not giving him that Alpha again, and also banning that Fredrin. Maybe he's a really good Fredrin player, you know, Mobazane 2.0 that they're trying to ban out.
Interesting thing here is that they used to ban out Chip first, and I'm wondering if Excellerate is going to notice it before the end of the draft, that they kind of change things up on them. Because the first thing I always look at when I see something new banned out right at the beginning from a team, I'm like, what did they just leave open that they banned last time? All the bans now looking to target down Baby Zen, and still Chip out there as well, and the side of Excellerate can go ahead and focus down on best player.
Yeah, we are seeing all the bans on the side of C9 are targeting the jungle on the side of Excellerate, so I'm wondering if Excellerate will also target the jungle on the side of C9, possibly banning another assassin to, you know, come back with the, why did you ban all 3 of our assassins? Like, what are we gonna do now? So I think the draft right now currently is a little bit, I would say a little bit iffy. There are a lot of heroes that are open currently, like the Edith pick, the Ruby pick, a lot of our EXP laners, like, you know, like Hylos, you know, there could be another Hylos, but we do see the Chip getting banned out again on the side of Excellerate.
Yeah, they noticed it in time, thankfully. I was about to say, if Cloud9 gets the Chip, it's you're gonna run wild on it. So best player, maybe a little bit of a turn here from basic. I mean, you're not gonna have the split pushing potential here, so you're gonna have something that really relies on that Alice, really relies on getting to the back line. Excuse me, during team fights. It relies on trying to get to the back line, get those squishies, and burst them down. Interesting first pick. Like I said, Cloud9 really doesn't like to kind of veil their picks. They're pretty much in your face right now with, all right, this is going in the gold lane, guys. There's no mixing up. It's not going to be in the roam. It's not going to be in the XP lane or anything like that. They're just kind of like in your face, letting you know what it's going to be. I dare you to try to counter us.
Yeah, I know that Alice pick is really interesting. First pick, there's so many other heroes and champions open, and I do think that Alice could be used on a lot of different lanes. Like, as we saw yesterday, we saw Zia using Alice on the gold lane, but we can also see this Alice getting picked up for possibly the EXP lane or the jungle lane, you know, best player on that Alice jungle. But on the side of Excellerate, we do see some interesting picks with Lapu for their EXP laner, something that we actually, this is the first debut of a Lapu and a Zushin. She kind of has not been picked as much currently, but I think this is the first game we actually do see her in game, as well as the Lapu.
Yeah, really interesting thing here is I want to say that when it comes to Khalid, when it comes to that pick there, and okay. I'm just trying to get a grasp on the picks that I'm seeing coming out here right now. It's like you have this plane of like what the meta should be, what they should be going for, and then they go ahead, they throw a Balmon in there. So, and now it's going to be very interesting. In the XP lane, I want to say we're going to have a little bit of a problem for Reinforce because he does shine a little bit in the early game, but not as much as Naths is going to shine. And we've talked about it, I think me and you talked about it a little bit off air, that why Lapu has kind of fallen out of the meta recently is because he falls off for everything he provides you in that early game. He falls off hard like a ledge during that mid game, and it's going to be hard for them to kind of come back from that.
Yeah, we do know that C9 has an immaculate early game where their mid laners are able to rotate together with the jungle and just harass the sides, and having that Lapu pick kind of it's a little bit hard if the side of Excellerrate doesn't really win that early game. It's kind of hard for Lapu to actually scale since Lapu's strong suit is in the early game once he gets his fort and on that first turtle. But on the side of Excellerrate, we do see another Carmilla pick. I'm really iffy about this. I'm also wondering if their roamer is just one-trick Carmilla or not. There are a lot of other, roamers that we could be picking, but we do see another Carmilla. So I just, I will not say anything about it, but just a little skeptical about that.
There are few things guaranteed in life. The sun will shine tomorrow. Death is certain, and Excellerrate is going to go with a roam Carmilla. Those few guarantees that keep us comfortable and warm and cozy at night. Very interesting here. We see in the bans, Yusun Jin being taken off the board by Cloud9. Valentina off the board for Excellerate. It's going to be a very interesting here. Like, I can't even tell where some of these are going. Balmond, he does shine in the early game. There were some not recent reworks, but there was a rework to his kit that kind of eliminated one of the only holes that he has in his kit, where if you popped him up, it would stop him from spinning, which is like the main source of damage that he does. But now he continues spinning even with a pop-up, so he has an immense amount of damage. And then when it comes to these objectives, he's going to have the lethal counter there with the retribution, which means it's going to be very hard for the side of it Excellerate to kind of contest any type of these objectives. And I shook my head because we saw Cloud9 a full frontal assault on any type of assassins or junglers that they think that Excellerate will play.
Yeah, honestly, if I was Baby Zen on that jungle, I would be crying my shoes off right now with the 5-man jungle ban. He might be feeling a little bit like Moba Zane on that side, getting his whole hero pool bans out. We do see that, he's kind of debating on what he should be picking. There's not a lot of jungles open right now, with that Balman's gone for the side of C9. He does pick up the Julian again, but as we said earlier about the Balman, really something that we don't see often. I think the last time I saw Balman was actually on the C9 team with Moba Zane picking it on the last NACT run for the last game, kind of bringing home their, you would say, a championship. But we do see Coldworld picking up the Farsa and Marcuti picking up that Grok Farsa, actually. I actually used to play Farsa a lot, a hero that isn't really used as much since there are a lot of it's really assassin meta, so she doesn't have much of she does have a bird to escape, but most of the times a lot of the assassins kind of just chase her down. When she's in her feathered airstrike, most of the time she just stays there, like she cannot move, and she might just get ganked, or just like assassin jumping on her.
It reminds me of one of the old games I cast in NACT. I think it was Ashley or Apple who had played the Farja, and the enemy team chose like 3 assassins, including Hayabusa and Saber. The entire time they were just targeting down the Farja. It didn't matter how many times that they had missed. You always had like a Saber coming in with the triple slash eventually, and it was a pretty bad and hysterical game. Here we're taking a look. I was actually kind of curious. The ultimate coming out from, or not the ultimate, but the CC that Zuxin can do to pick you up and put you in another position. Is that something that spreads on to 3 players under Carmilla's Curse of Blood ultimate? Because if so, this could be a very interesting little setup by the side of Excellerrate.
Yeah, no, great question. Honestly, I'm not sure myself. You will just have to see if that skill combo actually lands in this game. And looking at the lineups right now for the draft, like, what do you think? What's your favorite part about each of the drafts? Like, what's your favorite draft?
Well, right now I do like the damage that comes out. It's been a while since I have seen the Farza and Belmont, two characters that I used to love to play. The burst damage that comes out from the Farza right from the level 4. She even can do it from level 3. Wings by Wings means you're going to have a lot of early ganks. That's a big thing you need to watch out for. Grok has some amazing clear. You pair that with a Farza with the Wings by Wings means you have to watch out for those side lanes immediately getting ganked from the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, we do see on the side of Cloud9, they did start their blue up, and Julian also as well. But, you know, Alice, you know, having a little bit slower clear, so Julian does get the upper hand on that clear. But we do see Mark Cutie on that mid rock, actually not the roamer this time, kind of invading on Baby Zen's jungle.
Ooh, he just narrowly gets away. Tara, and this is what I'm talking about, Carmilla, like, Carmilla just unable to do anything to even stop Mark Cutie up there. Tries to chase him down, is not going to be able to do anything there. Oh, basic, so it looks like the Balmond is going to be in the gold lane, which is a very interesting pick. I wonder what the plan is going for here, as you see Kai actually hammering down on him.
Yeah, you know, I'm actually kind of a little bit surprised at this draft. It's kind of making me laugh a little bit. I do see Basic on the Bowen gold lane, and we do not see Cold on that Grok. We see Cold on that Farsa.
Ooh, they are chasing down Basic. Even had some flickers go out there. Mark Cutie on the side here, trying to make them punish for it, but they have 4 members out. Here come the reinforcements. Coldwell finds a kill onto Duckluck, and Mark Cutie goes down as well. Finally, signs of life coming out from Excellerrate. Coldwell finds himself a kill as well, and another one onto Tara. That is 2 down for the side of Excellerrate. A 3-2 game in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, you know, even after all that fight, you know, at the 2-minute mark, we should be seeing a little bit of a gold gap between each team. But right now, during this game, we do see that the gold is not that big between the both teams. Just you know, difference by a couple hundreds. But we do see this turtle coming out, and we see Excellerrate actually all positioned very well on this turtle, possibly getting their first turtle of the series.
Yeah, Tara taking a lot of damage coming out from this Khalid, and then the Feather Airstrike comes down. Coldworld finds himself that kill, and now reinforcing Baby Zen looking for the hills, trying to run away. Baby Zen going to be able to get out of there. Best player tries to go into the backline. Best player on the Alice. I'm not sure why I just noticed that, but he finds a kill on to reinforce, adding to their pockets at 5 kills to 2.
Yeah, even with this, you know, draft coming from Cloud9, they are still dominating and doing what they do best. But we do see Mark Cutie getting caught down by Tara. And it's kind of interesting seeing Cold on that mid lane. He is on Farsa, and he's 401. He's doing a great job on that mid. May I say, maybe doing a little bit better than Mark Cutie on the mid lane.
Oh, and just like that, look at the amount of damage that Excellerrate is able to take. And this is going to be a first tower going over to Excellerrate. So a great job by them. They are going to be able to find it. We do have a Curse of Blood on one player. Tara might have messed that up there. We have the Feathered Airstrike is going to burst down what is left of Excellerate. That is 2 down for their 7-3 lead for the side of Cloud9. They're not done yet. Mark Cutie trying to look for another opportunity, but not able to find it.
Honestly, I just feel like this game is just a bloodbath. Like, it's just Cloud9 kind of just, you know, switching up roles, you know, picking up some troll pitch, just like playing around with Excellerate, and it kind of just shows that the gap between Excellerate and Cloud9 in this series is kind of big. Like, we saw earlier, Maple Leaf was trying to kind of like have a troll pick, you know. They were trying to pick up the Sun, but that kind of ended off with them losing their match. But even with Cloud9 picking up these heroes like an Alice Jungle and Balmond Gold Lane, they are still dominating and doing what they do best, you know, being one of the top NA teams that we know today.
Yeah, and I mean, it just comes down to they could probably play anything, and just the rotations and synergy with their team are going to be able to kind of carry them through here. Reinforce maybe on the wrong side is going to go ahead, try to use that ultimate to get himself away. Tara taking a lot of damage, and this is the problem with the Carmilla pick. Reinforce might be in trouble as Nats comes in, putting on the damage, and here comes a big 3-man stun for the side of Cloud9, and the only one left is Baby Zen. Just kidding, he's gonna get taken down as well. Tara says she doesn't want to be lonely without her team, so she's gonna try to join them in there. Oh, nope, just kidding. She's going to actually be able to find herself an escape, but they are able to zone him out while they get that mid lane tower.
Yeah, this is gonna be the second Maniac of the season, going to the side of Basic on that Bound lane, kind of just spinning in and stealing the kills from Nats. Really great engage on that Khalid. So, you know, Bound just slipping in and just smashing everyone down with his hammer. So I think great engage, but C9 does have to back off as best player just got caught under the tower.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, there are some answers back from Excellerrate, but little by little, I want to say Cloud9 beginning to encroach on Excellerrate there. Oh, we're gonna be able to see that 4-man stun there again, and that incomplete wipe coming out from the side of Cloud9. Just a great engagement there, and an opportunity that Nath saw. Tar in trouble, trying to look for an escape by the tower. Is gonna get lifted with that wild charge. Kai, on the other hand, has that go away out there, but best player doesn't care. That Blood Ode is going to be more than enough to take him down. Duck Luck, ooh, trying to put on some of that CC. Not exactly. In comes Basic, trying to put on the damage, now getting put into tower range, but look at Cloud9 juggling the aggro of that tower. Basic goes down 13-7 right now in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, we do see Cloud9 just decimating the side of Excellerrate. You know, even with this gold lead not being that too far, I do think that this game, they may be a little bit more focused on the kills, not really the objectives and gold. And like, as we see what they usually do, like just, you know, going around the map, playing jungles and waves. This is more of like a, you know, a bloodbath game where they really want blood. They want to kill Excellerrate. They want to kind of have fun and just like go around in all these team fights and skirmishes.
Ooh, Tara into the back line, getting choked down by Nats, who's going to go ahead and use this opportunity to heal himself up. Turtle is out for Cloud9, but it doesn't really look like there's too much focus on it. It looks like they're seeing red. They have blood in the water. They have the taste for blood. Now they want to continue on with it. You can see on the side there, Basic cutting lane of Excellerrate at the bottom lane. So that's going to make this a 4v4 at this Turtle fight. In fact, Nats, they're just baiting out this Turtle. They want the fight here. They want Excellerrate to try to jump in so they can try to come in. From here, Basic surrounding Tara. The blood, the Curse of Blood is out. Is it going to be enough? They're still not able to really take advantage of it. Best player's going to go ahead and scoop up that Retribution onto the Lord. The rest of Excellerrate running for the hills. Nats finds himself a stun. Kai getting taken down by Cutie, and best player deep into the back lines. Duck Luck might not have any luck left after this as they are trying to put the boots to her, actually finding themselves a kill. Cutie might not be long for this fight, and down goes Baby Zen. Best player finds the final kill onto Duck Luck. It is 3 players down for Excellerrate, keeping on this confusion and this chaos at the gates of Excellerate.
Yeah, no, we thought that Cutie actually died. No, but actually Cutie did survive with 1 HP, but we do see Best Player going down as he kind of, you know, engaged a little bit too deep by himself on that Alice and just meeting an end to the Alice. But we do see C9 at 8 minutes. They are going into the inhibs of the side of Excellerrate. Excellerate, they can't really do much, but the gold lead right now has jumped from earlier, as I did see the gold lead was around 1k, but the gold lead now is around 5k, so Excellerate a little bit behind, can't really do much. I would say they kind of have to just, you know, keep at their base, be careful of the heroes like Farsa with her long range, and just try to farm up and wait for C9 to actually engage on them. Because if Tara kind of engages on C9, it might cause a problem where the team might not be able to follow up, and they might just all die in a team fight.
Yeah, I was just about to say that there were some interesting pickups out here. Tara I mean, flashing out there. There's really not much that can be done here. It's not as big of a lead that we have seen from Cloud9 at this point, but it's still a lead that is huge and pretty hard to come back from unless you're looking at Cloud9 to make any huge mistakes. Basic kind of running up the kills right now, sitting at 9, 3, and 4. Nats with the great support, sitting at 0, 1, and 11, doing some great amounts of sets.
Yeah, we do see at the 10-minute mark, C9 is going to go for their first Lord, so possibly trying to close out the game at the maybe 11-minute mark with this Lord. Hopefully not doing a same mistake as last game. Ooh!
Look at that, a big wild charge followed up by the Raging Sandstorm, followed up by the Feather Airstrike. That is gonna be a huge and complete team wipe for Cloud9. Now they're just waiting on minions, hoping the minions can get there before the 14 seconds so they can clean this up in about sub 12 minutes.
Yeah, that was, ooh, Nats just dying to the face, to the fountain actually, but C9 will be closing this game out with their third win at 11 minutes? Actually, hold up guys, we do not see another end. We see the tower is at 1 HP and everyone did die on the side of Cloud9. Kind of a little hiccup for their side.
Yeah, I want to say Cloud9 facing their biggest opponent in this series yet. The damage that came out from the core pretty much laid out 4 of them. And now Excellerrate looking to try to even the odds here. They're still sitting at about an 8k gold deficit right now. Still haven't been able to get too much except for 1 tower on their side.
Yeah, we just see Coldwell just decimating Duckluck right there, bush camping on the mid side. I think this is a good chance for Cloud9 to actually come back and just end the game as they should have done earlier.
Yeah, Mark Cutie might be caught here. You see Baby Zen and Reinforce trying to do a little bit of damage. Oh, big wild charge catches 2 of them with a stun. Even with the Curse of Blood out there, not able to save their teammates. We have the Feather Airstrike now raining down damage, trying to zero or zone out the rest of Excellerrate. Kai finds a kill onto best player. Down goes Nats. Coldworld might be next on the list on this far. Zatara and Duckluck looking to maybe follow. They decide against it, and now we're going to try to clear out their core.
Yeah, again, we do see that Excellerrate did actually come back from that team fight. They're able to pick up some kills from Cloud9, not really letting them end. I do think Cloud9 was a little bit cocky in kind of being in Excelerate's base for too long, and just like basically half the team died. So the game is going on for a little bit more longer than they would have wanted to. They could have probably ended around the 10-minute mark, but we are going to get into 13 minutes in the game. The gold lead is kind of not, the gold gap isn't too big, only around 4k for Excellerrate and Cloud9, but Cloud9 does have the vision and jungle advantage in this game.
Ooh, you can see the flank coming in here from best player onto the side. Feather Airstrike, and they will try to make short work of Kai. Coldworld picking up the kill there as well. Basic finds one onto Reinforce. Here comes some more. Duckluck finds a kill onto best player and Nats, and now it looks like Mark Cutie might be in a little bit of trouble. Basic still spinning to win at the bottom there. Baby Zen uses the Winter Crown. Is it going to be enough? Coldworld issues out a stun for good measure, and Duckluck on the side trying their best. Here comes Tara looking for an opportunity, but Carp, oh my god, gets smashed down. That's a chunk of her health and only 10% left. Juking and diving here, trying to get away from Coldworld and a Basic. He's gonna be able to live another day while the team cleans up their core minions.
Yeah, that was one of the more better ults I've seen from Tara. An amazing ult. I think the combo actually did work. We were talking earlier about if you know, Zushin actually, you know, plopped one of the heroes up, will everyone get like popped up? And I think that was actually where it happened, and the amount of damage that went towards that, which kind of basically got Cloud9 all really low and killed 2 of their players. But you know, even with that fight, they are still a little bit behind, not really in that Lord pit, still kind of waiting. So we kind of have to get another good ult out of Tara for, you know, a really good team fight to happen.
Yeah, Tara's going to go ahead and eat a ton of damage coming out from Nats, who is now waiting in the bush. I want to say Cloud9 kind of baiting out this Lord. Tara gets caught there with a wild charge. Is that going to be enough? Nats onto the back line. Tara very low, is going to need to disengage. Still has that immortality out there. And there goes Basic through the mid line. And you know Excellerrate is going to have to answer this. Baby Zen misses with a pop-up there. But you have Cold World and Basic kind of waiting there, trying to lure Excellerrate into a fight that they might, or they most likely will not win.
Yeah, we do see C9 on the Lord currently. Excellerrate, they are together, kind of bunched up on the red buff, not really going for it as they know, but we do see a concealed pop-up play coming up.
Yeah, they must have heard it there because they decided to run for the hills, but they weren't fast enough. 2 down already. Duck Luck is taken down. Reinforce might be next on the list. Tries to use that flicker. It's not going to be enough. Immortality has been procced. Down goes a best player. So they're able to turn it around just a little bit here right now. Nat's going to go ahead and heal up. They are waiting for the rest of these minions to come crashing on into the core. Only 3 members left to try and defend this. Tara goes in. Looking, do they have the blood? Oh, they don't. Immortality proc for Tara. Spinning to win is Basic. That's another kill for the side of Cloud9. Out comes the feathered airstrike. Down goes Baby Zen, and this is going to be all she wrote. I think this time we have it right. Cloud9 going to go end this 3rd game.
Yeah, I'm loving the Nats face cam. He's really happy about winning one of his 3rd game in this series, and congrats to Cloud9 for their 3rd game. They are on a roll with a KDA elite score board of 31-18. That's a big amount of kills for a tournament game, and with Cold World getting that MVP for this game with a KDA of 80-18. You know, Cold World did not die once that game, but I think that overall with the game, even though it was 16 minutes, C9 had the synergy with their team fights. Nats, Marcuti, Cold World, and Basic, basically they're all comboing with each other, just smashing down on Excellerrate and getting their 3rd win of the series.
Yeah, right now, I mean, I want to say this was just Cloud9 having a little bit of fun with their pickups here. I think almost everybody kind of switched out the roles that they had out there. Look at the damage coming out from Cold World. No wonder you got the MVP there. 103,000 damage dealt. Twice the amount of the highest damage on the opposite team.
Yeah, just looking at Cold World's damage, but we can look at the damage taken charts. We do see Carmelo on the side of Excellerrate leading with the most damage taken at 166,000 damage. But on the side of Cloud9, we do see the damage taken was split between 4 of the heroes, as each player had taken around 100,000 plus damage. So it's really interesting, as we see Cold World actually being the only one at 30k damage taken, just showing how far Farsa could be at the back, and just sitting there not really taking in that damage and letting her team actually do all the work for her in the damage taken charts.
Yeah, it's basically textbook how you're supposed to play that Farsa, is kind of keep that distance, use that wings by wings to help you rotate or kite out the enemy even more. Did a great job there by Cold World, but man, 31-18 is just chaos on the map right there. And I want to say a better handle on it was Cloud9, because they know their rotations, they know where they need to be or how to protect their teammates a little better, and we're able to kind of reinforce that. Though I do want to point this out, maybe a little bit of a problem I've noticed from Cloud9 is they take a pretty heavy amount of the deaths that you see from Cloud9 come when they're trying to push on the core. So maybe some issues or some things they might want to tighten up on when it comes to those like final Lord pushes.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with you more. We did see on this 3rd game, as well as I think the 2nd game, Cloud9, they had some moments where they weren't able to actually close out on the game. We did have a game-ending screen, but they didn't really end, and it kind of just like confused all of us. But we do have MVP for this game going towards Cold World on the Farsa with 8-0 and 18 on the KDA board. As the roamer of the team. He did pick up the Farsa for the third match, so he kind of went on Marquitti's role. He really did an amazing job, you know, staying in the back line, just hitting down those feather airstrikes onto Excellerrate as this team kind of set for him.
Yeah, and it's really amazing too. He was able to kind of keep that distance here. You can see, I mean, all those feathered airstrikes where there was like no chance of the enemy even being able to come close to him. So, and then you see a lot of these engagements, especially Nats. The big thing here, I want to say a huge story here for Cloud9 is the setting potential from Nats that we've been seeing, where he can find 3-4 members, even being able to find the flanking position from the enemy jungle. To find a flank onto Excellerate, it's just amazing the different angles that he can come from and still be successful.
Yeah, I think in a lot of these games we do see that the synergy is there in C9 as the ults coming from Marquetti and Nats with their flicker, as well as Basic coming in just to steal those kills at the end, and Kobo just putting down the feathered airstrike damage as safety measures. So I think overall, C9 has a great synergy with each other, and it's really exciting to see Kobo not on the roam position, but actually on the mage position for this game.
Yeah, a very satisfying couple of wins here for Cloud9. Excellerate still, they still have some things to kind of work out. This love affair that they have with Carmilla, I mean, it's just, maybe it's kind of due to like a hero pool problem that they're not able to find some of these other roams that I think might fit the playstyle a little bit better. I just have... I want to say I just have the Carmilla can be a little bit of an issue when it comes to that early game, or you've only basically got a CC. We saw right from the early game too, Grok able to get away with like no health, and Carmilla even burst through on that speed boost and still was not able to chase him down. So there's just, I want to say there's kind of maybe a few better picks that we can maybe go from, and that's something that maybe Excellerate might want to consider when it comes to some of the next games or even some of the future games they have in the next coming weeks.
Yeah, I think Excellerate on that Carmilla, I think they did better on the third game than the first two. Carmilla was putting in the work with her ults, and the damage on her team was going through with the ult. But, you know, picking Carmilla every game kind of doesn't really help out the team, as it kind of just, like, you know, shows the other teams, like, what they can play on that roam. So if a team bans Carmilla, like, what are they going to play? But we do have player fun facts, and on the side of Cloud9, we do have it for Best Player 1. He is a jungle role. His favorite hero is Fanny. His favorite player is actually Gosu General. Really interesting. One of his old leaders. His favorite hobby is MLBB. That is very interview-like, very textbook-like. Hometown, too personal, so he's not really going to share where he's from. But he does play on an iPhone 14 Pro.
Yeah, really interesting out there. I remember being able to play against him a long time ago when he was a Gosu best player, and he joined up in the ranks of trying to get into NACT. Accelerates a little couple of inside information on Baby Zen. Favorite role is the jungle. Favorite hero is Ling. Favorite player is Mobazane, another Mobazane fan out there. Hobby is cooking. Hometown is, let me try. Give me a moment. Mid Sayap, North Cotabato. I know I butchered that up. I apologize. For that. But the device is an iPhone 15 Pro Max.
Yeah, so I found it really interesting that Best Player was, you know, his favorite person or player is Gosu General, and we do know that was his old squad leader, and sadly Gosu General is not in the tournament, or he has actually not been in the NACT scene for a while. He has been keeping busy, so it's really nice that he's shouting out his old leader. So I hope General is watching, you know, seeing all of this shout out. But we are going to be back in the draft for the last and final game of Excellerate versus C9, and in a drafting pool we kind of already are in. We do see some of the older picks from a lot of the bans from earlier. We do see the Fanny ban coming from Excellerate, Phovius and Arlaw, as well as C9 banning out the Carmilla and Chip. So the Carmilla ban is really funny. We do know Excellerate has been playing Carmilla every single game, so it's just banning out just for them. So they're like, oh, okay, we're gonna ban this out. Let's see what else you can play on that roam position.
I was literally about to make a comment about this. I'm like, the only way I see them not using Carmilla is if Cloud9 ban it out. And it's kind of like them saying, come on, we're gonna help you out. We're gonna take Carmilla off the table. We know you got something else you can put out there. Let's go. We're gonna help you help yourselves here to pick another roam out there to hopefully have maybe a little better success with it there. Pretty standard bans that we've been seeing. Nats, we're gonna go ahead, take him away from that R-Lot pick as well, and go ahead very quickly scoop up this Ling pick.
Yeah, we do see Excellerrate. Actually, this is the first time we're going to be seeing a Ling picked in the game. I think he has been open for all 3 games. I'm really surprised that actually Best Player hasn't picked up the Ling. I know that's one of his stronger suited gold junglers actually. But on the side of C9, we do see them picking up an Angela and Chow. So I do think that Angela is going towards the mid side and the Chow is on the roam. But we're not really sure, as both these heroes can be picked around, Chow on the EXP, Angela on the roam, reversed around. So it's really interesting coming from C9 with a new draft for their team.
Yeah, it's going to be something interesting here. I want to say even the Angela pickup, maybe kind of to try to take away that potential Angeling combo that we used to see when it came to a lot of these successful jungle pickups. Duckluck going to be going on something a little bit more, I want to say, comfortable for her with this Kagura pickup. But like we said, right now, Excellerrate, there's really not much to lose on the table right now. So maybe just sticking with something that's a little bit more familiar, maybe that you guys excel on. Maybe that's not in the meta, might be the choice that you should go with. Argus next picked up for Reinforce.
Reinforce, he has been picking a lot of unorthodox EXP laners, so it kind of makes me think are these some of his stronger suited EXP laners, or he's just picking it for fun? I'm gonna go with it's his global title heroes, just to make this a little bit more fun. But we do see on the side of C9 they did pick up a Harith again. We're not really sure where Harith would go in this lineup, as we can see Harith in the gold lane, so somewhere where basic shines the best with Harith, or they could be changing things around, putting Harith on the mid lane. But I do like this combo of Angela and Harith, giving Harith that extra shield when he is in a team fight and just jumping around on the side on Excellerrate.
Yeah, I'm wondering if with this matchup we're gonna go with a more traditional lineup like we have with the first 2 games, or if they're kind of looking to spread their wings like they did with the very last match that we saw, where everybody was kind of playing different roles that they don't traditionally play as well. As we're moving into the second banning phase, Kaja taken off the board for the side of Cloud9, and Hayabusa isolated as a next ban for the side of Excellerrate.
Yeah, so we are seeing that Excellerate. They are still banning out Best Player's hero pool, I would say, and his assassins. But on the side of C9, we do see that they are banning off a lot of the roamers. So kind of just like last game, they were banning out all of Baby Zen's jungle heroes. But for this game, we do see 5 ban on that roam position. So kind of doesn't let Tara pick up what he could be good at, and it kind of doesn't give him a lot of options on the roaming side. But we do have a lot of roamers still open, such as Edith. Okay, guys, wait, hold up. We do see a Natalia. First time Natalia for this series.
Yeah, really interesting pickup there. It's not, I'm not gonna lie, when I see it in ranked games, I'm like, ugh, I pray for my teammates who just aren't used to picking against the Natalia. It might work up well, especially against the marksman and some of the squishier picks we have here. The only problem is, how fast is the Angela gonna be with this Heart's Guard? Because as soon as you see the Natalia trying to go in there for a poke, you're gonna have a Heart's Guard just right and ready. Yusun Shin picked pickup here by best player is super interesting for me because I haven't seen that in a very long time. Well, at least not validly. I mean, we saw I want to say Mobazane play it on the MSE platform there. He actually did very well with it because, well, I mean, it's Mobazane. Yusun Shin is basically his bread and butter. But here, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're going back true to form to most, well, actually, I take that back because I'm seeing basic here on the Angelas. So what kind of draft are you liking here, Sayori?
Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I do like Cloud9's draft a little bit more than Excellerrate's. Excellerrate's draft is a little bit unorthodox. A lot of picks we don't really see, like the Argus and the Natalia and the Esme. It's gonna be really fun seeing Basic on that Angela. He is not playing Harith as we have all assumed that he was gonna play, but it's actually gonna be Mercury on that Harith on the mid lane.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last match game of the night. It is Cloud9 taking on Excellerrate, and Excellerrate have struggled as of yet to find any type of wear in the armor of Cloud9. Will this match be any different?
Yeah, no, we do see on both sides they are starting up the blue buff. Nat's kind of just, you know, invading babies and kind of giving him a little bit scared, being like, I'm here. Okay, but we do see Nat's on the roam. A lot of the positions have been swapped this game. So we do see Coworld on the EXP, Basic on that mid, Nat's on the roam, and Marcuti on that gold lane. But best player is still sticking and staying to his jungle role.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what we have here. You have the Umbrella out there. The one thing I want to say about the Kagura pick is it can be a very slippery pick up to. Ooh, Nat's just chasing down Tara. Not going to go ahead and let them escape there. And that's just kind of the value you get. I mean, this is something I really wanted to see too, especially with how mechanically inclined that Nats is. Definitely like to see him on some of those heroes that can really, I want to say, raise the ceiling when it comes to that. Ooh, see, and then I was just talking about the slipperiness of Kagura using that umbrella escape to get away from Nats.
Yeah, Kagura's doing a great job right now on the mid side, kind of just like, you know, taking the minions out, you know, doing damage, just getting out with her skill. The best player is gonna drop down an ultimate on the enemy, kind of showing off the positions of everyone. Also, a great counter against heroes like Natalia, where she kind of needs to stay invisible, but, you know, with that worldwide ult, she kind of just gets, you know, shown on the map. So not really good for Natalia players.
Yeah, and right now, actually going to try to go in there, try to put some damage onto Nats. It might be a mistake as he uses that Jeet Kune Do to kind of get himself out of harm's way. Here is best player working on the tortoise, the turtle, uncontested by the side of Excellerrate. In fact, here comes a little bit of a conceal from Natalia, gets caught with a way of the dragon and almost burst it down. They're actually still trying to chase her down. Reinforce coming for some reinforcements, but not able to provide much from the side of Excellerrate.
Yeah, we do see on the side of Excellerrate, we do see that the Esme is actually doing a pretty good job against that Harith, but no, Nat is gonna come in on that Chow and get that first blood with the way of the Dragon King.
Yeah, I mean, it was, oh my gosh, what a great play there from the side of Excellerrate. Gonna go ahead and dive in there, even with the Tempest of Blades, to get himself back out of harm's way. But man, can we talk about the speed of Nats to clear from the mid all the way to the top to find that kill onto Esmeralda? That was just amazing to watch. Duck Luck now getting torn apart, and in comes Kai, might be next on the chopping block.
Anyways, as you said, we do see that in the early game. It is 3 minutes in, and we do have a 10k gold on the side of Cloud9, kind of 1k gold ahead of Excellerrate, and they did just get the first turtle, so we know that they are kind of in the lead, but we do see there is a lot of map pressure on Mercury in the gold lane side, but we do see Nats kind of jumping in, kind of going to help him, knowing that, yeah, there is a team right there. Let me come help you real quick. But and Kagura is actually coming up to the top side.
Yeah, they come up for the rotation, but they see that Nats is in a good position to already spot them out, so they're going to have to disengage as well. Actually going to go ahead, land some damage onto Nats. Tarek trying to get chased down there as well. 1-3 right now. I want to say a much calmer game than we've had from the last 3. Cloud9 in a superior position here right now. 2K gold lead for them.
Yeah, honestly, this game is kind of going on like the first 3 games. Cloud9 is having an advantage, like even with a lot of their picks. Oh, we do see Reinforce actually getting Basic on the Angela. You know, Basic not really doing too hot on that Angela with 0-2. But as I was saying, even with these picks coming from Cloud9, they still are holding on.
Oh, what some great synergy coming out of Excellerrate to be able to kind of burst down Cold World underneath the tower. Speaking of which, here comes Nats, and that's going to be a first tower going over to Excellerrate. So some small signs of life showing up for the NACT newbies. And with that, Best Player getting chased down, does have the Hearts Guard there. We do see the Tempest of Blades coming out. Best Player gets bursted down by Baby Zen, but powerless to watch as Reinforce actually getting taken down very low by Nats and maybe baited into a fight he might not want. Duckluck goes in, just barely misses Coldwell. Gonna have to use that umbrella escape, but it is not enough as Basic finds the finishing touches there. A 5-4 lead for Cloud9.
Yeah, we do see Excellerate. They are kind of coming back into the game, kind of showing off like, oh, we are not done yet. On the last game, Same Signs of Life, we do see Baby Zen actually doing pretty well on the Ling. He is 2-0 on the Ling, kind of matching up with Best Player. And the gold is kind of, we can look at the gold right now, you know, even though he is 1K behind, you know, we can still see that Excellerate might do something with their defense that they have.
Oh yeah, Tara is going to be getting eaten alive here. Mark Cutie trying to chase them down and going to get the finishing touches on there. Here comes the Yin Yang Overture. Duckluck with the flame shot, able to take down Nats. What a cheeky little play, but able to find the kill, raising this to an 8-6 lead for Cloud9.
Yeah, that Kagura play was insane. I did not see that coming. I thought maybe like she would just ult and just like back off, but no, she was ready to go back in after that flame shot and get Nats without, you know, him knowing that he was gonna die right then and there. But we do have another turtle coming up. This is gonna be the last turtle for the game. Not really sure if Excellerate really wants to contest this, but we do see Basic ulting Mark Cutie, but kind of giving him a little bit more shield than he should be getting, as they do have an Esme, but Esme does go down. You know, Mark Cutie barely surviving with a sliver of health and a lot of shield.
Yeah, I want to say when it comes to kind of like the counters that are out there, it's really interesting to see how Excellerate kind of managed that. You had Mark Cutie's gonna trying to back off Basic, use the Hearts Guard. Oh, speaking of which, Duckluck, I'm actually getting in trouble there as Nats and the side of Best Player able to clean up the job there. But yeah, putting that Hearts Guard onto somebody with an Esmeralda in their face, maybe not the best decision there. Oh, and speaking of which, Kai gonna burst it down by the 3 members of Cloud9.
Yeah, we see 6 minutes in the game. Cloud9 is dominating the side of Excellerate in towers and kills. But we do see on the bot side actually that the Argus has been doing his job. He has been split pushing, so they have gotten 2 of the towers down on the bot side. So it's good for him on the XP. Ooh, but going down.
Oh yeah, Baby Zen tries to contend with it. Duckluck might be in a little bit of trouble. I missed falling, falling Star Moon hit from Kai, goes wide, and it's not going to be able to punish Cloud9. Now sitting at a 13-6 lead right now with just over a 4K gold lead.
Yeah, we do see the side of Cloud9. They are pushing in. If I was Excellerate, you know, I would not be going out that far like Kylie on the Esmeralda, but kind of just staying back with my team, as we do see that we do have a 6K gold gap at around 8 minutes. So there's not really much that they can do. But I do think that Excellerate, if they are, you know, coming together, communicating, sticking with the Natalia, they might be able to pick off a kill and get.
Oh, And just like that, Baby Zen sensed blood in the water, but got baited into an engagement and taken down alongside Duck Luck. At the top off screen, we see that Reinforced looking for the split push gets found out by Best Player and Naths.
Yeah, this game isn't looking too hot for Excellerrate. We do see Cloud9 pushing it on that bot side, you know, possibly trying to end with this 1 minion and a dream. No, they cannot. They should be backing off from this. But no, Marquis actually goes back in.
Yeah, should be backing off. Here comes the Tempest of Blade. Marcuti actually gets taken down very low. Here come the lane minions for the mid side, looking for another kill. Reinforced deep into the back line. Even with that ultimate, is it going to be enough to save him? It is not. Best Player puts the finishing touches out there. Down goes Duck Luck. Baby Zen might be the next one on the docket, but is able to get back to the safety of their core.
Yeah, we do see Tara trying to like elongate that mid tower by clearing the minions, but no, he does have to back as Best Player chases him, but no, Best Player almost going down. No, Best Player just comes out right there out of that fight. I do think that Heart Guard from Basic, from the Angela, actually saved the YSS from that impeccable boom from a death that he was gonna get. But Best Player right now, he is 12-1 on that YSS, dominating the whole entire game.
Really spreading his wings, now sitting at 13-1 is a Best Player, putting on a clinic for this Yusun Shin. And now minions coming down at the bottom. Minions at mid. Oh, very quickly able to take down Duck Luck. Not even able to react, is it? As Best Player has the Hearts Guard. This is going to be possibly the final moments of the core. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a clean sweep for Cloud9 with 4 victories.
Yeah, you know, nothing expected from Cloud9. We did all expect them to, you know, have a clean sweep, as, you know, this is one of NA's top teams, and kind of a new lineup. So kind of just shows how much of an impact they have, you know, even just swapping around roles. They're able to do what they do best, that is winning. So we do see Cloud9 winning with 25 kills on the board against Excellerrate with 7. And Best Player, yet again, does take that MVP from his team with a KDA of 15-1-3.
Yeah, a great series here for Cloud9. Whether they were taking it seriously or having a little bit of fun with the last 2 games, especially those first 2 games, were pretty decisive for them. You can take a look here at some of the stats there. I want to say Baby Zen actually went off a little bit on that Ling, able to find himself a few kills, but in the end, the machine that is Cloud9 able to kind of thrash their way, have their way with Excellerrates here on this game.
Yeah, as you can see, we can look at the damage taken charts. We do see Excellerrate. They are taking a lot of damage, but it's because C9 is packing a punch to them. Tower damage does go to Marcuti with the highest at 22k on the push. Nothing expected from this gold laner, this mage gold laner, and we do have teamfight participation right now. Best Player holding the highest teamfight participation, as he did get that MVP and he did get those 12 kills. He is holding it at 72% in the game. So yeah, let's look at some other stats.
Yeah, here right now we're taking a look at some of the damage. Cloud9 with a very superior 173,000 damage to match up with the 100,000 coming out from Excellerrate. Objectives here, I want to say a little bit more coming out from Excellerate. They were able to actually get 4 here matched up to the 7 from Cloud9. Gold matchup is about 1,000 per minute more for the side of Cloud9, and it's not a surprise. Best Player MVP of that last game with a very firm and decisive 15-1-3.
Yeah, Best Player on that YSS. You know, we don't see YSS being played a lot, as, you know, as this like marksman jungle, he does need time to actually farm up and get his items to actually start doing damage, as compared to a lot of the assassins in this meta who are like really good early game starters, really fast at clearing. But, you know, Best Player, you know, doing what he does best at his role on jungle. He's able to do this on YSS, you know, go around the map farming, you know, coming in, swiping kills, and just doing something that, most YSS players in tournaments, we don't see them doing, and just great rotation overall, as well as his ultimates that he brings down to give vision to his team.
Yeah, and you can see here from some of the replays here that from them, the big wave of the Dragons coming out there to go ahead and close down the last and final game for Cloud9. But what's a series here?
What a series indeed. I will tell you, I was kind of surprised, especially in the third game. We saw Excellerrate being able to bring back some type of fight, really, holding their own. And we did see bits of that in that fourth game. So it did feel like overall Excellerrate, was picking up what Cloud9 was putting down. Even though they did go out 0-4, I felt like the fight was there. And I was very happy to see that, especially Duck Luck. A few times I saw Duck Luck doing Sayori type things, and she was making some stuff happen. I was flabbergasted.
Yeah, there was even that one spot where she was able to get a yin yang overture, and I thought she was done. I'm like, all right, well, it didn't work out. All's well that ends well, and then went in with a flame shot as well. Well, it's no surprise, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of that series going to be Cloud9, a very decisive 4 games victory for them.
Yeah, I think all of us knew, as the caster predictions did predict, Cloud9 would be the winners of this series against Excellerrate. As one of the veteran teams, we do see that they have the skills and their potentials. It's all there, but Excellerrate, coming in as a new team, maybe has to, look back at the games, rewatch, see what they did wrong, look back at the gameplay and see what could we fix, what could we do better, and what could be some team comps that we can have that will make us shine more against some of the other teams. But good round to them, good play to them for going against C9, one of the top teams in the first day of the series.
Hold the phone, I'm picking it up, I look, who's calling? It's Mobile Legends. They got an interview. Nals, how you doing?
I'm feeling great. Hello, guys.
How you feeling, man? That was some big wins. I saw you cheesing it up, smiling from ear to ear after some of those wins. I know you're feeling good. I gotta know, man. You're kind of new to a lot of people in North America, so we got some questions. The people want to get to know you a little bit. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Perfect. So we want to know, what made your family want to move to the United States? Was it Mobile Legends?
Not really. It's because of my stepdad. My stepdad was a US citizen. So we got my mom and me and my brother, so we moved out in US. That's why.
I know some of us thought maybe that you felt like some of the Mobile Legends players out there weren't competitive enough, so we thought you were coming to North America to really get that challenge. So, what do you think about the Mobile Legends North American server so far?
It's quite interesting because there's so many good players here. Like the recently team, the Mayfall, they're so good. Then the server, especially the server, it's kind of every team on that server has a good player. So yeah.
You're funny, man. So I want to know, what's the biggest difference between North American and Filipino players, do you think, or at least competitively within their own regions so far?
The difference between NA and Philippines was, in Philippines there's so many competitive people. Like there's so many. Here in NA, it's like 50% like that. And Pinoy mentality, you know what I'm saying? Like they have a ambition to grow to become stronger one day. In NA, I don't see it much. I don't see it that much, but I think they will go with it. Like as the day passes, they can.
Yeah, I get what you're saying completely. Yeah, I think that there's a lot less competitive players within the North American scene, but I do feel like the people who are competitive in North America are very competitive, and I think they do a very good job. But so far, I want to know, what do you think about BTK so far? What are your thoughts coming up on them?
They were good. Their lineup with Mobazane. Can you hear me?
Yeah. I want to hear more. I want to hear the details.
My comments about BTK, their lineup was good. Mobazane, Fried Chicken, they're all mechanically. They have mechanically individual. They're so good. Like they're all NA player. Like they all fight people like that, and they have experience in the international scene, like Mobazane. So last time we fought against them, then I have a little bit challenged of them because they're like they're so strong, especially in early game to mid game. So I was kind of shocked because they're, if I compare it, they're like a average team in Philippines. So yeah, they're strong.
Okay, well, with that said, before you start riots in people's hometowns, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much for coming out, and thank you for talking to me. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh man, I loved that. I loved that little ending. And he was like, yeah, in the Philippines, average team. Ooh, there it is. There it is.
Well, there have been some comparisons made on what the differences usually are when it comes to North American Philippine teams. I think I just recently had an interview with Midnight where he talked about the differences where NA can usually be a little kill hungry when it comes to stuff, while Philippines can be a little bit more focused on a lot of those objectives when it comes to fights. So it's really interesting, and it's been something that brought the Philippines a lot of success. So
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm really interested on Nat's take about NA and what he thinks, as we all know that he just kind of, imported, he came from RSG, kind of got signed by C9, is on the team right now. The new roster is going to be really interesting, seeing someone all the way from Philippines, playing in a whole different region than us in NA, bringing his own, tactics, skills on the EXP into the NA region, and really showing us like what a EXP laner should be doing.
So I do want to hear your guys' hot take on this as well. Nath's very good EXP, but North America has some really good EXPs as well. Historically speaking, we've got Fried Chicken, we've got Yureshi. How do you feel like he stacks up against them in your own opinions? Well,
right now, I mean, to avoid some of that backlash, Nats right now, what I've seen from him was kind of incredible here, even in just the small games we've had with the 4. His positioning, his ability to find these great angles to come in from. There was one point that he was able to go through the enemy's jungle, find a flank onto them across the tower length as well. So across that mid lane. So it's just he has an incredible reach when it comes to those. He's got some great mechanical ability. His hero pool is good out there. I want to say the next highest person I can even put up there is Fried Chicken, and we'll have to see how both of these guys stack up against each other, possibly in the future.
Well said.
Yeah, I haven't really seen a lot of Nat's gameplay, personally. I'm sorry, guys, but I do not watch a lot of C games, so I'm really not sure, how he really works around other players. But I think in NA, he will have a good matchup against a lot of our, well-known EXP laners like Chicken, Yureshi. I really do think Chicken, like you said, Chicken's like one of the best EXP laners in NA also. So I think he would do a really good job at matching up with Nats, and it's gonna be really interesting seeing the game of BTK and C9.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool matchups that are to come. And speaking of, let's see what we've got for next week. We've got Cloud9 going up against Excellerrate. Go ahead.
I I'm sorry. These are the ones that we just had. Cloud9 taking on Excellerrate, and this is going to move us on to next week's exciting matches that I know everybody is going to be rooting for. Cloud9 taking on BTK to happen next week. I'm only sad that I won't be around to cast for those, but I'll be watching with every one of you as well. Godspeed will be taking on Moonlight Club Maple Leaf. Excellerrate will be taking on Gosu Night Horde, and the last minute will be taking on Overskilled.
Yeah, like you said, I'm really sad, you know, both of us will not be here next week for the game of Cloud9 versus BTK. Dang it, this cast is going to have so much fun with that match. But a lot of the other games are, I would say, close matchups to each other, as we did see Godspeed and Maple Leaf do really well in their series. So it's going to be a good thing to see a lot of these like top teams also matching up against each other, as well as a lot of the teams that, like, you know, did lose their games, but like will be matched up with players on their own level.
Right, and on the first day, we're going to see Excellerrate going up against Gosu Night Horde, with the second match of the day going to be Cloud9 versus BTK. Both are going to be absolutely excellent matchups based off of what we saw yesterday as well as today. And I'm extremely excited to see how this is going to unravel.
Yeah, I know everybody's kind of panting away, counting the days before Cloud9 takes on BTK. I want to say it's the grudge match that everybody's waiting to see. Once upon a time, Cloud9, or Mobazane was part of Cloud9, decided to split ways there, bring back of what many are calling BTK Prime, and we're going to see if the stacked deck that Cloud9 has, the coaching, the professional organization, the NPL player from the Philippines, if all of that is going to be able to match up well against the BTK boys.
Yeah, you know, every season we do see a lot of the top teams going against each other, like, you know, BTK and C9, but this time we will be seeing them, you know, matched up a little bit earlier. So I think that's gonna be a really exciting game to watch. So, you know, everyone stay tuned for next week of NACT.
With that being said, we are going to close out. Thank you to all the viewers for coming out and watching. Our two casters here did a fantastic job. Big W's in the chat for them. We appreciate you guys. We love you guys, and we'll see you guys next time.
Bye, guys.
I'm on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Niggas beside get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail, tell them to point out who said that they run it. Bitch, I'm on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that shit for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging in darts, make her reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the punt off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycooning, I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm touch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I switch it from 30 deep. Do the pen in the pad like it's surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Fully tucked off, but the jewels out. I just sent her home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I've been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. Bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feet on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on. Niggas beside get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Niggas really all showing. Roll.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, oh so famous, number one desirable. I do what I want, when I want, and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm still on it. Cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved. But a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah, nah, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion.